They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. They hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay us for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already prayed for it. Non-believers didn't pray for us. Non-believers didn't pray for us. We're black and we built the foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. Them vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy culture. Vultures eat what they didn't kill. Vultures sleep what they didn't build. They brought us to this country as a labor force. We built a foundation and they hate us for it. We built a foundation and they ain't pay us for it. They ain't pay for it, but they gon' pay for it. Already paid for it. Nobody prayed for it. Nobody didn't pray for us. Nobody didn't pray for us. We're black and we built a foundation. Stone by stone, generation to generation. Vultures said we had no culture. And vultures got a Jay-Z poster. Them vultures got a lacy poster.
Yeah, peace to the family, peace to the family. It looks like 19 sleeping pills came around and was forced to apologize, in his way. Guys, narcissists like him don't really have any their egos is through the roof. These guys are borderline scammers. A lot of these guys are fake rich. They're just they come out of nowhere. They just rich, right? Guys be lying. Some folks online said that he took payments from companies to act like he scored big off Bitcoin. All these little plays, but it's not that hard to people who are actually wealthy online. There's no question, right? There's zero to no question for those who are actually wealthy online. But yeah, a lot of people online who are just fake wealthy, and you be trying to see where they get their wealth from, and it's non-existent on non-existent on the live. Then you start to see online. Then you start to see they sell fake courses and all. But yo, come on, dude. And then they want to charge you to call in for a cash app. Hey, you want to call in $5? Oh my God. They got these fake how to be a player courses. They got these fake, you could win every time on, in the stock market, Bitcoin, whatever. You mean to tell me you became a wealthy millionaire selling that bullshit? You got to stop. It's not that hard to prove you're wealthy. And most wealthy people don't even talk about wealth. They barely show it. There's no doubt. Let me give you some names that we know, even some tethers. For example, Tariq Nasheed, we know he's wealthy. Does he talk about, he's humble as hell, barely talks about it. Tethers be talking trash. He barely show his crib. You barely even see the inside of his crib. You barely ever see it. He, every so often, every once in 5 years, he'll show his drop top Bentley. Once every 10 years, you'll see that. You don't wear no jewelry, no Rolex, nothing in your face. Even Tether Demics, dude, he's rich. There's no question about that. But you don't see the guy when he's live, all type of shit, or talking about money like that. He talking when he has to talk it, when certain folks come at him, but fresh and fit, it's not, they wealthy, Myron at least. It's but you don't see guys listen, fam, it's people not trying to prove they're rich. You got a lot of people online trying to prove Oh, I remember Billy Carson when he lost the debate. Oh, my house got elevators. Stop fucking lying. Meanwhile, he's not in the elevator in his house. Like, bro, stop it, man. I remember when Anton Daniels became on my radar like last year, sometime like a year and a half ago, and I'm watching him like in a casino, like just this fake rich persona. So I went to do a background check on the guy. Like, okay, if you're rich, it shouldn't be hard to follow the money, how you got rich. Man, selling courses. Like, dude, you expect me to believe that you became rich selling courses, and they all be lying. Oh, I work for a Fortune 500. So what? That don't mean you're rich. If you actually did, that don't mean you're rich. You did what for them? Were you the CEO? Top salesman? Like, what were you doing there? Just a regular sales guy? Come on, man. And some slip through the cracks and they fake it till they make it, and they might gain some type of bag. But because I think Anton he faked it till he actually made it. But uh, and 19Z is another one. You try to track his money. He's selling courses. He's selling Bitcoin. It's like, come on, dude. Like, even if this stuff was successful, you don't be rich overnight. It takes 5-10 years before wealth accumulates. You broke people, like, that's a telltale sign of somebody faking rich. 19Z's, business. You actually find out one of his main businesses, the dude's a wholesaler, a third party for selling coffee beans from Ghana. Like, dude, are you expect us to believe people bought your coffee beans and you became rich? Like, yeah, a lot of these guys just be lying. Like, even like Brother Polite, the PDF guy, lying and faking his success. Like, dude, you got rich, man. It's not that hard. I mean, like I said, most wealthy people barely talk about it. It's not a big deal to them. It's normal. It's like somebody smart ain't gonna talk about how smart they are every chance they get. All right. So first, I'm gonna play the video flat out, no interruptions, and then we're gonna unpack it. All right. It's 11 minutes, not that long. Check it out.
Yes, I know FBA is not a group based on definition. What I said was that those who mob and who take on a mob mentality inside a group, because obviously, based on foundational Black American, it's describing my own lineage, right? My great grandfathers, you understand me? My great grandmother, that is obvious. And what I said is that it behaves, and when I say it, I'm talking about those people who engage in diaspora wars. So my brother Steve asked me, what's up with the diaspora wars? And if you know Man to Man, that's a platform where we just speak candidly. We're actually going to be doing another episode. So when I'm talking to him, like talking to Naomi, and we just sitting at home, it's not a show that gets hundreds of thousands of views like high-level conversations. So in context of the diaspora wars, there are people who are fringe. There are people who are polarizing. And when we talk about diaspora wars, it is not everybody. There's a small group of people, right, who then take on those behavior traits. They respond a certain way. They're extremely negative. And if you want proof of that, look at how people have attacked me. People have sent death threats. People have sent hate, right? People have sent all sort of different things. They did not communicate with me or to me and ask me what my thoughts were directly, those who have platforms who I would have engaged with. No, it was like attack. And so I will always consider that to be a small group of people, but you cannot say a whole entire lineage because some people don't even know this exists, right? But when you're describing a lineage, that is different than when you're describing behaviors of people who fit patterns, right? So I don't know if that still makes sense to you. If it does, let me know. No. Right? And I'm not always privy to the way people are consuming the information or how they're operating in different silos. So I'm not sure how the narrative is going to be spun later on. So I can't say everything perfect, nor will I try to. But I appreciate you asking the question. You understand me? But when people behave in a certain way, then I'm really looking at behavior patterns, right? And that behavior pattern is what I use to define the outcome of what something is or what something's not, right? But nobody can say something is, nobody can define the rules for lineage, right? That's the whole point. But if somebody tries to define those rules, then you can only do that operating inside a group, right? So as a Black American, you can't tell me what I can and cannot say because we criticize Black America, right? And then we have a lot of constructive things for it. So if I can make astute observations and be critical of my own people, because that is my people, there's no rules for that, right? So same thing when it comes to being a foundational Black American. I can be critical of people that come from that same lineage, because for me, it's the same thing. When you start like utilizing the language and identifiers consistently to separate, it feels like you're attacking a group, but it's really the same way that you've always been speaking on the people, right? When you speak on negative attributes or something, or positive attributes, historical attributes or things of that nature, to me it's the same, right? And so I guess you have to understand the context in which somebody is defining something or observing something versus this person an agent, this person hates us, this person is like, I can't really get caught up in all of that. You know, I think that's people's content cycles, if anything. And I think people benefit if they can get a video that gets hundreds of thousands of views. I think people benefit if they can connect their name to mine and, you know, be disrespectful and talk all this shit in the world and completely disregard any of the work that you've done. And so I really don't have respect for people who disregard everything that you've done for something that they don't like that you've done. You know what I'm saying? You say, why don't you attack the... Oh, okay, yes, I understand what you're saying. You're saying rhetorical. What is the criticism of continental Africans? I just talked about the criticism of continental Africans. I just talked about the fallacies and how some of the diaspora returns can be a scam. But Africa is a huge continent, you know? When you travel, you stop speaking on it that much as a continent because you realize how different that each place is. Like, Africa is a uniting word. There's no the United States of Africa, right? Kwame Nkrumah is the one who tried to do that, you know, and there was a coup led against him. And then, of course, you have Muammar Gaddafi who tried to create the United States of Africa, but there currently is no United States of Africa. So how they operate in Kenya, Ghana, Uganda, you know, South Africa, and how they operate in Egypt, right, is going to be different. How they operate in Zimbabwe or Ghana or Burkina Faso, these are all uniquely different, right? Where you see the Ghana president doing an EU deal, right, with the UE, you're not going to see Traore doing that same deal, right? So this is where you find that all these differences arise. And again, my mind was like many people before I started traveling, and now I'm just travel to the continent. You know, I've been to Japan, I've been to Mexico, I've been to all throughout Europe, right? We went to Amsterdam and we had our tour out there. Well, we was in the Netherlands and we went to Rotterdam, and then we was in London, we went to Birmingham, right? We've been to so many different places. You just start seeing the world from different ways because you get different experiences everywhere you go. And it has opened my mind up in ways that it's hard to articulate to people sometimes because it may feel like I'm being arrogant, or it may feel like I'm doing it from this place of, I don't know, privilege or whatever. But it's just your mind has to stretch. You don't travel a place and then have the same exact perspective that you had when you were staying local. That's just reality, right? And sometimes it's for the good and sometimes it's for the bad. And so, like, going to Nigeria changes my perception of Nigeria versus hearing narratives about Nigeria. Some of the narratives are true, some of them are false, some I can see where they come from. You know, it really depends on your source of information, right? And then I understand my own perspective comes with a level of privilege sometimes. So when I travel, sometimes we go to a place and we travel and we get the person with a great platform and they treat me like I'm a big influencer, so therefore they give me a certain level of experience. And then I have to take myself, step out of that experience and think that this is not the experience of the average person that will come here, right? And so I can't oversell my experience as a universal one, right? That's something that I know. And not only just from traveling, from being a black man in America. Listen, man, I was gifted a certain level of handsomeness on this
Stop
planet.
the cap.
So when I talk about women, you know, you might walk up to a woman and they might not have the same reaction as if I walk up to it. So I can't speak on the gender wars in a certain way because certain men might not get the same experience. You know what I'm saying?
Bruh.
You know, they might see me as somebody with influence and wealth, if you will, and with a great network and position and handsomeness and 6 feet and all of this good stuff. You know what I'm saying? They got it going on. You know what I'm saying? With consciousness. So I can't say that's going to be the same experience everybody getting. That's bias. In reality. And I think about things like that all the time as well. Like my experience is not everybody. So this is why I sometimes shut up about things. And I'm like, Keys, you can say what your experience is, but it's privileged. And not privileged like, you know, I was just born with it, but I went and got it and now I got it. You feel me? My older brother gave me the game and made it plain when I was young. You feel me? So I don't walk around like somebody else. You know, unless you was given what I got, that you can't do what I do. So I do understand that we all speak from different. So I try to find what that commonality is. And I try to find, like, how can I observe this and speak through the lens of the average man, right? And the average woman. Because that's really, when you're talking to the masses, who you talking to. Right? Everybody not the same. Everybody experience is not the same. The first time I went to Africa, my brother Memphis Depay, right, who's a very wealthy footballer, right, and he invited me out there for his birthday. Not first time I went to Africa, first time I went to Ghana. First time I went to Africa, I was invited out there to go speak at a school, right? I was paid to go out there.
Stop the cap.
Right, I was paid to go speak in front of the pyramids, right? I've had great experiences, so that's different. But it was my brother Memphis Depay, and I knew that experience that we've had, that was a very wealthy experience. And so there was a time when we left the group and we went to the hood. No. You feel me? We went to some of the environments, you feel me, that was not so wealthy. We did some little documentaries there. We shot some film there, and I was able to experience a completely different side of Ghana. It wasn't so safe to be in. That when we're traveling the road and we're traveling with military and we can just move people out the road, that if I'm telling people, hey, it's not this distance from that distance is not that far, but then when they get out there and they in traffic for 3 hours, then I would not be giving them the same experience, right? So this is where you have to be able to take a step back and understand your audience. Now, if I'm speaking to somebody I know who could have the same experience as me, then I would tell them my experience because I know that they can afford that one. But if I'm speaking to the general masses, then I must be like, look, this is the reality there. This is what my reality was, right? And you have to then separate that. And that's why we also are doing retreats, right? So that I can take you through my experience, because nobody wants to go and just have the You know, I can lend my resources and my access points. You walking through the airport, do you know the right people? If you know the right people, you know, it can take an hour experience and it can turn into a 10-minute one when you're in certain places.
Stop the cap.
Like, there's a lot of different things that can occur, and those small things matter when you go into a place. The way you enter and the way you exit, because those are the things that you remember, right? And so exiting a place and it take you a long time and you didn't know these things, right? It can put a bad taste in your mouth, and then you end up sharing that exit experience, and now, you know, you're sharing the negatives versus the positives. So, you know, I understand that. Like, it is very important to have context and nuance with everything that you're doing.
Was he drinking that mushroom coffee, I told you he fake rich. Oh, the wealth and the wealth. Stop, man. Stop, bro. Selling mushroom coffee as a wholesaler, and you just got all the money in the world. Like, that is a pitiful lifestyle. All these YouTube content creators that's faking the rich lifestyle, that got to be a stressful lifestyle, because even if your fan support, your support base believe you, you know you're lying. So when you get off, you close that damn live and you go back to your lie, your reality that you're not rich. You're like hustling and buffling, finessing people, those dollars draining, and you got to finesse again. Yeah, that you hotel to hotel to yeah, that is a stressful life, man. And that can cause you to hate on FBAs because you like, damn, other folks out here really doing it, really living his life. I'm faking. And that could, you know, cause a hater. Cause I'm telling you, when the main person that they all want to be like, let's be honest, they all want to be like Tariq Nasheed. They all want the influence, they all want the clout, they all want the stain, they all want the wealth, they all want the support base. Like, but then he'll pretend like he's on Tariq Nasheed's level. Like, dude, stop it, man. Nobody stamps you. And nobody, listen, it's one thing to have like some wealth. Well, what other wealthy people do you hang around with that stamps you? Like, dude, stop. You got a bunch of broke tethers in New York, 125th Street, hustling, finessing too, that's trying to stamp you. Dude trying to pretend to us that he's so rich selling mushroom coffee beans, mushroom mixed with coffee beans from Ghana. Yeah, I mean, look up how he gets his money. Selling courses, selling Bitcoin. Dude, you don't become a millionaire doing that. I mean, you know how many people got to buy your course for you to have like hella wealth? Like, dude, stop. Snatch Adams, $2 super chat. Lineage Love. He says 19 pleas, 19 schemes, 19 jeans, 19 memes, 19 dreams. The dude is, yeah, Hotep Babble Cyber says, the dude just said, it's pitiful, man. Meanwhile, you look at his background. I mean, listen, these Billy Carsons, these 19Zs, all these guys, family, if they had wealth and the way they brag and show off, they will be showing that stuff off. These guys aren't humble as hell. They'll be showing the private jets. They'll be showing the car collection. They'll be showing the mansion every chance they get. They'll be showing you the money, showing you the Louis and all that. That's what braggers do. Braggers like to show off the money to try, like Floyd Mayweather. Like they like to show it off when they get it. And I believe because it doesn't last long, so they want to like have that moment right now because it ain't gonna be there too much longer, and they want that to be your last impression of them as a wealthy individual. I'm telling you, like people with real wealth don't. We all know people with wealth. They don't do that, man. They humble as hell, man. You know, internet talking about, yeah, man, the wealth, you know, because people with wealth don't want you asking them for money. So they try to like play it down, like, nah, you know, I got some things tied. Like I don't know millionaires, but I got friends who six figures easy. Two for a fact. Like close friends that I can call up and go to the place of business and y'all can see. You dig? I go to the house, no problem. The one is humble, other one is flashy, right? But you dig? Like you see it. You see it. You see his place of business, that shit fancy. You see his house, that's fancy, and you see his cars. And now he don't really dress like he don't wear the name brand stuff, but everything else is fancy. The house, the cars, his business, everything is fancy as hell. But neither one of them like wear the Louis and all that dumb shit. But yeah, man, come on, man. Like, so we know, dude. Stop. It's all cat. All right, so I'm gonna come back to that. I had seen a Tariq Nasheed live, and I seen T.S. Giselle, Big Back, call in, and yo, T.S. pissed me off so bad. I was trying to find T.S. on Instagram to invite T.S. over here so I could finish cooking. Listen to this.
Here's the thing. When the Democrats are in office, hell, all they're doing is putting a bunch of immigrants in those positions. So yeah, we were still unemployed. They were putting a bunch of immigrants in those positions.
That's just not true, Tariq. So I can't.
So when you say that, like T.S., how do you know? Like, I don't know how you identify. I think you identify as a woman, so that means you're not doing men jobs, like physical stuff. How do you know? I'm in those spaces. You guys are in those spaces, especially if you live in certain states where it's a lot of, you know, immigrants. Nah, like I been at companies. I could call my man on three-way because I got him in one. I've been at companies where, again, in New Jersey, it's supposed to be a large Black American population, but and these cities are that the companies are in are large Black American populations, but somehow we're the only two Black Americans there. Like how? Okay, so how did only they got the memo that this job was hiring? It ain't the first experience. I went to another job and a bunch of Haitians, all Haitians. So I'm sitting on my side. I worked there one day and quit. I didn't even get paid. They didn't even pay me. I worked there one day and quit. I couldn't do it, man. Couldn't work with all these Haitians. Can't understand them trying to tell me what to do. I can't hear them. He get mad at me. Like, yo, man, you know what? Lunchtime, I'm out. But how did all these Haitians get the memo again? And no Black, and the job was a decent job. The other one wasn't so well, all Hispanics, but this one was a decent job. How did only Haitians get the memo? And you know, half were illegal. We're talking about New Jersey, but they all working. And I know a lot of Black Americans who were not working, who would have loved to take that. That's a close city to us, close proximity. They'd have taken that job. So I hate when people who don't know and they're, oh, look at the stats, look at the stats. Well, you know, those Haitians are identified as Black American in the employment rate. You know that, right? You know, when they get employed there, they're listed as a Black American employee. It's not going to say Haitian employee. It's going to say Black Americans are employed at this company. So stop.
Hey, I can't let you get away with that.
Yeah, you can.
Let's talk about Black men.
They were flooding our these jobs and even our legacy publications with immigrants. Ebony and Jet and Essence under the Democrats became tethered up. And then
I read a comment. Somebody said, yo, he's so boring. He is like nothing, no emotion. Like it's nothing. Like when some people be kicking knowledge and they be into it, you can tell and it resonates. Like you even get like you feel that energy. It might make you hyped up. It might be, or you might get chills, or you might smile. You feel it. This dude talk blank like a damn AI robot. Like when you have AI read something for you, that's like him. And he's trying to convince you that he's getting paid. Yeah, anybody that tell you they get paid for speaking engagement, mostly a lie. They almost like just lying. Like they mostly just lying because there's a big opportunity for you, the speaker, to like sell your product. So you kind of do it for free, just for the exposure, the free, people potentially that could join whatever you got going on. Like this guy, like he gets paid to speak, like he's Joe Rogan or somebody, like he's Shaquille O'Neal. Like, dude, how much did you get paid? $50? So even that's misleading. Oh, I got paid to speak in front of all these Nigerian tethers. Like, stop in the school. Stop it. What you tell them? How to invest in Bitcoin? What all that funny money they got? They got Dr. Seuss on their damn money. You trying to tell them to invest in Bitcoin, and they paid you.
And all of these damn nonprofits, they would tether them up. The whole Black Lives Matter thing was full of tethers. So yeah, it was, what the hell is this you posted up?
So Black male unemployment. I just wanted to show that Ozempic has been doing the TS1s or so. Okay. That back is not big anymore.
I thought this was like a clip of Rocky and Bullwinkle. I didn't know what the hell.
Hey, yo, listen, man. I don't know everybody, but the few people I've seen take Ozempic, they look crazy. They look crazy, man. You lose weight fast, but the way it puts y'all seen Fat Joe legs, yo? Yeah, everybody that I know that took Ozempic, like they be having the Fat Joe legs.
Oh, stop. Don't y'all see what he's doing? I'm trying to have a legitimate conversation about the state of Black America, and you want to talk about...
Gotta warn me. Okay, I didn't know what that...
Okay, so, Tariq, I need you to answer this.
Okay, you built like a baked sweet potato. I don't know what the fuck.
I'm fabulous. I've been to 5 of the 7 continents. I don't have a problem with getting any man on any continent.
Right, and built like Antarctica. You built like the shape of a damn frozen tundra. You built funny style. What kind of Ozempic are you taking?
And
You got a big
and
back and little legs. What kind of shape is
you're
look like?
built like a wisdom tooth, and not all of us can afford to go to Turkey for a hair transplant like you did.
Oh,
Now,
that's a projection, Miss Nigga.
that ain't
Bruh.
no projection.
Projection.
Anyway,
I hate on my.
Yeah, did he call her big nigga, Miss Nigga? I know he ain't do that. Or her, him, I don't, whatever. Did he call TS Miss Nigga?
and not all of us can afford to go to Turkey for a hair transplant like you did.
Oh,
Now,
that's a projection, Miss Nigga.
that ain't no projection.
Projection.
Yo, that is funny as hell, yo. He said Miss Nigga, yo, that, yo. Yo, he called TS Miss Nigga, yeah. Yo, you can't, yo, this dude's he's a roaster. I would have hate like growing up with him, man. You dig? But y'all know me. I'm more of a thinker. I'm a plan. I couldn't freestyle roast with him. He'll cook me. But if I knew he was coming my way eventually, I might have one good day. Cause I'm good at planning a whole bunch of jokes and be ready for him. So when he gets started, then I'll keep up with him. But on a regular fly like TS doing, nah, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, he called TS Miss Nigga.
Anyway,
I hate on my beautiful, robust FBA hairline, but you need to stop eating turkey because your stomach is big, which turkey and dress.
now I'm still working on my stomach, but listen,
Lord.
one thing about Lady O is she works, okay? Ozempic running through the black community like crack in the 80s. Okay, it's
Lord.
going. But like I said, I've been to 5 of the 7 continents. I don't have no issues. But what you're not going to do, Tariq, is get off of the point I'm trying to make, which is black male unemployment is at like close to 8%. In the Biden administration, black unemployment was down to 2 to 3%.
Yeah,
That is
but
Okay, stop it. Family, Obama did the same thing. Let me tell you what happens with this employment thing. The way they drop it. Like this is a political stunt. Listen what they do. I know for a fact because I got a job like that when Obama was in office. It's a 6-month temporary job. You get that job, you are technically employed, but it's a 6-month temporary job with no benefits, and you're getting laid off in 6 months. Ain't no continuation. That's what they do, fam. And then they clock that as look at the unemployment rate. But everybody's back unemployed after 6 months. So come on, stop it.
a fact. That's
Black-
not a fallacy.
a lot of those blacks who were employed were tethers. Twizzle.
Also, hold on. Also,
Hey,
Tariq,
T,
wait a
what's
minute.
up with you,
Wait a
man?
minute. Hold on, Twizzle.
TS, this up here is the only reason right now.
Okay. All right. So that wasn't the comment, the call in, or the least a comment that made me want to try to track TS down on IG. It was the one where TS spoke about the UN, the Ghana at the UN reparations thing.
Now speaking because
This one right here.
And I didn't get this out yesterday, but I wanted to address this with you. Not, I was disappointed in you, Tariq, because like me, you typically are not afraid to address an issue head on. However, your silence in condoning the Trump administration for going to the United Nations and voting no on that UN resolution was disgusting. I'm ashamed. And
Oh yeah. We weren't co-signing that bullshit. Yeah, that shit at the UN was a finesse. We're not co-signing that at all.
Hey, family, what they're trying to do is that's why I want to talk to TS on this topic, just to crush TS, embarrass TS. That wasn't a United States reparations claim they said no to. They said no to a global racial claim. You fool. You cannot sue based on race. And you damn sure can't get reparations race-based on a race-based claim. They've been blocking that since all the damn Pan-Africans going after a race-based claim. They've been blocking all that bullshit. So that was just a easy one.
They're supposed to say no. We ain't with that. We don't want Ghana representing us, and Ghana is illegitimate in representing anybody because they already got paid from the damn slave trade because they were in cahoots with the European powers. We didn't want Ghana to represent us at all. So yeah, that was a finesse. All that, our grievance is not with the UN. Our argument is with the United States government. We're not standing in solidarity with Ghana with that finesse they tried to pull. They tried to spin the block on us, and that shit collapsed, which it should have, right?
You could not, like, again, I've already
And I'm gonna play 19 sleeping. I'm gonna play 19 sleeping pills again a little later for those who are just tuning in. But this time I'm gonna give commentary. So the first time y'all probably missed it. I let it play flat out. I had my little sound effects, but I didn't give any commentary. But this time when I play it, I'm gonna stop and pause with some commentary.
already told you this. I understand that facts don't matter to you, but when I come on this stage to have a debate with you,
What fact?
I speak from a factual standpoint, and those fallacies and false claims that you make will never stand against me.
What was false?
Number one, the resolution passed. So that was a lie talking about it failed. It didn't. It actually passed.
Failed because the European
You wanna take your
powers
shoes
that
off?
were a part of the slave trade who
Take your shoes off.
operated it, they didn't participate with it. They gave it a thumbs down,
Yeah, eat your
and
chocolate, go to
they
sleep.
didn't get anything
Eat
out
your
of it.
chocolate, go to sleep.
They didn't get.
That is not true.
Give me your chocolate. Give me your chocolate.
They abstained from the vote, but the resolution was
chocolate.
passed, I believe, by 123 countries. So the United Nations recognizes the transatlantic slave trade
It melted a little
as
bit.
the greatest kind, the greatest crime against humanity.
All right, and we
Open mouth.
already knew that.
Mouth
All right,
open.
we ain't fighting for them to recognize how fucked up
Okay,
it
lay
was.
down.
We know that. We want the
sleep.
money, and we don't want Africa to have anything to do with that because if they get a check, we ain't gonna see nothing. Right?
Right. And why I disagree with Africa even being involved. Why would they be involved? Like, who are they suing? That's a question nobody wants to address. Who is Africa suing? The colonizers? Then go sue Berlin and Germany and France and go ahead and put your bid in. So it can be denied as complicit slave traders they were.
Again, and this is my issue, and you fell for my bait and switch because I wanted you to say that.
Okay.
And so this is the problem. I don't understand this notion that the quote unquote grassroots thinks that we can do this thing alone.
We can.
What is so negative about CARICOM and African Union countries coming together, going to the global governing body, the United Nations?
There's no whatever. They don't have no say so on who gets paid and who they don't. That's not what they do. But yeah, family, like the video. We down big time on likes. Thank you.
And passing or requesting a resolution in recognition for the survivors of the transatlantic slave trade.
Oh, let me answer that. Number one, CARICOM, they always insist on latching on to our reparations, but we're not included in CARICOM. The African Union does not include us. We're not a part of the damn African.
Yeah, did y'all know that CARICOM in their 10-point plan for reparations? Do you know one of the points is that to repatriate back to Africa? I'm like, they don't want to be in Jamaica. They hate Jamaica. Nobody hates Africa more than the African. And nobody hates the Caribbean. No. I ain't gonna put that on the Caribbean because some folks love their islands. Nobody hates Jamaica more than a Jamaican. Yeah, they do not want to be there. One point in their 10-point reparations plan is to repatriate back to Africa. They try to go somewhere, anywhere but Jamaica. They refuse to build that country up. They refuse to be hard-walking Jamaicans and build their homeland up.
Union for years. But now that we have reparations on the forefront, they want to bring their ass up here and spin the block and latch onto it, come over here and go to our ancestral burial grounds so that they can get moral legitimacy, so that they can try to get a piece of it based on what we're doing on the grassroots here. And we're saying, no, you're not going to do that. Ghana was way too, well, the area that is now known as Ghana, those kingdoms were way too complicit in the slave trade. They've already gotten paid. They made treaties and deals with the European powers, so they could not have gone to the UN by themselves. They had to drag some of our people over there who are selling out, and that makes everything delegitimized because we're not asking them to represent us. They're going to mess reparations up for us. They're trying to get in front of it so they can put a damn monkey wrench in it. Because if reparations goes to some parts of Africa, it's going to go to them damn NGOs that's run by white liberals. They're going to Sally Struthers the hell out of it, and we ain't going to see a penny, and we ain't going for that. That's just what it is. Now,
Okay, so Tariq, I don't know if you're still under the anesthesia.
go ahead, what? Unblock your mic, unmute your mic. I don't have
You keep muting me. I don't know if you're still under the anesthesia for your hair transplant.
And by the way, I'm not offended by that. The fact that my hair is so fly, your big back ass got to pretend that I had some kind of surgery like you did. You had to get bussy reassignment. That's you. You're projecting onto me. I don't get surgery. My shit is all natural. Unlike you sitting over there looking like Ving Rhames with a damn lace front. That's you. Don't project that onto me.
Again,
But go
you
ahead.
may still be under the Turkish anesthesia. But Tariq, I think that what CARICOM and the African Union leaders were able to do is on a global stage is far bigger than anything that the grassroots movement have been able to do in terms of reparations,
Bull,
becoming a
bull,
becoming a global conversation.
we,
Number one, I don't know any top U.S. politician in Congress that kind of is speaking your rhetoric of reparations. So they at least were able to go to the government.
Oh, that's bullshit. We were the ones on the grassroots who got the language right out here in California and some of these other reparations task force. We've been stomping the yard, making sure they get the language right so they don't try to make it race-based. It's going to be for everybody. That's some bullshit. No. We were the ones going to these reparations hearings, making sure the language is all lineage based. And we have delineation language in so many federal documents now. So yes, we are moving the needle. We had thousands of people show up to Washington, D.C. multiple times standing on reparations business over here on the grassroots. We got this thing popping. Ghana and some of the African nations, they're trying to jump up and get in front of it now because now this delineation is whooping everybody's ass. But thank you so much, T.S. Giselle. There's only so many bad faith arguments that I can take. I'm not going to keep it's too easy to debunk this punk. But yeah, we on the grassroots got that conversation going. Yeah, and this is like a DNC talking point I see. And understand, when T.S. Giselle is speaking, don't think that this is just a big burly troll. This person is using a lot of these DNC shield talking points. I guess they email them to him because they all sound the same. The talking point I'm seeing from the DNC is, yeah, Ghana, Trump and them shot down reparations. Trump and them shot down reparations. How come we ain't calling that out? Oh, bullshit. That wasn't no real reparations. Ghana is not going to represent us. And I've talked about this before. This whole narrative where some of the West African nations want to come around here and cry foul, like, oh, the Europeans took my brothers, my stolen family members, they stole my people. And if y'all don't get the fuck out of here with that shit, let's stop that. That's cap. Those castles over there, Elmina and the Goree Island, all that, these were deals that they had with those African kingdoms, man. Let's stop this thing where a bunch of Europeans snuck up there in the middle of the night and ran up in the jungle with fish nets, just grabbing niggas. No. That's not what happened. That's not what happened. They went up there. They saw janky shit happening. Cats warring with each other. And those African kingdoms sat up there and signed treaties and made deals. Elmina Castle, which is still over there, many of them slave castles and slave dungeons are over there. And I talked about this before. They would have to pay, the Europeans would pay land rent. They didn't just throw them castles up by force. No, there was a cooperative thing. They were cooperating with them African kingdoms. They had to pay them rent. And if they were reneging on the rent, them African tribes would go in there and smash down on the Europeans. So they could have stopped them. Let's be very clear. They could have stopped them. They didn't want to. It was too profitable. Bruh. We're not going to let them get away. We've let a lot of the Africans get away with a bunch of shit for a long time. And now we're making them accountable for a lot of things they've done historically. And now people want to cry foul because we're making them accountable. We've allowed them to portray themselves as perpetual victims. But when the white man came, he tricked me. He made me go steal niggas from the jungle. He made me, the white man. Oh, no, stop. No, they didn't. No, y'all made deals. You made deals. That's the reality. Let's just deal with that.
Why are you running?
They signed treaties.
Why are you running?
And they made deals.
Yeah!
Because the deals backfired, now they want to cry foul. See, the thing about us, what makes foundational Black Americans so great and so phenomenal, we've never made deals with the white supremacists. We have never signed treaties with them. We have never legitimized white supremacy. We've never legitimized them. We're the only group who's never done that. We've never bowed down to them like that. We've never made no paperwork deal. We've never signed up for subjugation to them. Nothing. That's why we're the wild card. That's why it's always up with us. And that's why people always have to come over and latch on to our moral legitimacy. KJ, what's up, KJ? KJ, did you hit the button by mistake?
Yeah, so when you hear these Pan-Africans and tethers talk about the slave trade, I highlighted this over here on FBA News and Updates because I told you guys I'm good at recognizing patterns. What they'll do is they'll mention the slave trade, but they won't talk about the slave trade. They'll say when they were stolen, when they were kidnapped, when they were taken, when they were captured, as though the white man just went there and just, like you said, threw a net on people and took them away. If that was the case, then why you call it a slave trade? It should be the transatlantic kidnapping ordeal or whatever. Human trafficking, the transatlantic human trafficking. Like, why the word slave is there and why the word trade is there? I'll tell you, slave is there because Africans made people slaves. And then they sold them. It's called a trade because they sold them. Okay? And who they sell them to? They sold them to the whitey man. The whitey man just showed up with ships and money. And he was in a waiting room waiting on his product. The waiting room is called the Elmina Castle. That's where he's waiting for his purchase. He ordered a large bunch of people, 15 million to be exact. So you trying to tell me the whitey man kidnapped 15 million people in 200 years and nobody noticed? Like, stop. 300 years to be exact. No, it was a slave, 200 plus years. It was a slave trade. Africans did the kidnapping and Africans did the selling. The kidnapping was the worst part of it. Can you imagine getting kidnapped? And the horror stories that express the kidnappings is crazy. You got Equiano. He was a kidnapped slave and he wrote in a journal like how it happened, who did it and why and all that. He didn't say the white man kidnapped him. He said Africans kidnapped him. And then Africans would tell you, yeah, well, when they're forced to acknowledge that, they'll say, yeah, well, they kidnapped people who weren't part of their tribe. Or then they'll say, and you say, well, what that mean? Well, they weren't their people. Oh, so the people they kidnapped and sold weren't their people? Well, don't you say that's our ancestors, the people that weren't your people? All right, so how the hell we coming home then? We weren't your people. You said you kidnapped and sold people who were not your people. And and you say we're the descendants of those people. So then how are we? So keep the same energy, keep the same vibes. We're not your people. Stay right there. I like that. All right. Last one. I ain't want to go back. I hate Internet Explorer, man. When you don't use the tabs for a while, it'll reset. All right, so now I gotta get it back to where it was. All right, so one more caller, then we're gonna get into some updates. Okay, hold on.
Oh,
Yeah, it was
please.
good,
This
Flex.
two
Can you hear me?
this
All right,
Put
so
$350,000 in
this is around here.
2020 when people got it in December. Thing we can do is Foundation of Black America outside of this one. And when it comes to my two flights to get on the plane, he's saying talking about he a woman. This is ridiculous.
To the fullest, you know what I mean? I'm not one of these haters. I've been listening to you for a long time, and I've seen the transformation.
Stop the cap.
And 100% FBA politically, economically, and socially. So,
Man,
all the tethers.
man, respect to that, brother. Thank you so much. Let's get FEI. Fee or Faye? How to pronounce that? FEI?
Hey, how's it going? It's Faye.
Faye.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
And by the way, family, take a minute to like the video. Thank you.
Request, so I'll step down.
Where are you from, by the way, Faye?
I'm from Texas.
All right, let's get let's try Stampy, then we'll do Queen. Stampy? Yo, Stampy.
Yo, what's good, man? How you doing?
I'm good, Stamp. How you doing, brother?
Hey, man, I just want to talk about the you've been seeing the rise of the Heritage American movement that they've been talking about.
Yeah. They're trying to basically emulate foundational Black American movement, basically.
Here, you're cracking up. Can you give me back up? I'll leave it and give me back up real quick so I can hear you better.
Okay, can y'all hear me, guys? People are saying the space is a little janky. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Queen? Miss Queen? Uh-oh. Okay, can y'all hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Miss Queen?
Yo, what's up, man?
Hey, what's up, Austin?
Yo, yeah, I kind of want to, piggyback off what he said with the Heritage American thing. What do you think about that and all?
Yeah, it's very interesting. They're trying to do the Heritage American thing, basically trying to emulate the foundational Black American delineation movement.
Right. And let me tell you the difference. The difference between us and these weirdos that are doing American Heritage who's copying off us, they're doing, like, their thing is rooted in racism, racist, white supremacy. And some, all of it is racism, white supremacy. That's it. Listen, the difference is white people controlled who were white, right? And then white people controlled who were Black later on. After we named ourselves Black, white people later on controlled who became Black racially. And they started to invite everybody from Africa and the Caribbean. They're all Black now, you see? So that's the difference. We disagree. So we like, how do you have the power to tag along people to our ethnicity? Because, yeah, what's up? Like, nah, we never came to the table and said that's a good idea, but they did. When they start to decide who's white or not, white people actually came to the table. We went over this the other day. I told you guys when we talked about the Jewish people, we talked about the Irish and the Italians, how they became white. So this was a debate, and this was something agreed upon by white people. So no, ain't no American heritage. Yeah, y'all agree. Y'all made Mexicans white way back in the early 1900s. They made, or late 1800s. They made Mexicans white. for their purposes. Nah, so y'all did that. Y'all came together as a body and y'all debated and y'all said, this is what you're doing. Okay. And that's what they did. And then after 1965, the Heart and Cellar Act, where they got rid of all the immigration European quotas, where now Europeans can flood the country any number, no more restrictions, right? They became white. So the ones who weren't white by 1965 became white after 1965. So the bottom line is what I'm telling you guys, they came together, white people, and their elites, their people in charge, and they decided who was white and who wasn't. And where was the American heritage people way back then? You knew who they were? They were called the Klan. And these Nazi extremist groups. That's who they always were. Those were your American heritage people. So all they did was rebrand the Klan or the Nazi groups as the American heritage. That's the difference. So no, we're not in the same boat. These white supremacists are going to include people to our race, our ethnicity, without our say so, to undermine us. Now, by the way, when they made people white, it was the betterment for America, they thought. When they made these tethers black, they did it to undermine us and to steal resources from us. Big difference.
So I think it's very interesting. Now, what do you think about the Heritage American movement?
I mean, I think they have a little bit more basis in their claims than I'd say the foundational Black American movement does. I mean, considering that, the foundational Black American movement just stems from, it's kind of just like trauma bonding, and they have. I think they have a little bit more validity in their movement.
Trauma bonding? How so?
Yeah, you talk about how you guys were slaves.
Now, this guy who called in, I suspect he's part of the American heritage cult, racist cult.
We were slaves, and you talk about how building America and stuff like that.
Right.
I just don't know if you have base. I don't know if you have standing in those claims.
Okay, who built America then?
The Heritage Americans, sir.
But what's a Heritage American?
A white Anglo-Saxon.
The problem is a lot of these whites weren't even considered white back then. I have a problem with the Heritage American thing. Because
No.
Okay. No, that's the problem. See, we've always been black. All right. We've been black from the very beginning. All right.
Yeah.
The same ethnic group. We've been the same ethnic group with the same culture, same lineage, all the way through. Whiteness was something that certain people were allowed in later. So a lot of people who are considered white now at the beginning of this country, they were not white. They were not considered white. They can't be a Heritage American. You weren't even considered white. Many of the Irish weren't considered white. Many of the Jewish people weren't considered white. The Greeks weren't considered white.
But sir,
the Italians were not considered white early on. So this is why that's falling apart.
There's no but, sir. That's either fact or it wasn't. So that's what I'm just saying. America felt like if you're not Anglo-Saxon, you're not white. And anybody from Southern Europe or Eastern Europe, they were not considered Anglo-Saxon. That's why the Italians, the Irish, and the Jews and the Greeks, that's why what's the Armenian, the Kim Kardashian class, that's why they were not considered white originally.
Logically. You see?
But sir, the Constitution
also Russians
was written by them, though. It wasn't written by you. It was written by them.
But
okay, now that's called literally moving the goalposts. Okay, he didn't respond to what Tariq Nasheed just said. He just said something else that had nothing to do with what Tariq Nasheed said. So for me, I'd be like, bro, respond to what I said, man. Or get off. But that's moving the goalpost.
And the 1790 Naturalization Act was written by them, not you. But your foundational claims only stem from the rights that
down. Yes, sir. The 14th Amendment and all that came about because of us, sir. That directly came because of the black grassroots. We implemented that. We were the ones physically fighting to have the 14th Amendment and all that put in there, sir. So yes, we did have a role in the modern Constitution, right?
But after you were enslaved, sir. The difference is the heritage Americans enslaved you.
I did.
How can
we,
sir, I gotta ask you a question. I have a question.
We survived slavery. Yes, we were enslaved and we survived it, and we built the culture of this country, right?
What culture exactly? What culture exactly?
What part of the culture is not foundational Black American based? That's the question.
I mean, the majority of companies that employ people are white companies.
But all the corporations got their seed money from slavery. All the major corporations, and all these corporations today, offsprings and offshoots of that. But culture,
the banking system
as we know it, that they got their start during slavery.
The banking system is traced back to Europe, sir, long before the transatlantic slave trade. So I can't agree with that.
The banking system as we know it now, that got started during slavery, sir.
How can you prove that? What proof do you have of that?
Nothing. Hell, even some of the banks acknowledge that they were started during slavery. Chase and Wachovia and all of these, they even acknowledge it.
They all acknowledge that. But I mean, still, the majority of slaves did primitive work, though. The majority of slaves did primitive work. I mean, I'll go back to my original point. The heritage Americans enslaved you. So by their logic, they're more found.
Stop trolling.
Okay, so this is when they just gotta be told what is foundational to you. At that point, the guy talking, the cosplaying non-heritage American heritage guy, which he is one of them. Bro, what makes somebody foundational? Let's get that out the way. Okay, what makes somebody foundational? Like, I don't recall white people ever saying they were foundational. They call themselves the founding fathers, meaning they found a place to occupy, to colonize, to occupy, to take over, to invade. That's it. They don't call themselves foundational to this place. Foundational means laying. It's physical work. It's not an idea. It's the physical work. Okay, so that's what makes us foundational. And if I was talking to that guy, it'd be that simple. Like, foundational, that's something physical. That's physical work. That's not just an idea.
Primitive work. What's primitive work?
Redundant, repetitive work. No.
Now, at this point, he's just gaslighting, changing, moving the goalposts. He's all over the place. Okay, he's no longer talking about what makes somebody foundational in this country, because that's a complete L.
Austin, what happened?
You muted me. It said muted by host. Primitive work would be redundant, low skilled, actually no skilled, not low skilled labor.
So Black people building and being the architects of bridges and buildings and building the White House and helping to design Washington, D.C. like Benjamin Banneker, that's low skill primitive work?
You're
back on.
As you can see, he's just gaslighting, wasting time. Listen, when the white tea man was paying for slave laborers, you think he just said, okay, give me anybody and we'll just buy? No, like he was actually picking, like he had them get people who were highly skilled as a laborer, intelligent, can receive instruction, can learn in a fast-paced time. And then after 1808, when slavery was abolished, we became more brilliant and more stronger because they practiced eugenics amongst us. They got the strong with the most fertile, they practiced eugenics. So they inbred a people. I mean, they practiced endogamy with us, right? And they had an inbred. They end up practicing eugenics, and we became even more superior and smarter and faster, and all that type of stuff. So like this guy's arguments all over the place. Like nobody go get primitive people who can't take instructions, got limited skills. Because that means that we got to get taught, and being taught takes time and money. No, that's not how that worked.
On, sir. Hop on.
You're talking about very, very few Black Americans.
Oh no.
What percentage of slaves what percentage of slave did high skilled labor? What percentage of slave did high skilled labor?
Yeah, sir, we did all.
Okay, all of the people that was brought to the islands in America, all of them was high skilled. So that's not on us, because then you gotta make the argument that the white man was just getting any old body, which we know he does not do that. He practiced brain gain. He doesn't practice brain drain. Still today, when he extract people from their countries, when they come over here the right way, H1B visas, these are highly selected people. They are the best of their country. They make up the 1% of this. Has always been a high selective country, brain gain country. All right. No, that's not how they operate. They never did that. That's why we built the greatest country ever, superpower, richest country, all that type of stuff, because they hand selected the best. No, give me that one. No, I want that one. You trying to finesse me? Put his ass back. Give me that guy right there. What's his name? Unbiased Ron. Give me him. He looks like he know what the hell he doing. He gonna help build this great nation. Give me him, and everybody like him. You did. That's what happened with that.
All the labor. We were the one.
In English? You did it all in English?
Yeah, we were doing all that stuff, sir.
Right. So slaves knew English before they encountered the white man. Slaves knew English before they encountered the white man. Yep.
Over the place. And again, I've asked you this before, Austin. How come the white people couldn't do it before us? How come they didn't do it before us over here?
What build a civilization?
Yeah, over here, yes. How come they didn't have a successful colony before they got with us?
And who is you? Before they enslaved you? Before they enslaved us?
How come they didn't have successful colonies before they enslaved us?
Easy.
I can't argue with this, because you were less than 10.
I ain't an answer, sir. I ain't an answer. Let me get brother Marcel. Marcel.
Hey Tariq, how are you?
I'm good, brother. I'm dealing with Austin, trying to rewrite history, brother.
Rewrite history.
Austin, I have a question. If Black Americans, freedmen, foundational Black Americans, if we did not build America, then explain to me why they fought a civil war over trying to maintain us into the state of being enslaved. Why did that happen? If we were so insignificant, then why did the entire South rather fight a bloody civil war than let us go free if we were so insignificant? Please answer that question.
Because they wanted chattel slavery to exist, because their profit margins were very.
Why was it so important for them to fight a civil war? If we were so insignificant, if we were such a small percentage of the population, and we were so insignificant, why did they rather fight and die than let us go free? Why? And keep in mind, y'all like to say, because I don't think you're a foundational Black American at all, by the way, y'all like to say that it was only a small percentage of white people that owned slaves. And yes, true. But yet the majority of white people who fought in the Civil War were not enslavers, but they fought to try to maintain slavery. If we were so unimportant, why would they fight to try to keep us enslaved? Why?
Let's get the basis first. The North
answer my question.
Fast.
Hey, B Queen, I gave you the link to click. All right. If you believe Africans were Black, right? Click the link. Don't be afraid, or we got to block you. So you made a statement as though, and you got AI on your side, right? So I'm gonna teach you how to use AI the correct way. B, click. See, the thing is, you asked the question stupidly. I guarantee you. But we're gonna show you how to use AI the correct way. Come over here, click the link, join me, and let's use AI the correct way, and let's see if Africans were Black. Okay, click that link, or I gotta get you out of here. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes. By 7-7, if you don't click that link, I'm blocking your name.
faster. The North
Answer,
industrialized
ans-
faster. The
answer my
North
question.
industrialized faster
So
without
what? And
slaves.
guess what? Do you know why the
You
North
live in an
industrialized?
industrialized world.
Do
You
you
live in an
know? Okay,
industrialized world. The
so
world.
And family, go ahead and click the button. We're like down 65 likes. Please, you coming in for the first time, you know for a fact you didn't click that like button. Click that like button. You dig? Let's get the like buttons up. Let's get the family in here. I got a lot of videos to cover and react to, and I got some funny stuff right after this build right here. And Marcel gonna cook them. Then right after Marcel get done cooking them, we gonna go into some funny stuff. You know, not it's unfortunate funny stuff. You dig? Because it ain't supposed to be funny, but whatever.
you are
Right
not
now looks
answering
more
my
like the
question.
North than the
So
South.
you're not
Would you
answering my
rather be in?
question.
Would you? Do you
You're
think
not
the? Do you
answering
think
my
the? Do
question.
you think America looks like the
You are
South or the
not
North?
answering my
Do
question.
you think the
You are
North?
not
Do you think
answering my
America right
question.
now looks like the South or the
I'm
North?
not answering your question because you didn't answer mine.
Slavery was a drag on the U.S. economy, sir.
Okay,
You weren't
well,
skilled laborers. You
okay.
weren't
So
skilled
to answer
laborers.
this
You
question,
did
do
primitive
you know
work.
why the North industrialized? The North industrialized because of the goods that were coming from the South. That's why some northern states like New Jersey, and you can look it up, they even thought about fighting on the side of the South. So the reason North industrialized was because of the goods that were being produced by enslaved people in the South. They were being
Right. You know what? I'm not gonna play too much more of that because I'm a guy that don't mind people disagree, but let's have an honest conversation. I had an honest conversation with Q Butter last night. We talked for a great length. It was an honest conversation. That's why it was nobody argued, no name calling. Some things I say he disagreed with, some things he said I disagreed with, but it was okay. I wanted to hear him out, wanted to ask questions, see what he was on, and at the end of the day, I, like I was pointing out what he calls Pan African. I don't think he should call it Pan African. Like he just doing good work for melanated people. You dig? That's all it is. Like I don't think that's Pan Africanism. I was trying to let the brother know that Pan Africanism has took on a horrible image. Rightfully so. It is led with Marcus Garvey, the biggest scammer amongst the black population in America. So I was trying to say, bro, you might want to drop that name because I don't believe what your practice is Pan African. I think you just trying to educate people that's melanin, dark, melanin. That's all.
You to pick me up. But yeah, I wanted to address that Venezuelan guy. Where was he at 2 years ago when these people?
All right, so this one right here, I don't know where I wanted to play this one. Let me see.
With the Klan, no. Elijah him talk to the Klan. It wasn't to try to send black people that
Okay,
he wasn't. Really wasn't fucking with him. Yeah. Well, I don't.
Bag. I no longer follow none of that Pan-African stuff. I'm FBA all day, every day. That's all I want to say.
My man, back to that. Yeah, man, the reality is reality, dude. Yeah, the Pan-African thing was a con game. And the Tethers are mad at me for calling out Marcus Garvey. They real mad at that. Yeah, I don't uplift Marcus Garvey. When you start looking at Marcus Garvey, he was on.
And you see all my videos on Marcus Garvey did very well. Even the last one. Y'all got to read the comments on my last Marcus Garvey video. And even the community post. These tethers are coming at me big time. And all I'm saying is like, let's talk about it. This is crazy. You got people who's supposed to stand on truth, right? Stand on integrity, but they won't admit the irrefutable evidence against Marcus Garvey. I mean, people who called in did, but those who won't call in, I mean, it's a religion to y'all, man. I get it.
On the Pan-African thing, Marcus Garvey didn't accomplish shit. And back then, our people, the Foundation of Black American Grassroots, they were calling him out for being a tether then. Yeah! A lot of little janky shit he was doing. He didn't really accomplish anything. Marcus Garvey just failing left and right. Just doing dumb shit and failing. He never set foot in Africa. Didn't have any land secured over there. Liberia really wasn't fucking with him. He had no land over there. Nothing was going to work. Them ships were janky, bought some janky ass ships that didn't work, and the crewmen were incompetent. He couldn't run business correctly.
And he was scamming, you dig, and defrauding the government, scamming Black Americans and defrauding the American government.
A lot of janky shit. Then when he went to court for the mail fraud, which they were selling stocks of ships that they didn't own, he went to court, fired his lawyer, and tried to represent his damn self and went in there plebiscite babbling and lost, just doing dumb shit. Yeah, we don't owe Garvey shit. They try to mythologize him into something that he wasn't. Garvey was a fat tether who was fucking up. And it's okay to admit that. And the Black community knew that then. They were called.
Hey, B Queen, you don't have to troll. Q Butter called in last night. He reps the banner of Pan-Africanism. And we had a lengthy conversation, about 2 hours, and nobody was arguing. There was no name calling. It was a respectful, honest dialogue built on integrity. He wasn't lying. I wasn't lying. We were just talking. He stood on African, Pan-African business. I stood on FBA Lineage business. You dig? So you can call in. You don't got to troll in the chat. You can call in and have a dialogue, but you refuse to because you know you ain't shit and you got nothing to say but trolling. Trolling is what y'all do.
Calling that out then. Meeting with the Klan and all that weird shit.
And you're probably trolling and not calling in most likely because you're on a burner account, which means I already cooked you.
Yeah, and they called him out, as they should. Yeah! And again, they try to say, well, Elijah Muhammad then met with the Klan. No. Elijah Muhammad talked to the Klan. It wasn't to try to send Black people away. That was them putting the Klan on notice, like, hey, look, we about to buy farmland down here. So yeah, you won't start nothing, there won't be nothing. We know you.
Yeah, that's pretty much what Elijah Muhammad said. I'm aware of that because Tether tried to bring that up. But again, Elijah Muhammad, it's in the final call, and what was final call before final call? It slipped from my mind. Malcolm X called it something similar to final call. It'll come back. But in his papers, they got what the Muslims want and believe, and in the wants, they wanted to have access to like 5 states in the South, something like that, with reparations. You dig? With reparations for like 30 years, like payments of 30 years. That's what he wanted. He ain't talk about going to Africa and all that crazy stuff Marcus Garvey is talking about.
You know us. It was on that type of shit. Big Zico.
What's good with you, OG? How you living?
I'm good, man. How are you, Z?
I'm good. I just got some news for you.
Yes, sir.
Wait, okay. It was something else here.
Yo, what's up? What's up, Tariq? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. How are you?
To be honest with you, all of the...
Anything else?
It was something else here.
Organization.
You're not attacking.
Right. We've been fighting it since 1956. Ireland, they had to flee from. Because I get on them too. Oh, I get on them too. Yes, indeed. Let's get
because the new coalition going on between the woke.
Understand ancestry. Just the call up here.
All right. So check this out. I got some funny stuff, man. Well, like I said, it ain't supposed to be funny. Oh, I gotta play Judge Joe Brown. All right, so hold on. So it looked like he didn't fall for it, but this disgusting woman of a tether was trying to get like the same. You know how they was in Professor Small's ear, all the disgusting tethers in his ear, gaslighting, lying on FBA, lying on Tariq. Well, this disgusting tether of a woman. And that's why at some point, Judge Brown, you gotta, once they come against the Lineage and Tariq, you gotta let them go. You gotta cut off connections. You gotta do what Rod Digger did. When Lord Jamar was off cold, disrespecting the Lineage and Tariq, Rod Digger cut his ass off and left him alone. So family, same thing with y'all. If y'all know a tether who's disrespectful towards the Lineage, you gotta cut them off because they're gonna eventually win you over. So Judge O'Brien got to cut this woman off. I'm gonna play a little bit of that in a second. I'm gonna play a little bit of that. I got a couple tethers. I'm gonna play. Oh shit! I didn't mean to take it back here. It reset it all my internet browser. I had it perfectly placed. It reset it everything, bastard. I could have sworn it said pause. All right, okay. All right, check this out. So, a Haitian tether thought it was a good idea, an illegal Haitian tether thought it was a good idea to drive trucks and text. Okay? Check this out. This illegal Haitian tether thought it was a good idea to drive trucks and text. Look, who texts like that? The dude got the phone blocking his view. Look at this. Yo, this dude sitting like he on the couch. Hey, yo, when I went to play this video, that was the thumbnail. I said, I know he ain't driving with his feet. Yeah, this was the thumbnail when I was before I clicked it. I said, I know this Haitian tether wasn't driving with his feet. Family, he got his feet on the steering wheel right now. That's his left boot. One more again. These guys gotta go, man. The dude is driving with his feet. Yo, the dude ended up driving with his feet. Yo, that is crazy. 19 fleas. Yo, that is crazy. I'm going to play him again. Matter of fact, let me play 19Zs. Hey, yo, look at this guy, yo. He playing Twist in the truck. My man's playing double D. He was like, I don't know, freestyling backflips and stuff. Yo, look at this, yo. This is crazy. Sir, you're going back to Haiti. You're going back to Haiti. I really think so. Yo, who knows how many people he deleted on that highway? All right. I got another funny one. So now some illegals decided to go for a driving test. Well, you know how they be doing the illegals. They be giving them fake driver licenses and things like that. So this illegal went for a driving, like a driving course. Hold on. Look at this. They're on this driving course is so small. How do you mess this up? Well, I guess he's not it says Argentina. I guess he won't be illegal, but he's trying to drive to come over here to be illegal. That's the car right there. You would think a 6-year-old's driving this car. Yeah, when he clipped that first curve, I'm gonna back up. When he clipped that first curve, that was time to say, all right, give me the keys, give me the keys. He let this fool keep driving. Look what happened. Now, keep in mind, they didn't slow down and go over the ramp. They went there regular speed. Okay, he just rammed something right there. At this point, I'm like, yo, brake and get the F out. I might be trying to get this person locked up. Look at this. Look, they clipped the sidewalk again. Now they speeding up. Yo, he like, yo, I already fell, so I'm just gonna have fun. I already fell, so I'm gonna have fun. Yo, no way. This person just cut through the grass, yo. This is a little obstacle, man.
Oh my God!
Family, he tumbled the car. Hey, yo, what's that Migos song? I get the bag and do something with it. You get the bag and fumble it. Yeah, how do you tumble the car, yo? Look, the Biden administration is like, yo, get them over here in America. Get that person over in America. They seen that video, like, yo, we need that person in America working and get them a license. You might have failed in Argentina, but you're gonna get one in New Jersey, New York, Florida. That is embarrassing, yo. I ain't done. Hey, family, if you eat Chinese food, this is your worst nightmare of a video. That's why I'm completely good. I'm completely safe on Chinese food. I'm good. The most you'll see me do now, like a sushi roll, you dig? But Chinese food, I'm good. Listen, look at this.
110 violations. And on top of all of that, our cameras caught something disturbing.
110 violations, and this company's still up and functional. I would like to know, where is this place at? Let me see. Make sure it ain't up north or down south. It don't say. Damn, it don't say. 110 violations, yo.
On camera that even still exists in the kitchen now.
In tonight's Dirty Dining, Local 10 investigator Jeff Weinseer tries to get some answers from an owner who doesn't want you to know what inspectors found recently.
I don't know what this is. This is fish on the floor. We don't know if it was going to be cooked or used for sushi, but we do know it doesn't belong on a filthy,
that thing was used as rat
wet,
meat to catch rats.
greasy kitchen floor. We are in the kitchen at China Buffet at 11379 Bird Road. Inspectors recently found 110 violations here, and we saw some of the issues still exist. You have steak on the floor. Can you just take the steak off the floor? That bin of raw meat was very close to that piece of fish we found on the floor.
He had a spot the whole time right there. Look. Yeah, he had a spot there the whole time. Why is it on the floor? Like it's like they're purposely doing that.
That bin of raw meat was very close to that piece of fish we found on the floor. No one could tell us what was in this sink in the dishwasher.
Chow lo mein, you dig? That was your dumplings in it getting soaked over there. That was your egg foo young getting ready. Yeah. Yeah, they were sanitizing the chicken.
Area. There are 3 full pages of violation after violation. Roaches near a sink and a food prep table. Chicken, beef, pork, ham, dumplings, all out of temperature. The dish machine was not sanitizing. Food debris, encrusted materials, mold, grease was found on almost everything from ovens to the soda guns. There was evidence of an employee smoking in a food prep area. There was an objectionable odor in the kitchen. Yeah,
they said it was an odor in the kitchen. And look at the people eating that buffet area like it's sweet. Look at the toilet.
That could be coming from this bathroom that was in the kitchen.
Yeah,
full of
he tracked the smell in the buffet area coming from the bathroom. So people are So y'all love Chinese food that much that there's a bathroom stench in the buffet area. You like, oh well, I'm hungry. That's crazy.
Standing water and reeked of sewage. What in the world is going on here? The owner doesn't want to talk about it.
No cameras. No cameras. What? First of all, don't touch. First of all, don't touch the camera.
Hey, yo, that dude looked like every owner in every Chinese spot I've ever seen before. I got the same owner.
Wait, talk to my attorney. Don't touch my camera. Don't touch my camera.
110 violations. It's the worst inspection we've seen in a long.
And look what it says: hibachi. Y'all love those hibachi spots, right?
Don't touch my camera.
110.
Look at this. Hibachi is like a finesse word, like halal. Yeah, halal chicken, halal fish, halal soul food. Oh, halal is halal. The hell out of here. Halal and hibachi are two finesse terms to get people to buy from there who would have never really bought from there before.
Violations. It's the worst inspection we've seen in a long time. 110. We show those entering to eat what was recently found inside.
Yeah, they actually in there eating with the stench.
Find somewhere else to go. You're gonna eat somewhere else. Yeah.
I just bought from there and I returned it right now.
We are shocked the state allowed this place to reopen.
Hold on. And the state like, yo, we need money.
Returned it right now.
We are shocked the state allowed
Look
this
at them over
place
there at the booth. Just eating. Oh my God. Yo, the meat, when they showed the meat, it wasn't even pink no more. It was brown. Like it was, oh my God. Like, oh. It was brown, not that it was expired. It was that they left it out. It was spoiled.
Reopened following an ordered cleanup and reinspection, and we have passed our findings on to the Florida
out there
Department
eating like
of
crazy, yeah.
Business and Professional Regulation. The good news: you now know what's going on behind the kitchen door.
I'm good on all Chinese fast food restaurants. Like I said, the best I do. The Japanese, well, they ain't even Chinese. The Japanese place with the sushi roll. That's the best I'll do, man. But I am good on everything else, yo. Y'all can have that. That's what y'all want? Hold on. Y'all want Chinese food that bad? That's all y'all's. All right. So I want to show let me go to the 19Zs in case y'all missed it. All right, I'll play it one more time. The 19Zs. In case y'all missed it, came here too late. I did play it early. One more again with the 19Zs, and then I'm gonna show y'all this disgusting, filthy tether trying to gaslight Judge Joe Brown to get him to turn against the lineage. It was so disgusting, man. So disgusting. All right.
Yes, I know FBA is not a group based on definition. What I said was that those who mob and who take on a mob mentality.
He didn't say that. He said what he said. Now he's explaining.
Inside a group. Because obviously, based on foundational Black American, it's describing my own lineage. Right? My great-grandfathers. You understand? My great-grandmother. That is obvious. And what I said is that it behaves, and when I say it, I'm talking about those people who engage in diaspora wars. So my brother Steve asked me, what's up with the diaspora wars? And if you know, man,
yeah, he said those who engage in diaspora wars. Now you see, like these boring people like him, he just so above everybody. Like, yo, why don't you talk to a Foundation Black American? Why? Like, I mean, why are you just talking to the camera? Why don't you like do what most people do? Hey, just talk to a foundation Black American. Like, they don't want no pushback. Because he could damn sure invited me on there. Like, dude, stop the cap.
And man, that's a platform where we just speak candidly. We're actually going to be doing another episode. So when I'm talking to him,
those who engage in diaspora wars, bro, what's a diaspora war? What is that? Those are tether rooms. When a tether get a room and speak about FBA business, that is now called diaspora wars.
To Naomi, and we just sitting at home. It's not a show that gets hundreds of thousands of views like High Level Conversations.
Yes, guy. It's not a show that gets 100,000 views like High Level Conversations. High Level Conversations. Bro, stop. It's not a show that gets 100,000 views. Yeah, because it's boring.
So in context of the diaspora wars, there are people who are fringe. There are people who are polarizing. And
now, family. He said diaspora wars. Well, if it's a war, that means two people involved, right? Two parties involved. So if that's the truth, then why don't, okay, if you're upset at Foundation Black Americans for participating in what you call diaspora wars, then shouldn't you be upset at the other side also participating in diaspora wars? So the real comment, the objective comment, the unbiased comment would have been, hey, everybody, I'm disappointed in y'all. Y'all got to stop these diaspora wars. FBAs, Africans, Caribbeans, y'all got to stop. Just buy my coffee. 19 sleeping pills. Buy my coffee. Because when I talk, y'all all going to sleep. So hear my next lecture, but buy the coffee first so you can stay up. But if you want to go to sleep, if you got insomnia or you can't sleep, you working third shift, listen to my lecture. You will be asleep in the first 3 minutes.
For wars, it is not everybody. There's a small group of people, right, who did take on those behavior traits. They respond a certain way. They're extremely negative.
So you only see that in FBAs. You don't see that in Africans, and the Haitian woman said we all dusty or dirty, and then the other Nigerian woman who went on her podcast and said we're mutts, we're mulatto mutts. You know, these people, and look, family, they be FBA talking this. I would get it if he was Caribbean, if he was from Africa, I would get it. Or even mixed. Half FBA. These guys be FBA talking this. So if there's a diaspora war and FBA is part of it, and you got tethers on the other side, you're going to just condemn FBAs? And that's why they do this by themselves. They don't ever let FBAs on there to give them pushback. Cowards, man. Narcissists too, because they believe like they're just so much above everybody.
Want proof of that? Look at how people have attacked me. People have sent death threats. People have sent hate. Right? People have sent all sort of different things. They did not communicate with me or to me and ask me what my thoughts were directly. Those who have platforms who I would have engaged with. No, it was like attack, attack, attack. And so I will always consider that to be a small group of people, but you cannot say a whole entire lineage because some people don't even know this exists.
So he's still trying to throw shots out. Hey, bro, that even made no sense. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, what sense did that make?
Right? But when you're describing a lineage, that is different than when you're describing behaviors of people who fit patterns. Right? So I don't know if that still makes sense to you.
Hell
if
no.
it does, let me know. Right? I'm not always privy to the way people are consuming the information or how they're operating in different silos. So I'm not sure how the narrative is going to be spun later on. So I can't say everything perfect, nor will I try to. But I appreciate you asking the question. You understand me? But when people behave in a certain way, then I'm really looking at behavior patterns, right? And that behavior pattern is what I use to define the outcome of what something is or what something's not, right? But nobody can say something is, nobody can define the rules for lineage, right? That's the whole point. But if somebody tries to define those rules, then you can only do that operating inside a group, right? So as a Black American, you can't tell me what I can and cannot say because we criticize Black America, right? And then we also we have a lot of constructive things for it. So if I can make astute observations and be critical of my own people, because that is my people, there's no rules for that, right? So same thing when it comes to being a foundational Black American. I can be critical of people that come from that same lineage. For me, it's the same thing. When you start like utilizing the language and identifiers consistently to separate, it feels like you're attacking it. Group, but it's really the same way that you've always been speaking on the people, right? When you speak on negative attributes or something or positive attributes, historical attributes or things of that nature, to me it's the same, right? And so I guess you have to understand the context in which somebody is defining something or observing something versus this person an agent, this person hates us, this person is like, I can't really get caught up in all of that. You know, I think that that's people's content cycles, if anything. And I think people benefit if they can get a video that gets hundreds of thousands of views. I think people benefit if they can connect their name to mine and, you know, be disrespectful and talk all this shit in the world and completely disregard.
I know. I found out I was on mute. I realized I was on mute. Yeah, that's why we cancel this guy. This guy says a lot of words and don't be saying nothing.
Any of the work that you've done. And so I really don't have respect for people who disregard everything that you've done for something that they don't like that you've done. You know what I'm saying? You say, why don't you attack the... Oh, okay, yes, I understand what you're saying. You're saying rhetorical. What is the criticism of continental Africans? I just talked about the criticism of continental Africans. I just talked about the fallacies and how some of the diaspora returns can be a scam. But Africa is a huge continent, you know? When you travel, you stop speaking on it that much as a continent because you realize how different that each place is. Like, Africa is a uniting word. There's no the United States of Africa, right? Kwame Nkrumah is the one who tried to do that, you know, and there was a coup led against him. And then, of course, you have Muammar Gaddafi who tried to create the United States of Africa, but there currently is no United States of Africa. So how they operate in Kenya, Ghana, Uganda, you know, South Africa, and how they operate in Egypt, right, is going to be different. How they operate in Zimbabwe or Ghana or Burkina Faso, these are all uniquely different, right? Where you see the Ghana president doing an EU deal, right, with the UE, you're not going to see Traore doing that same deal, right? So this is where you find that all these differences arise. And again, my mind was like many people before I started traveling.
Family, wake up. I know you asleep. Wake up, wake up, wake up. He's almost done. Well, a little bit. He's halfway through.
And now I'm just traveled to the continent. You know, I've been to Japan, I've been to Mexico, I've been to all throughout Europe, right? We went to Amsterdam and we had our tour out there. Well, we was in the Netherlands and we went to Rotterdam, and then we was in London. We went to Birmingham, right? We've been to so many different places. You just start seeing the world from different ways because you get different experiences everywhere you go. And it has opened my mind up in ways that it's hard to articulate to people sometimes because it may feel like I'm being arrogant, or it may feel like I'm doing it from this place of, I don't know, privilege or whatever. But it's just your mind has to stretch. You don't travel a place and then have the same exact perspective that you had when you were staying local. That's just reality, right? And sometimes it's for the good and sometimes it's for the bad. And so, like, going to Nigeria changes my perception of Nigeria versus hearing narratives about Nigeria. Some of the narratives are true, some of them are false, some I can see where they come from. You know, it really depends on your source of information, right? And then I understand my own perspective comes with a level of privilege sometimes. So when I travel, sometimes we go to a place and we travel and we get the person with a great platform and they treat me like I'm a big influencer, so therefore they give me a certain level of experience. And then I have to take myself, step out of that experience and think that this is not the experience of the average person that will come here, right? And so I can't oversell my experience as a universal one, right? That's something that I know. And not only just from traveling, from being a black man in America, listen, man, I was gifted a certain level of handsomeness on this planet. So when I talk about women, you know, you might walk up to a woman and they might not have the same reaction as if I walk up to her. So I can't speak on the gender wars in a certain way because certain men might not get the same experience. You know what I'm saying? Bruh. You know, they might see me as somebody with influence and wealth, if you will, and with a great network and position, handsomeness and 6 feet and all of this good stuff. You know what I'm saying? They got it going on. You know what I'm saying? With consciousness. So I can't say that's going to be the same experience everybody getting. That's bias. In reality. And I think about things like that all the time as well. Like my experience is not everybody. So this is why I sometimes shut up about things. And I'm like, Keys, you can say what your experience is, but it's privileged. And not privileged like, you know, I just born with it, but I went and got it and now I got it. You feel me? My older brother gave me the game and made it plain when I was young. You feel me? So I don't walk around like somebody else. You know, unless you was given what I got, that you can't do what I do. So I do understand that we all speak from different, so I try to find what that commonality is. And I try to find, like, how can I observe this and speak through the lens of the average man, right? And the average woman, because that's really, when you're talking to the masses, who you talking to, right? Everybody not the same. Everybody experience is not the same. The first time I went to Africa, my brother Memphis Depay, right, who was a very wealthy footballer, right, and he invited me out there for his birthday. Not first time I went to Africa, first time I went to Ghana. First time I went to Africa, I was invited out there to go speak at a school, right? I was paid to go out there, actually. Stop the cap. Right, I was paid to go speak in front of the pyramids.
What they pay you? A bunch of funny color pieces of paper with Dr. Seuss on them, bro? Stop it, man. What you got, 30 grand? Like, just say what? This weird stuff to make them all go to sleep. It was nap time. This dude got invited to give a speech when it was nap time because the kids wouldn't go to sleep. Like, dude, knock it off.
Right, I've had great experiences, so that's different. But it was my brother Memphis Depay, and I knew that experience that we've had, that was a very wealthy experience. And so there was a time where we left the group and we went to the hood. You feel me? We went to some of the environments, Stop the cap. You feel me, that was not so wealthy. We did some little documentaries there. We shot some film there, and I was able to experience a completely different side of Ghana. It wasn't so safe to be in. That when we're traveling the road and we're traveling with military and we can just move people out the road, that if I'm telling people, hey, it's not this distance from that distance is not that far, but then when they get out there and they in traffic for 3 hours, then I would not be giving them the same experience, right? So this is where you have to be able to take a step back and understand your audience. Now, if I'm speaking to somebody I know who could have the same experience as me, then I would tell them my experience because I know that they can afford that one. But if I'm speaking to the general masses, then I must be like, look, this is the reality there. This is what my reality was, right? And you have to then separate that. And that's why we also are doing retreats, right? So that I can take you through my experience, because nobody wants to go and just have the, I can lend my resources and my access points. You walking through the airport, do you know the right people? If you know the right people, it can take an hour experience and that can turn into a 10-minute one when you're in certain places, right? Like, there's a lot of different things that can occur, and those small things matter when you go into a place, the way you enter and the way you exit, because those are the things that you remember, right? And so exiting a place and it take you a long time, and you
just babbling.
You didn't know these things, right? It can put a bad taste in your mouth, and then you end up sharing that exit experience, and now, you're sharing the negatives versus the positives. So, I understand that. Like, it is very important to have context and nuance with everything that you're doing.
Then he gonna drink that bullshit coffee that's mixed with coffee beans from Ghana and mushrooms from Ghana. That's why he hallucinating now. Dude, high as hell. And yeah, the coffee's so disgusting. My guy don't even promote it. Like that, you know what I mean? Like, hey, what I'm sipping. Buy this Ghana bullshit, yo. Come on now, diaspora. All right. So now I'm gonna touch on another video where some woman Tether was trying to gaslight Judge Joe Brown, and far as I know, he ain't fall for it. But let's take a look at it. Hold on. Let's take a look at the video. Bob, run the film. All right, let me first find it. Okay, let me put it in the right. Okay, got it. I got it. I found it. Found it.
The fact that Tariq Nasheed went public with his disagreements with Professor Small. And a lot of people didn't like what Professor Small said, because he said that this FBA movement probably has some people who are being paid by the government, to disrupt, or, like COINTELPRO. And a lot of movements, even though FBA is not organizations, but even a lot of organizations, such as, for instance, the Black Panther, had all types of agents in it. That's what every organization, the government tries to plant agents in organization to disband, disrupt, or to promote whatever propaganda. So when he made the comment, and he wasn't calling Tariq Nasheed an agent, he was just saying it could be some people who within this FBA movement can be government agents or whatever. And I have to agree with him. That was his perspective, his opinion. Anyway, all of the FBA cult people went after Professor Small.
Wait, did she say FBA cult people? Hey, yeah, remember, this was the same thing happening with Professor Smalls way before he said what he said, that we were agents getting paid. Remember, I played that video. That thing got like 10K in like 1 week. I played that video. I did a video on Professor Smalls, and he had the same thing. He had a bunch of FBA haters around him in his ear, and Judge Joe Brown is letting this woman be in his ear I'm gonna write him. I'm gonna send a comment. Like, dude, get away from her, my guy. You're gonna find yourself on the hit list. Did she say FBA cult?
That was his perspective, his opinion. Anyway, all of the FBA cult people went after
Okay, you heard her? FBA cult people. Right? So you see what angle she coming with. And Judge O'Brown is entertaining this woman. I don't know who she is to him, but if that's his co-host, he's in trouble. Because that means she's gonna slip some hate every so often. and eventually he's gonna bite.
Professor Small, trying to discredit him because you disagree. And now, and then it's the whole thing of delineation.
That's because we have too much. That's because we have too many sissified minds that aren't into logic, reason, rationality, objectivity, and dispassionate analysis. They are emotive. That's what I'm talking about. That is part of the process of the feminization of the country. It should be a yin-yang or yin-yang balance between male and female, not where one particular aspect of character associated with some gender circumstances is supposed to dominate. It just doesn't work that well.
So let me just set the stage real quick, because I understand the concept of delineating, especially when we're talking about the Census Bureau having our own separate box from Black immigrants for the purpose of, counting who's who, and for the purpose of reparations, restitutions that is owed to Black Americans. Now, I just heard in the state of California, it was a law, and the governor approved it, SB 15, to where it was a form of delineation of counting Black Americans separate from Black immigrants, right? But delineation for me is an action for the purpose of reparations and restitution.
Well, what we were talking about when we talked about gangs of New York is
now it's just like this animosity.
We don't like it. She cut them off. We don't like that. We don't like when people say FBA and gangs in the same breath. You dig? That's why when people don't flat out say the FBA or at least Adolf or Friedman or so on, I really don't trust you. You dig? I don't rock with you like that. If you don't confess that you're one of those names, you know why? Because either name is showing that you are for delineation. You feel me? When you don't rock with some of those names, those delineating names, I'm cool off you. I ain't no supporter. What you got going on?
Now it's just like this animosity with Black immigrants who come over here, and their animosity or their ignorance towards Black Americans, and now FBA call them tethers and stuff like that. So it's like this battle online.
Yeah, but look, is there any difference between the battles that the Germans had with or against the French and vice versa, or the French had against the English and vice versa, or the Vikings coming out of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark had against the rest of the Europe when they were kicking ass? By the way, do you know why 13 is an unlucky number?
Why?
It's got to do with this. 13 was a very lucky number for Vikings. So if it was a lucky day for Vikings, it was a very bad day for everybody else. You were getting your ass kicked. So that's why 13 is looked at as an unlucky number, because your enemies, some super white folk over here from the far north, were kicking your ass. So is that to say that the combat that's been going on for several thousand years between Germanic folk and French folk and, the far north?
So you see, like he's trying his best to sidestep her gaslight. He's trying his best to Eurostep it. And she keeps saying FBA, turn the sheet, FBA. And he ain't really so far, he's not responding to that at all. He's like giving her no energy. But again, if you keep them, as far as I know, for these 7 to 8 years, Adolph's FBA been going viral, right? Trending. When you keep them around you long enough, they usually turn coat as well. They usually sound like the hater in their ear. Remember the woman king, the doctor woman king? Well, she had those guys in her ear while she was saying she's FBA, she's freedman, but she had them in her ear the whole time. Look at her now. Oh, I'm an African American. I'm trying to tell you, man, Professor Smalls, I'm FBA. He kept them in his ear. Look at him now. FBA is the feds, basically. 19Zs. He had those retarded twin pillar twins in his ear. He was, sort of on code. Look at him now. FBA is a cult. They got a leader. They are a hate group. They're paid by the government. That's where they all end up going and go. And Judge Brown is not immune to it as well. He keeps this dog around him. He'll be saying the same thing. Remember this video, because I'll be the first time on a lot of things. He's gonna, if he keeps her around, he's gonna end up doing it.
In the Mediterranean area, this is supposed to be going on. But the thing we were talking about on gangs in New York is the immigrants were being greeted by some very hostile people, but the ones that were showing
whites,
the whites that were getting treated badly were being treated badly by other whites who just got here before they did. So, in other words, what is that to say about human nature? That's xenophobia, the fear or distaste for the different.
Xenophobia. It looks like he's headed that way. And this is why, look, she's smiling. Yeah, this is a piece of shit dog right here of a woman. Right here. She's smiling. I got him. It's working. Yeah, this is sad, yo. But okay, so Judge Joe Brown agrees with you. Let's just say hypothetically he agrees with everything you say. Now what? Does it stop? Do we stop delineating the what happens? Nothing. That one guy can't do shit. They thought Professor James Small, if they turn him, it's gonna stop something. That did absolutely nothing. And you know what stops them? You dig? It stops their vibes. It stopped their aurora where people don't rock with it no more. Like James Small, people really don't check out for the guy no more. You dig? We don't lose credibility. They do. The people who turn on us. 19Z. That's why you back begging. Oh, FBA. I didn't want to mean that. No, I meant another group. Yeah, stop. So yeah. So when y'all get them to turn coat, it don't stop us. It stopped them. They start losing numbers. We gain numbers.
So here you got some white people attacking some other white people. It's no different than some black folk attacking other black folks. So get over it. It's just the way things work in the human.
Right, Nia. Nia said when black people get on code about something, it's a cult. They fear us being united. Right, which makes us want to unite more. It's like, oh shit. Like if they paid us no mind during this delineation thing, we would feel like, okay, maybe this ain't got no power, no attraction. Maybe ain't no green glow over here with us. But you dig? And some folks might be discouraged, like, I ain't no motion over here. But it's lit, you dig? So that's making more people gravitate to it.
Of the sphere of influence on the planet. So it's not a good thing, but stop getting all freaked out about it.
Well, people feel as though if you don't agree with their ideology, then they're gonna cancel you. Let's cancel him. Let's kick this person to the curb. But first of all, I say you have no power to cancel anybody. YouTube could cancel because this is their, and they want to cancel you to kick you off their platform. They can, right? Then you go to somebody else's platform. My point with that is ownership. If you own something, then you have the power to cancel. If you don't own nothing, you don't have no power.
That made retarded sense. What, how many people got canceled from a group that ain't own shit? What are you talking about? All right. I'm good on this one. Next video. Yeah, I'm good on that one. All right. Here's the gaslighting hour right here. There's some tethers talking about Africa and the UN.
Ladies first, Ayafabera Nelly Esquire.
Okay, all right. Let me get to it.
The Democrats know they cannot get a person in that office without the Black vote and without the Black woman's vote. Nonetheless, the Latinos, not all of them, but a significant portion of them chose to go with the white candidate as opposed to the Black female candidate.
Humanity, Ghanaian President John Dramani.
He ran on behalf of Israel.
Yeah.
It appears that NATO members are not obligated to join that war. Is that the case?
Yeah, that's the case. That's the case.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons why Spain has declined the use of its facilities.
Understood.
Yeah, so basically it's like, no, you're on your own. Sorry.
Okay.
So that said, let's go to Ghana for our first story, which comes from Radio France International, and it's that Ghana has decided to take the matter of the acknowledgement of the slave trade to the United Nations. And the story reads, Ghana seeks formal UN acknowledgement of African trade slave injustice. It says Ghana will submit a resolution to the United Nations General Assembly in March to designate the African slave trade as the most serious crime against humanity, Ghanaian President John Dramani Mahama announced on Sunday during the African Union Summit in Ethiopia. Judging from the fact that it's a very emotive subject, obviously it's got its historical antecedents in capitalism and what have you. How do you think this resolution will be received in the United Nations? Comrade.
All right. So I suspect that most of the countries that were formerly colonized will support it. And I suspect that, and I don't know how the protocols work, could the resolution be blocked by a member of the Security Council? And is a member of the Security Council willing, the United States, for example, or Britain, or even France, to take that move and look?
Yeah. This is just disgusting. These desperate tethers, man. My God.
To look to the eyes of the world as the country that is blocking the acknowledgement of the history of enslavement and its consequences. So that's question.
Nah, the consequences, that better be still tied to slavery. If you were not enslaved, yeah, reparations got nothing to do with you. That's the bottom line. It's called the transatlantic slave trade. It ain't called the transatlantic colonials. You know what I mean? No. It's called the slave trade. So if you were not a slave or enslaved, you ain't got nothing to say about reparations.
Number one, I suppose they could block the resolution. Or is it something that can just be passed by the General Assembly? And it's important because obviously...
Yeah, so, hey, Tyree said, it's Tayi, I'm sorry, Tayi said Judge O'Brien is saying questionable stuff. Guess what, Tayi? The way I am, that's enough. If I got to question your loyalty, if I got to question whether you're on code or not, you automatically not on code. I ain't rock with you. If I got to question you at all, I'm good. I'm passing. Denied. You ain't with me. You dig? So if I got to question any of that, I'm good. I'm passing. Because we know what it is. If you're FBA on code, we get it right away, man. Y'all call it the majority spirit, you call it the ancestors, whatever. I call it the FBA glow, the lineage glow. You dig? It's just something that don't need to be explained. It's understood. And if I got to question it, nah, I'll pass. Because every time you question it, it turned out to be the wrong answer. You did. So I know better. I'm good.
What Ghana is doing is creating another major international platform where the issue of reparations can be discussed. It's asking for an acknowledgement. It's not really, I believe, asking for an official apology. And in fact, the UN would not be in a position, I guess, to issue an official apology on behalf of the UN, because it is some of the individual member countries that were responsible for for the enslavement and the consequences of enslavement. But to me, I think it's great.
Why is he adding in the consequences? Why is he adding in consequences? No, just enslavement, my guy. That's tether talk.
Because, as I said, it elevates the issue of reparations. He does not stress the issue of reparations because he knows that would make it much more difficult to get the resolution approved. That's why he's not talking about it. But the article then mentions.
Hold on. Let me do this right here. My boy George Macon. Let me throw the link out there for you. Put a link out there for George Macon.
The previous president, Ado, who actually did mention the issue of reparations. So I like how he's delinking it from the true agenda. And the true agenda is to open the door so we can be discussing the issue of reparations at a major forum such as the United Nations.
Sister, your thoughts.
Well, I am glad that Ghana is, as the first African country to gain its independence. We know Ethiopia never had to go through that process, but to get their independence, I'm glad that they are leading the way.
What is on the top? Look carefully at this scepter. I may ask you about it later. A golden cobra. I'll remember that. It's beautiful. Got it. I should. I worked here for 12 years.
All right. Oh, I hear you now. Well, no, I don't. Your microphone don't have no. George, your mic. No, okay. Yeah, I hear you. You're good.
You can hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, I got something good for you, boy. I said,
okay.
I got it. Listen. All right. Let me preface it. Wait, first, no. You know what? No. Let me. Am I able to share the screen? You got to see this. I got to get this to Ryan because I know you ain't see it. Because if you'd have saw it, you'd have been on it.
All right.
Hold on. Let me. Where's that? Okay, here we go.
Again. I already checked it. Check it again.
All right. Can you see it?
Hold on. Let me make it bigger. Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
You see where it says African men don't take good care of African women? Black American men deserve. She's telling African women to marry FBA men.
Oh my God.
Listen, but it's two things on here. I'm gonna play this one first, and then I'm gonna let you this other one because this other one, this African dude, in my opinion, right, and I'm gonna get your opinion. I think this is the first African. 85% of what he said I agreed with. That really broke down the difference between African and African Americans I ever heard, right? And it's like a 3-minute. He went in. I said I want to send this to Ron. I want to see what Ron say because he was breaking down blackness as for Americans as opposed to Africans. I thought it was real intriguing. But I want you to hear this. I want you to hear this this tether go. Listen to this.
We need another way.
Why are you guys jealous? Why are you guys jealous of Black American men? Why are you guys envious of African American men? Yes, recently I've been encouraging African women to start spreading their wings, to start exploring, to start giving chance to Black American men, to start dating African American men, to start marrying African American men. And one of the reasons is because some of you, in fact, majority of you don't know the value of your African women. You don't know. You take them for granted and you don't do your due diligence as a man. A lot of time, you don't want them in your family affairs. What is your problem? Let these women breathe. Now, they are now coming to realization. They can now see reality. What is your problem, African men? Are these not your brothers? These are your brothers. Oh, now you're not scared?
She exposing how they be talking trash about us, but listen.
Oh yeah, that's good tea.
Listen, this video I did, because you can go over it, is a Nigerian dude married to a black American woman. He got in a Uber, and another Nigerian dude was talking all kinds of trash about us, man. Like, so then
Really?
it's a woman that married a Gambian man, and she's saying like how he left her a single mom. The other man, family. What you'll see. I said, Ron ain't see this, because if he just saw this, you'd have been on it.
Hell yeah, I'd have been. Yep.
Yeah, that these men are gonna love them correctly. You are not scared that these men are gonna be doing the little things you can do for them.
She talking about us.
You think that when you give these women money, it's all about money. I'll pay the bills. I'll buy. I'll pay the bills. It's not all about paying the bills. But you see the little things we want from you, we don't get it. A lot of times, even your attention, we don't get it. Most of you spend all your money on side shit.
Side shit.
Whoa.
And our women deserve better. Now, we want you to do the little things, and you can do it. For us to be shouting, for us to be crying, for us to be complaining, we don't want to do that anymore, right? Yes, the little things. Take care of the house, sweep the house, mop the floor, cook for us, pamper us, take us for a date. Little things. And a lot of you Africans, you don't have these qualities at all, of which African Americans do have. All right. You're gonna say, I'm not a woman. I'm not a woman. You're enjoying. Time has come. You see that your enjoyment is gradually leaving you, because you gotta sit upright. You gotta start loving this woman right. If not, they are going for the black American man.
After we was lazy, after we was accountants.
Hold on.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, I know they mad as hell.
I want you to see this one. Hold on. Before I get to that dude, I want you to see what this lady said. Now, mind you, this is an African dude exposing the Gambians and their voodoo and juju and all that stuff they do, right?
And she want to share with me and my followers, which is you. So I'm going to play the voice message. Tell me what you think. Comment, on the comment section what you feel. What do you think happened? What was going on? And she wants people to learn from her own experience. Like I said earlier, or last time, people have been sending me messages, Black African American women have been sending me messages. They want you to listen and learn from their experiences.
With African men.
Real quick. Listen up.
Flashback. How are you? I just wanted to also let you know my experience. I myself married a Gambian. I was married to another Gambian before that, but that relationship didn't work out. I guess because he had a lifestyle that I didn't want. So I married another Gambian. We had 3 boys together. But during that time, the experiences from his family, from himself, I believe a lot of voodoo was involved.
A lot of voodoo was involved. Yeah.
Was another situation.
He had a baby on him.
Things that you've been talking about are
No.
that many in your community don't want to hear the truth. And the one thing that I do have to admit is that you'll never be accepted by an African and their family unless they're open to the education. And from America. So I really appreciate your videos. You can even play this message if you want to. But I really do believe that what you've been saying has been wholeheartedly the truth. And a lot in your community don't want to hear it because you expose the lies that they tell Black Americans that they don't want to hear. So I wanted to thank you for your content.
Thank you for reaching out. Thank you for appreciating my work. Thank you for appreciating.
This an African exposing his own people.
Okay, I want to hear this.
So, what do you think? You think it's not always rosy? Like people will say, I'm dating an African dude. He's gonna take care of me. He's gonna do this, do that. Don't get me wrong. There are nice, good ass African men out there. And there's some that will show you Pepe. Yes. You Pepe.
They'll show you Pepe.
So you gotta be careful, you know. I'll keep you 100, you know.
Now, this was a lady. Now hold on. Now I want you to see this. Did you see what Charleston White said to the Jamaican lady?
No.
Yeah. I'm gonna show you that too. Then. But I want you to see. I want you to see this dude here. Now, I want to get your opinion because I got mine. I agree. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna play it. I'm gonna see what you say when he breaks down blackness for Black Americans.
Do each other a disservice when we pretend that we're not.
Hold on.
It seems like to me, he gets it somewhat. Check this out.
Black people are different. We are. We do each other a disservice when we pretend that we're not. Race, the way we use it, gives us permission to be intellectually lazy. It lets us group people who look alike without understanding how they actually live, where they live, and what they value. For those that do not know me, my name is Timothy and I run a WhatsApp group for the Black Diaspora, a space where we study the moves the world makes around us. Every day we break down global shifts, political patterns, and the power play shaping Black futures everywhere. We also host a live Zoom meeting every last Friday of the month. All these links are in the bio. When I first came to the United States, I was fascinated by African Americans. And I'll be honest, I thought we were the same. We look the same, we share ancestors, we share history. So I assumed Blackness meant the same thing to all of us. That was my mistake. Here's the disconnect. For African Americans, Blackness comes first, before your job, before your politics, before your city. You are Black all the time. That's how society meets you. That's how history trains you to move. For Africans, identity works differently. Tribe comes first, then language, then country. Blackness exists, but it sits lower. Now, in America, Blackness is like a uniform. You don't take it off. It comes with scars, it comes with memory, it comes with rules you learn early. When to close ranks, when to be careful, when solidarity is not optional. This uniform wasn't chosen, it was earned through survival. And for Africans, this uniform does not make sense at first. So when Africans and African Americans meet in the West, there's an unspoken expectation. We look the same, so we should move the same. But Africans are still reading the world through culture, nationality, or tribe. To African Americans, that can feel like betrayal, like siding with the enemy. But it's not betrayal. It's just us being unfamiliar. At first, Africans are often treated differently. Accents matter, nationality matters, and that creates a temporary buffer. Blackness stays low for a while, but something changes when an African has a child in America. That child doesn't have the accent. That child isn't read as foreign. That child is read as Black, and suddenly the uniform appears. When the child is treated the way African Americans are treated, everything changes for the African. Now the parent understands, not intellectually, but emotionally. Blackness starts to move to the top. The uniform finally makes sense. Everything the African Americans have been saying to us finally makes sense. Yes. Now, there's another layer we don't talk about enough. African Americans are liberal by necessity. History forced it, civil rights demanded it, coalitions were survival. Africans are conservative by design. Our society is demanding order matters and tradition carries weight. That difference also creates tension between us. And over time, many Africans understand why African Americans are liberal. Now, some change, some stay in the middle, but the shift usually comes with experience. Now, this isn't about blame, it's about timing. African Americans were shaped by Blackness early, and Africans encountered full racial Blackness later. One group was trained from birth, and the other learns through lived experience. That's the gap. So before I go, African American identity is a survival identity. African identity is a lineage identity. The uniform exists because it had to, and learning how to wear it takes time. Understanding this doesn't weaken Black solidarity. It finally makes it possible.
So that was it right there. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, so I think he was right in acknowledging like the difference as far as what what we mean when we say we're black.
Right. He
So
he got it right. That's the only African I ever heard get it right. The only part I disagree with the end was the lineage part. But 90% of what he said, I thought he was spot on.
yeah, so that part, I might have to use that for, for Tether's way when they can't understand. But he's right, and I've been saying that. But he's right. As far as that, like the African, he said the language part. I didn't know that, but he said for them it's tribe. I thought it was tribe
It's
nationality, but he
tribe
said
first.
tribe.
It's
Yeah, he said tribe
tribe culture,
language.
nationality, and then black.
Yeah, well, he said don't forget he said country. He's kind of same thing. He said tribe, language.
Culture, nationality.
Right. And then he said black, but even when he said black, I'm not sure. 'Cause he didn't really
He said
elaborate.
because he said black was on the lower. They don't consider black. That's the last thing that they consider. Where we wear black as our uniform. And he said
Yeah.
here they don't understand. They never understood that. But this the thing though, Ron. If this brother get it, they get it. A lot of them get it. This brother just articulated everything that we've been saying. He got a couple things wrong.
Now you know what? I don't think they get it really. I think he get it because he wanted to get it. I think he.
That's the point I was making. That's the point.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, I believe that he's probably not a tether. He probably respects us enough to want to get it.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. And then he explained it, kind of close. So he wouldn't be somebody I call a tether.
But
He
that's what
seems
I'm
like
saying.
he get it. Yeah.
To me, he would be somebody. He might be somebody that grew up in the hood with you, where he understands the culture, and he wants to get it, so he can break it down. Other ones don't. They don't respect you, so they don't give a shit to get it.
And also, what I was saying by get it, I believe he listens to black people talk about their blackness. I think it's not just experience. I think he watches like black leaders or spokesman people talk about their blackness to understand what it means to us. I think he listens to Malcolm X, Dr. King, people like that. I think he is trying to learn like what is blackness to them. And I think he was getting it, like that.
Did you get the caveat in it where he said, the genesis of what he was saying was we're right in what we're saying. The Africans are wrong. Because remember what he said?
Right.
We don't get it until we start getting treated a certain way. Then we understand what they was trying to tell us the whole time. He said.
So even that part right there. So it's only okay. So it's only but so much they're going to get because they don't live in the states where you're going to get it.
Right.
So when he said that, I'm thinking like, well, the best he's going to experience is maybe discrimination. Depends on his name, because don't forget, people that's clearly not Black American are highly favored. This is a statistical fact. Like they're highly favored over Black Americans.
Right.
So now, if his name is John, something like that, yeah, I could see him fall into like some type of discrimination lawsuit because he's dark skinned. I could see him like being looked at as one of us. But so in that part, but he said the parents understand. That part I don't know because I play a lot of things like that, and the kids say their parents just ain't going to get, like the kids themselves said, hey, we stopped talking to our parents about this because they just don't want to get it.
But I think what he was trying to say though, I think what he was saying was when that kid is born here and they don't have the accent, they grow up kind of like some of the rappers, they grow up and integrated in the Black experience, and then they get treated the way we do. Then the parents start to say, "Oh, okay, now I see what." I think that's what he was trying to say.
Well, I think this is my opinion. Like my opinion ain't law, but you guys know what I think. I think the kid has a revelation. Like, oh,
yes.
I think the parent is looking like, oh no, it's my baby. Now, my baby ain't one of them. Don't you? That's how I think a parent could take it. Like, don't you dare touch my baby. He ain't one of those niggas. But I think the kid will say, I understand. So when Black Americans say this and that, I think the kid could say, I can relate because I went through that.
Yeah, see, for me, I wanted you to hear this because we both come up through the Pan-African thing, side of the TV, Pan-African.
Yeah.
I've been around a lot of Africans and Caribbeans. I may have heard maybe one other person ever talk like this, like that was able to explain it where he had my attention. because he was saying something that my ears heard. Normally they'll start off and say something, you're like, what? He actually was able to separate blackness from them and explain it from the way we would explain it. That's the thing. That's the thing that I respected about what he.
That was good.
Yeah, it was good. He got it. He actually got it when he said we wear it as a uniform. We wear it from birth. We can't separate from it. This is who we are. He got it.
And not only that, we associate with everything we do. That's why you got Black Banks, Black Wall Street, Black Reconstruction, Free Blacks. Like everything we do, we tie it. We web it to Black. So it's not that this is John Franklin. No, it's Black. It's gonna be Black. Even though John Franklin did it, the whole Black, ethnic is gonna get credit for that thing.
Mm-hmm. So make sure you get this though, because we might want to keep this. We might want to keep this in the archives when a couple tetherists come around.
Yeah.
When a couple tetherists come around, we might be able to pull this out and say, well, this. How come he get it but you don't?
But this is what I do though. What I would do, I gotta find this link to this. What I would do is when I explain it.
This is on my channel. This is my video.
Okay. All right. I'll do that then, because what I'll do is I'll explain it. If they act like they don't get it, then I'll just play this behind. Like, all right.
Now check this Charleston White.
Now you get it.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. No, I was done.
All right. Check this Charleston White out. Now, I agree with some going parts towards the end. Some I disagree with, but I want your opinion on this. I want to see what you say. Right? He even had to explain this to this Jamaican woman.
I'm Jamaican.
You ain't Black.
Then what am I?
Jamaican.
I'm Black.
You Jamaican.
No.
You Jamaican. There's a difference. There's a difference.
Okay, describe the difference.
If I go to
what color is my skin? What color is my skin?
Yellow.
Okay, and it derived from?
Even white derived from Black. Even white derived from Black. All colors in the color spectrum come from the color Black. But y'all have been classified as Jamaicans. We still haven't been identified nor classified. We were just given a color.
When I fill out a paperwork here in the States, it doesn't say Jamaican anywhere.
But Black is not a person. That's not a noun.
Watch what she trying to do.
That's more of an adjective, isn't it? Well, how can you describe me as being Black? You have a name. You're Jamaican.
And you're American.
Well, I'm Black American.
Okay, I'm Black Jamaican.
It don't say that.
He told her she making something up.
It don't say that, right?
Check something. When you go back home, you don't check nothing. You're automatic Jamaican.
Right.
I'm not automatic American. I'm automatic Black. Black people aren't American. We had to be given American rights. You see what I'm saying? So when we say Black, we talking us.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all ain't us. Y'all have a Jamaican culture?
Yes.
We don't.
You have an American culture. What's in Texas? In Texas, you have soul food.
What's barbecue? That's our culture.
Mm-hmm.
Black slaves didn't barbecue. So the slaves didn't barbecue. Slaves didn't create that.
Mm-hmm.
Soul food, pig intestines, pig feet.
So what did slaves used to eat?
The slop that their masters gave them, like the dogs, what you would give your dogs. And that became part of what we ate. So you say that's our culture?
No.
Come on, don't do us like that, please.
No.
I understand you play devil's advocate, but nobody in this world has been done like the person, not the African. See, this is what people forget.
Watch this part.
It was a small portion of Africans who was transported over here and was made to be slaves. It was a small portion. The rest was created and bred. They had slave form, but they bred this because slavery, international slavery, was only legal for a small amount of time before the world said, no, stop this. So America kept saying, fuck y'all, we ain't finna stop this. They started making slaves, right? So the first generation of Africans who came over here to be slaves, They weren't niggers. They was Africans. The ones who was born from the Africans, right? The ones who was forced to have sex and him sleep with this one, those that was born on this land under slavery, into slavery, they were niggers. Them wasn't black people, them was niggers. They was called nigger. Come on, nigga. Shut up, nigga. Fuck you doing around here, nigga? He didn't have a name. So those people never thought to go back to Africa. They didn't know no language. So those seeds, we are not African seeds. We don't have no African bloodline other than what the white boy have. We was born to slave.
So the more and more we look into this, the more and more you start to see.
So what you think about what he said?
Yeah, so I mean, I think he did pretty good for a freestyle.
Okay.
You know, to not have, you know, you could tell he don't know history like that. You know, he don't do a lot of reading on our history. But just a freestyle, and like I think he's really close. And what I mean by, you know, he don't talk to people like us. Like he's not in our circles. He talked to hood or goofy, clout chasing, you know, content creators who just want to be a fool. But he don't have serious conversations with people like us. So I think he did good to not have that type of influence. That's what I mean. Like,
my critique. Oh, go ahead.
Now I was gonna say, of course, it doesn't sound great to us because we're in a space where we read, we can articulate, we can express like clearly our views, and we don't be that wrong. So he was wrong a lot, but like he said, it wasn't a noun. Black, he's dumb when it comes to that. But he did a good job to be
he was explaining it the best way he could.
And his education, he did pretty good.
Yeah, my critique would have been, you know, when they outlawed slavery, they was breeding us here on these breeding farms. You had the small percentage of slaves that they brought here, but you also had the indigenous black people here, the natives and whites, and we was bred out of all of that. All of that. We are a breed of all of that. So if you don't call Puerto Rican Spaniard, how you call us African?
Right. Yeah,
but that's
true.
The part I got. The Africans that came over, they was African. But when they start dying off, you start mixing and matching them with everybody else there. If a Dominican ain't a Spaniard, why am I an African?
Right. Yeah,
but we are amalgamation of everything that was here on the land. Bred us here.
Mexicans ain't, you know, what, Spaniard too. Like they're Mexican.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And they're not Native Americans. Yeah. You know. Right. So, but I'm sure they got a large percentage of them.
Because see, when I always teach, and I would get in trouble. I would get in trouble with some people. I taught in the ethnogenesis. We are our own group. We ain't Native Americans. We ain't African. We ain't white. We are amalgamation mix that was created over the last 500 years. That was bred. We are our own ethnic group. It's like 60 million of us. Because we can claim every damn thing if that's the case.
Right, and that's why I tell like trolls when they say, "Hey, look at your DNA. You're African." I'm like, "Yeah, oh yeah." Speaking of my DNA, there's European there too. Am I European? There's indigenous there too. Am I indigenous? You sound crazy coming with that. Yeah, and guess what? And this how slow people down that come over here who just say they're completely Indian or indigenous. I say, okay, listen, I'm not going to sit and argue with you and tell you what you're not. I'm going to listen to what you say you are and determine if you're one of us. So I let him go. Look, I let him go, and it's full. Like, he didn't think it out. I let him go, and he made it clear his ancestry was never enslaved. So I said, okay. I said, so look, I said, so y'all never picked cotton? Nope. I said, y'all never cleared the land? Nope. You ain't FBA. I said, so how you foundational? You're not
there you
FBA.
Go.
And he was he was quiet. I was like, yeah, bro.
To tell people, foundational Black Americans are the amalgamation that was created here. I get pushback for it. We ain't white. We ain't Native.
Have him calling over here. I got him.
Yeah, we ain't none of that. We are. If that's the case, we all of it. Then I'm gonna show up to the Mr. Charlie house and say, "Hey, Uncle Charlie, I want my money." I'm gonna show up to the African. I'm gonna go down to the Native Americans. I'm gonna claim them all in. No, we are an amalgamation that was created. That was created, and we are our own ethnic group now. The same way a Puerto Rican would be.
Right.
That's who we are.
And the thing is, like, we are a homogenous group, right? So, like Tariq did the analogy of an egg, and it's like and that's like that's what chemistry teaches, like homogeneous and heterogeneous. But we're like heterogeneous would be like a salad, where it's not it's together, but it's not one. So you can see the tomatoes, you can see the onions, you can see the lettuce, you can see the dressing, you can separate them too. So if you could be separated, you're not one, right? But if you look at cake, you get the egg, you get the oil, you get the baking soda, baking powder, you get the water, and you mix it all together. You can't identify if you didn't see what went in there. You have no idea what's in there, and it's
that's all
one.
I've been saying. Yep.
And it's one because you can't separate. It becomes one. You can't separate the oil no more. You can't separate the eggs no more. You can't separate the whatever else is water. It's all one. It's inseparable. That's a homogenous thing, and we are that. We are homogenous people.
But I
We're
told you
a lot in one.
I had a dude like 20 years ago from Benin tell me this, man. I got offended, but because I wasn't educated enough to understand what he was trying to tell me. He told me this shit 20 years ago.
Yeah, because it sounds funny when it's not like the thing. Like right now, this is the thing to talk about today, so it's better received. But if I'm sure it was not the thing to talk about that time.
No,
so
it wasn't. We was all on hardcore Pan-African, and I thought, but he kept telling me, he was like, no, I'm not being disrespectful. I apologize if I'm being. He said, no, you're not African. You are an American. You was but he broke down. He said, you are a mixture of everything here. How can you be African? He said, well, then you're everything then. He said, he was the one that told me, he said, are you white? I said, hell no. He said, but you got it in your bloodline. he was explaining this to me 20 years ago, but I didn't get it. But he was from Benin, but he was educated, but he understood me knowing what I know now. He understood what I didn't.
Right.
Back then. He understood, but he wasn't being disrespectful to me. He was telling me the truth.
Yeah. Not facts.
I just didn't get it. I just didn't get it.
Right. Because it could have been, if you believe you were African, you felt like that didn't matter. Like, I'm African, and he's saying, well, technically, considering all those ingredients, I don't know if you're that.
Somebody said, why was I a Pan-African so long? Because I was raised in it. Majority of us come out of Pan-Africanism in the black church and all that kind of stuff. So that's just what it is. We all come from, most of us come from that. Especially over here in the East Coast corridor, when we came into knowledge, me coming from Philadelphia, I came into knowledge through the black Muslims and my grandmom in the black church. And growing up in the 80s, everything was centered around Africa, even the hip hop. That's just the way it was until you start really doing some deep digging your stuff and reading and studying, and then you come up out of it. But a lot of us come up out of that. Ryan come up.
What was the Cali dude name? What was it? JT? What's JT? Genesis. OG. Wait, I think that's he said he had a song called something, but what you gonna do with it? Something like, you remember that song?
Was it? I don't know.
Let me look at it right now.
Shit, you remember Stevie Wonder's song when he talked about the Moors and all that kind of stuff? Like, man, we was raised in that stuff, man.
Let me look at something. Anybody know that song? I think it's OT Genesis, or it was somebody, and it was something. What you going? Chat, if y'all know that song, tell me, because I'm trying to reference that the point I'm gonna make. Let me see if it's OT Genesis. I remember that song like maybe early 2000s. Let me see. Shit, man, I ain't meant to type that. OT. Like, you be trying to type something and then make you
ain't that
you
the
click
rapper,
the wrong
dude?
thing.
OT Jen, ain't he a rapper?
Okay, no, okay. It ain't that young dude. It's another guy, Genesis. It's another guy, Genesis.
Okay. Hey, I don't know if I heard that one. Somebody said J.O. Felony. They said,
there you go. That's it right there. I got it. Thank you. Hold on. I knew it was like 2 letters and shit. J.O. Felony.
I know J.O. Felony, yeah.
What was that song called?
I don't know the song. I gotta hear it.
Hey, chat. What was that? I think it's called What You Gonna Do With It.
And what was it about Africa?
Okay, it's called What You Gonna Do. All right, so check this out.
All right.
So I'm a
You want me to unshare? Stop sharing?
No, it's all right. Because I'm just gonna J-O felony, but what you gonna do?
Special kitten milk.
I'm gonna go to lyrics.
Okay.
Yeah, what you gonna do, right? So he said, "Oh, here you go." He said, "I could give it to you, but what you gonna do with it?" All right. So that was a hook over and over and over. Now, I was never a J.O. Felony fan,
Right.
but the hook stayed in my head forever. Like, and I would think about that. So anyway, the point is, whether it's my Pan-African, Christian, atheist, is but what you gonna do with it? You feel me? Like, are you gonna do harm with it, or are you gonna do good with it? So that's the bottom line. So your ideology is really just what you gonna do with it. That's the bottom line. What you gonna do with that ideology? You feel me? You gonna stand on business, or you gonna get off code and start shucking and driving and shit?
Yeah. No, that's real.
I was talking to Q Buddy yesterday. We had like a 2-hour, 3-hour conversation, something like that.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we talked about, like, we know a lot of the same stuff basically.
Yeah, I know.
You know. So and I'm talking about it wasn't even like history. We were talking like real life, like living conditions and you know, low income housing. Like we know a lot when it comes to that. You feel me?
That's the real shit.
Right. So I was like, so we were talking about Pan-African. I was talking about the name. It has the dirt that comes behind it. So I was like, bro, listening to you talk, to me, like, you're really not a Pan-African. Like, you're just somebody who wants to do good for like melanated or African descent people. Right. But you're not Pan-African into like the definition what it became to, right? Dealing with Garvey and Umar, like, I don't see you like that. I see you as you a guy who just want to teach correct information and STEM
He want to
to
help
kids.
black people. He want to help
to kids. So it's like, but you're taking on the name Pan-African. I think that's doing you a disservice. I think you should. I think your name should be, I want to do it for black people. You know what I mean? Something like that. Where I'm saying, like, the term Pan-African has taken a negative turn. You feel me? Because you're gonna tie you to Umar, Garvey, and all these nuts on the internet now. 'Cause even he acknowledged a lot of people come under the banner of Pan-Africanism, and they're not even that. They just clout chasing, trying to get some money, and whatever. And it's been so. What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to gatekeep FBA from grifters like that try to use the name to do some weird shit. So I'm closely minded. That's why you see, bro, if you follow me, man, I'm quick to call a motherfucker FBA or not. I'm quick to be like, hey, family, watch that guy, watch him, because I don't want it to turn to that, where a bunch of grifters come into it, and they might be of the lineage, but they're here for the wrong reason. They're here to make a dollar.
They all over, man. They everywhere.
So I try to.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I try to like monitor and have them like even point them out, like, hey, like, because right now, if they're out there, they don't have no large voice, like, because we pretty much know those with the large voices, and there are some people coming up, but even I would go to their channel, I listen to a little bit, because like the TikTokers, I don't like the representatives on TikTok. Like, I think they in it for the wrong reason.
Hey, let me ask you a question. What would you do? Somebody created a TikTok channel using all my content, and every time I post a video, they put a short clip on there, and they put it on TikTok, and they be getting a lot of views too over there, right? I was getting content for a video one day, and I heard my voice on TikTok, but I was like, I didn't click on what I looked up. I said, that's me on there. And then I looked over, it said Street Media TV, something.
Yeah.
And I looked at all these clips of my joint. So I said, what I said was, I ain't make a big deal about it because I'm getting exposure off of it anyway. But it was just like, well, damn.
Yeah, but they can't take it. See, okay, this is where they messed up at. They can't take your name.
Okay.
They can't, like, if they want to play your videos and give you exposure that way, fine. But you just took my whole brand, like my whole name.
They got the whole name. It's Street Media TV, something else on there.
Yeah, nah. What he's supposed to do is have his own name, but tag Street Media TV to all the content Like I wouldn't make like I play Tariq videos over here, but I would never make my channel called Tariq Elite. You dig? Tariq Radio, Tariq Elite Flex. Like I would never do that because at that point, nah, you
It was kind of
violating really.
it was weird, but I was just like, what the hell? I ain't even say that. I just all right, man. Whatever. But
Yeah, now you should have him like tweak his name where it ain't yours and tag you in all the shit so like the people know where to go to watch the
I didn't
full
even know
thing.
it was up. I went on TikTok and was looking for some content, and next thing you know, I just seen my face, and I said, wait a minute, I didn't post nothing on here. It had the whole logo and everything on that joint, man.
Really? Yeah.
Yup.
See, that's wild right there. That's wild.
But make sure. Hold on, wait. Look at this one here.
This spot right by the fire is the warmest place in the whole Americans intermarry with African ladies. I don't know what is going on, but I've seen black men who are Americans intermarry with African ladies.
Wait, what did she say? I didn't hear what she said.
She said black American men marry African ladies.
Oh.
Black men who are Americans intermarry with African ladies.
Okay, she said intermarry.
What is going on? But I have never seen it. First things first, the first and simplest way to get into someone's culture is intermarrying. Find yourself.
They telling them, they talking about them marrying us. Us marrying
to get to get into our culture. That's yeah.
I told you. Yo, this thing wild. Hey, Ryan. Listen, this is the Lineage movement, man.
Yeah, I was gonna say like these Africans who got all these channels, right? TikTok Spaces, YouTube Spaces, IG coming at us. Like we're seeing the evidence. Your women think you're weak, and we're standing on strong business. They think we're strong, and that's attracting them towards the lineage. They like, oh, those FBAs, they standing on business. They're not whining and crying and trying to make a dime off another person's lineage. All their content's FBA. All right, look, our content ain't always look. This is 19Z's, like he's FBA, like so. This ain't an African, whatever today.
You know what they hear? You know what they've been hearing? Us talking about the men that them fleeing. No, you flee, we stayed.
Right.
That's what
Right.
You flee, you left your country, we stayed. Now, like I said, man, FBA women ain't going for this shit. Y'all think y'all gonna come over here? I'm about to kick my son cleaning his ass up there making all that damn noise. Yeah, no, they trying to come over here and get boat race.
Yeah, now they have a plan, but they got to realize, Mike Tyson said, everybody got a plan until you get punched in the mouth. So you got a plan, but don't be effed up when you see it don't work. Because,
they trying to get a green card.
Yeah, of course, like we know that. And then we're delineating now. All of a sudden, y'all got a hankering. Y'all got a hankering for Black American men.
I can't wait. Listen, I don't know. Somebody got to get this to Tariq. I can't wait till he see this.
Yeah, that right there is yeah. I'm gonna definitely do a show on that. That other guy.
Guys envious of African American men.
Listen to what she said, right? You jealous?
Why are you guys jealous of Black American men? Why are you guys envious?
Oh yeah, they are done, yo.
Tariq, man.
Yeah, they are done. Oh my God. They're on women like, yo, y'all got a hankering for FBAs. What's wrong with y'all? Yeah, look. And you can imagine what they're going through. She probably cooking, she probably washing dishes, and all these tellers doing is either a content creator talking about us or they're watching another content creator talking about us. That's why they're like, yo, what the fuck? Yo, all I hear is Black American all day long. Black American.
And she washed and blowjob and puffed her hair out into an afro.
Right. Yeah, I had noticed that. I had noticed the afro. Like, okay.
Yeah. She went straight out to she Nick rolled it out.
She got the bamboo earrings. Yeah.
I seen all that
Nose
off rip.
ring, yeah.
I said, okay. You think you slick.
Nose ring, you dig?
Oh my
Yeah,
God,
she
man.
she
I
she she
see that. I
definitely went,
said,
yeah.
yeah,
She said,
she
I'm gonna
went
be a
full
sister.
Negro. Huh?
She said, I'm gonna be a sister.
He took that, yeah, and blow dried it out, blew it out. It's because a lot of Africans can't get their hair like that though.
Yeah, that's why that's the first thing like we noticed, like, because I hear the accent. Okay, she's not foundational, so she must have did that.
I think she said she was from South Africa, if I wasn't mistaken. I could be wrong. I believe she said that in one of her other videos because she got a bunch of videos saying this.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she got.
Yeah, I would love to read the comments on that goddamn video.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, the comments was vicious. The women was agreeing with her. The Africans was mad. They want to stone her to death.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Yeah, so she might be in one of those countries where they like kind of got some type of protection.
I seen one comment.
talking like that.
They said she should be ran over by 1,000 goats.
Yeah, are you serious?
Yeah.
Man.
He said she should be ran over by 1,000 goats. Oh,
Damn.
damn.
Yeah, I could imagine. Yeah, I don't. Damn, you think she's still in Africa talking like that,
No, I think she here.
or UK or somewhere, Canada?
I think she here in America, if I'm not mistaken. She should be ran over by 1,000 goats. I seen that shit, man. But that 19 Keys video, you see, I put on the thing. I said he's Negro splaining. That's what
Right.
Negro splaining. That's what they do.
Hey.
That's I keep telling them. I said, man, I'm a graduate. I'm a professor emeritus of Negro State University. I know Negro splaining when I hear it.
Right.
That nigga was
Hey, yo.
Negro splaining at his best.
Yo, what's up with these guys, these content creators be faking like they rich, you know? Like, what's that about? Like, they just wealthy out of nowhere and they just...
On the internet, I always say you could be the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker. As long as you're charismatic enough to draw a crowd, you could be whatever you want to be on the internet. The internet has created a safe haven for all the dweebs, the dorks, revenge of the nerds to come and build an audience that they always yearn to have on the internet. It's a rest haven for dorks.
Yeah, J.O. Yeah, man. I be trying. I be trying to get the lineage to like understand. Like, stop with these guys. These content creators. Okay, like let's say if he wasn't rich or he is rich. Like, do he think people follow him because he's supposed to be rich? No, they follow you because they in tune and whatever you talking about. They like that. They don't care if you're rich or not, my guy. That's weird, goofy shit. So the whole faking your rich thing. Now, if that's false, the people who rock with you for real, they're out because you were lying about something irrelevant the whole time. You don't got to be rich to be a great content creator. You could become rich, right? You could become rich as you're a great content creator. Like, what's wrong with the goal to be rich?
Man, listen,
Like,
it's the perception. They create a false reality to people, and people tune in because they have a desire. They play to your desire, and people pay for it, and you can make money off it. It becomes very lucrative.
and that be the thing, because people gonna rock. People tune into non-rich people too. Like, you don't got to be rich to get a black audience. And the thing is, like you said, these guys don't have any work. So they like, all right, I'm gonna sell this course or this Bitcoin lecture, and that's how they make their money, basically, by faking like they're rich.
Ron, on the internet, my brother, you can become damn near rich without ever showing your face. That's the internet. That woman, what's her name? What was her name? The pink pill lady for a long time. She didn't show herself, man. She made all kinds of money online. Had a big following back years back. Remember Google Hangout time?
Yeah.
Hangouts time. Like, a lot of people ain't been around that long. Man, these people was online. They would never even show their face. They had 500 and 600 and 700. That was a lot back then. 1,000 people in the room.
Oh, hell yeah. Way back then. If you had that much, you made it.
Yeah. So that's why I always say online, you could be the butcher, the baker, the candlestick maker, man. If you charismatic enough to draw a crowd, Man, please. You got a lot of people that can speak good, but they ain't worth two goddamn pennies with a hole in it. When you in real life, but they know how to talk. They got the gift of gab to lure the crowd in. You sheep being led to, being led. That's just what it is. But that's this internet shit. We've been around longer. Listen, we come through, like I said, the B1 Pan-African. We've seen all the charlatans, all of them.
Yeah.
Captain charlatans. I seen them all. You be like, man, this nigga is a piece of doo-doo. But if you speak out on them, they call you a hater at the time until they expose themselves. And, you get called, oh, you just hating. All right, well, I'm gonna just sit here on the sideline and watch y'all get robbed, and then
it was so clear that Polite was a scammer, and people was still sending that dude money. And like yo, he just pleaded guilty. He about to go to prison, and you think and people still buying his programs. Like,
hey,
he gonna teach you from prison?
Remember, he used to come and use all them big ass dumb words.
Oh my god, sounding like 19Zs, just saying a whole bunch of nothing.
He would use all of them. Well, when we getting booed, because I was like, what? Hey man, you don't shut up, man.
Just saying a whole. Saying like, dude, that's like fake. And he faked to be rich too. Like, dude, you don't got to do it. Well, I guess you got to for the image you want.
New covenant. New covenant.
Yeah. Like, I guess you got to say a whole bunch of relevant words, man.
They had the debate when they had the debate with him and
Malik
Ali Muhammad. No, him and Ali Muhammad.
Oh, okay.
Down here in Philly. When they did the pre-debate down here in Philly, he showed up with his New Covenant crew, and he would have his two hookers all dressed scantily clad with the boobs out, the fishnet stockings with the tight dresses. I said, this dude is crazy. If you really went for that shit, but if you called him out, you was a hater. But he wasn't the only one, though. He wasn't the only one.
Yeah, you had young Pharaoh come behind him.
Man, it was a whole lot of them. I'm just keep it like there was a lot of them. There was a lot. It wasn't just Umar. There was a whole lot of them. It was a whole bunch going on, man, over there. So you get a chance, you see it. You know what I'm saying? And that's when I understood this thing. I said, damn, people on here, because at first I thought people was really on here trying to make a difference and trying to like really wake people up. And then when you start going to the events they was having and showing up, you start seeing like, no, this nigga, I thought this nigga was the real deal.
Right. Yeah. Like when you see, like when I went to the debate with Unc and those white folks,
You talking about there? You talking about the shots debate?
Yeah. When I went there,
I was there.
I remember seeing you. I remember seeing you. There. Yeah, bro. When I seen people that be on the internet looking like that, like straight like they homeless, like they was on the streets and came to the watch. I'm like, wow.
Whenever they would have the events and I would go up there, you know who I was with? Like I would come up with my crew, but you know who I hung with? The Israelites, Captain and them.
Okay.
That's who I hung with.
Yeah, because I seen Captain there. I seen Rob Bourne. I seen
I was cool with
Zion Lex. Yeah, I seen Zion Lex there. Who else? Yeah, I seen more. Divine Prospect King.
Yeah, Divine, my dude. I like Divine. Crazy, funny as hell.
Yeah.
I stopped.
Roy Bay.
At that event, at that same event, we was outside. I stopped. What's the name from jumping on? What's the Jamaican boy name? Dagger Squad.
Garfield.
Yeah, Garfield. What's the name? Was about to beat Garfield up. I stopped him.
Oh.
Me and Sinetta did. What's his name? He just said his name? The big boy.
Rob Bourne?
Rob Bourne, yeah. Yep. Rob Bourne was about to go upside his head.
Wow.
Yeah, he was mad. I don't know what happened. I was like, no, don't do that out here, man. And I remember I said something to Sinetta. Sinetta was talking to him. He ran jumped in his truck. Garfield.
Wow.
I remember. Listen, yeah, a lot of that shit, man. Was you at the side of the TV Awards?
Nah, that's the only thing I ever went to.
Yeah, I was at the side of the TV Awards too. I was at a lot of them events. We came up.
So I ain't go no more. I ain't go no more because, like I said, I just seen how people looked. You know what I mean? Because, like you said, like when you see them in person, you see through the finesse. Like when I seen people looking like dirty for like no reason, like clothes dirty, I'm like, wow.
But that's
Dude,
why
like,
I hung with, because I didn't like Zion Lex at first, and then me and Zion Lex got cool because we would talk about real shit, like off the camera, like
yeah,
real stuff. And I used to hang with the Israelite dudes. They was the coolest ones. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Outside of the internet bull crap,
right,
we not on
right,
the internet and we just talking as men. It was just a different vibe. It was different. I was cool with Rob Bourne too, though.
yeah,
Yeah, that shit was funny, man. I remember them days were they used to have all that stuff going on. I used to be at all that stuff, man. That's how I be saying, like, man, this shit, man, this internet stuff is wild, man. So I never had a monopoly at that time because
yeah.
nobody had YouTube channels. Everybody was on Sinetta TV. He had a big monopoly.
Oh yeah,
He made a lot of money, bro. No, me
Hey,
knowing
yeah,
now, the money that I see on his YouTube back then, and back then they didn't have all those restrictions they got now. From like 2009, I would say
hey,
to about 2015, Sinetta was killing him.
hey, bro, you was allowed to play other people's music. There was no copyright, none of that, man. You could play a whole song. You could play your whole live could be other folks' music, and nothing happens to your
Oh,
channel.
you ever
Nothing.
see the video when we was in Times Square?
I'm not
We was in
sure.
Times Square with the side of the TV with the mic, walking up to people, talking to people all throughout Times Square. That was like
Well, I had to see it. I had
2017.
to see it. Hey, yo, but who do you think did it? Like that? So you said he did have a monopoly. Everybody's fighting for his audience. Who do you think showed other folks they don't need him? Like, do you think it was Hassan Campbell, Brother Polite, uh,
Ask
maybe
that question again. I didn't get it. What you
Yeah,
said?
because everybody felt like they had to go there for content, and or even if you had your own channel, you felt like you had to appeal to that audience. Like people didn't feel like they could go get a separate audience. So until like you had Hassan Campbell leave there, create his own thing, his own buzz, and match his numbers. You had Brother
Yeah.
Plight who did that. Young Pharaoh did that. You had
Yo, Pharaoh
who else
already
I
had a
named?
buzz before he came over, though. He had
Yeah, but
already had a vibe.
he didn't have an audience like that. Cause you could see when you go to his old channel, you can see his numbers from when he didn't have Sonetta and after Sonetta. It was a complete different reality.
Right.
But somebody had let people know, oh, I don't need Sonetta. I could just go do my own thing and I could be just as big as him. One of those characters did that.
Who did that? Maybe Polite. Polite probably was the first one that did it. Because I'm gonna keep it real with you. A lot of us was stuck, man. Everybody that was connected to that channel, our channels couldn't grow. I had to totally
Yeah, at
separate.
all.
I had to totally
Yeah.
separate myself from there for like 2 years.
But that's what I mean, though. That's what I mean.
Change the
Like,
name, everything.
Which one of those characters made people realize, like, oh, I got to get away from this shit to grow? Because I'll tell you right
Polite,
now,
Polite.
Hassan can't. Well, but Polite was still connected to Sinetta though. Like, 'cause when Young Pharaoh left, he was pretty much done with Sinetta. Polite was still connected, but when Hassan Campbell, he was kind of done too. But I was shocked. Out of everybody, I was shocked at Hassan Campbell's success after Sinetta.
Well, Hassan Campbell was never really part of Sinetta. He just he got on there he came on there when all that stuff went down, and then they had a falling out. So, but he was never really a part of it at first.
Yeah.
He didn't come up through like the street wars. Remember back in the day, the street wars and all that kind of stuff, the debates and stuff. He ain't come up through there. He came in later.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna try to I was just switch topics. I was talking to Rob Bourne in the inbox. He seems to be a certain way. But I was trying to I'm gonna hit him up again. Like, hey man, like I was talking to you, but like you could be honest. Like, cause I had a convo with him and he wasn't. I thought he was thorough always until recently. Like,
Who
dude, this
that?
FBA shit, Rob Bourne, this FBA stuff got people just lying because he came
I
on the
ain't hear
channel.
that. I ain't hear
Yeah,
that.
no, it's recorded. It's my channel. He came on the channel and he was trying to pretend that the reparations discussion had already happened. He was naming other people that was pushing reparations, and he even went to court. And he was trying to act like they already did it, so our result would be just as the same as theirs. And I was trying to explain to him, like, nah, bro, like they were all missing one thing, and that was lineage based. I said none of them did a lineage based claim, and he kind of didn't understand that. So he went to debate like a dummy. So like, all right, so he
I
started
don't
to
know why
name the
everybody be so damn mad about every damn thing. Like,
yeah, so he went to name like people who did the reparation thing, and every last one of them, bro. Now at the time they did it, that was probably the best they knew. But right now, looking back at it, all of their cases are laughable. Like, because the mistakes they were making was just ridiculous. So if you're trying to compare them to what we're doing now with all this AI, like you got to be a fool. Like, dude, you think they know what we know today? You dummy.
Yeah.
Like we could just ask AI, like AI, yo, what should we do different? It'll tell you everything. What was their mistakes that we gotta avoid? It'll tell you everything. Like, you dummy, you think they're gonna really be up there with us?
Man, I don't even like outside of like having conversations with us. I just stay away from everything now. Just do my content, bro. Just do my content because it's just. I think like the end this stuff, these conversations then turn people get crazy with this shit, man. Like
Yeah.
I don't understand. Like like people be mad as hell. Like I had to ask first. I said, how do what I'm teaching affect your life anyway? In any way?
Right.
Like I don't know. It just be a bunch of weird stuff, man. So I
They
stay
see
away
the
from.
potential. What they do is they see the potential of it growing and then reaching masses, right? That's what they look at. They first of all they see it as true. They hate it because it's true, and they say, okay, damn, if the masses get a hold of this, I'm fucked. That's why they hate it. So they
It
want to
can mess
stop it
their
before it
money
get
up.
legs. Right. And they want to stop it in their psyche. So they want to stop it before it even get legs. Let's stop it now before this thing get legs. And I got to deal with this everywhere I go in life. Like FBA. Like nobody want to see the three letters. None non-FBAs want to see the three letters on forms or billboard. They're like, oh my God, I don't want to see that. So they trying to stop it now by all means necessary.
Yeah, I don't know. This shit just. I tell people all the time. I just do the content, man. I come up here and bust it up with you. I go around bust it up with people, but I just try to stay out of all the beefs and all the dumb shit as I can. This just weird. It should be weird, bro.
But the beefs ain't supposed to be beefs. Like people come on your platform, it ain't like you over there. Like so, when I reach out to certain people that I see spread misinformation about FB or Lineage or anybody, um, I reach out to them like in peace, like, hey man, like hey, come over here, I come over there, like a simple, like a bill, like let's build because you're saying things I think is wrong. I think you're misrepresenting the brand on purpose. So let's have a conversation for the public, for your audience and my audience, because then you can't lie. You got to be honest, because I'm gonna hold you to
Because
certain
they
things.
don't want to let go of that Pan-African. They was making money off of it. It was their bread and butter. They don't want to let that shit go. They don't want to let that shit go. So a lot of these dudes, they know the history, Ron. They know that the stuff we talking about is the truth, but they not going to agree with that shit because they making money going the other way. Like they gotta stop doing everything that they was teaching, everything they was talking
Yeah,
about.
but they all not making money because I seen some people, their channels are pathetic. Like
Yeah, that's
talking
true
about 3
too.
people live over there. They're like,
Yeah,
I
that's
know you're not, you ain't making a dime, and you still doing it. And look, I still reached out to them.
true.
Three live people there. I said, like, yo, man, I still like, yo, because like let's just talk, because you either just a liar or you just misinformed.
They don't want to
So
let
let's
go.
work it out.
They don't want to let go. They don't want to let go. I always say, I said the biggest attractor is going to be our own people. It's going to be our own people, bro. The biggest attractors is going to be people. It's going to be people in that Democratic Party, the Pan-Africans, our family members. It's going to be our own people in the beginning. That's going to be pushing back the hardest. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
Shit. Listen, man. I just try to mind my business, man. I'll be cracking up though. You be going there, man. I'll be watching. I'll be like this. You be having me cracking up, man. You be cussing niggas out.
Oh yeah. Well, I be trying to. Okay, that's never my intention. My intention. I'm cool with these guys. I try to have a conversation, and they just keep pushing buttons with their deception, dishonesty. That's what makes me go crazy. And a lot of I just kick off. 'Cause I don't want to have a bad day. But I try. That's not my intention. That's their intention to not have an honest conversation. Like even with the Moore guy, he called in and try to act like he gonna misquote Abraham Lincoln on purpose to show that Negroes are Moors.
Yeah,
Like
and then them niggas be trolling too, though. And remember though, them dudes.
Nah, these guys be nah. I like Tether New be trolling, Jamaican Tether be troll. Like I know the trollers from the guys, and then the other guys who really be like believing their like religion doctrine. There's a difference because people they be like a guy yesterday called in super angry, and then he lied. He said, "Yo, man, look, the court had just while y'all doing this FBA stuff, the court's just Supreme Court, just Superior Court, whatever, just passed a law that they can legally discriminate black people against black people." So we like, man, shut the hell up. So we like, yo, what? Now something that dumb, something that ridiculous. Yeah, you gonna get that? Yo, shut this stupid ass up. The Supreme Court sign away you legal racial profile on anybody black. You that sound retarded, man. I'm gonna tell you you're dumb. But look, let's look it up. What's it called again?
That nigga was a Democratic shield, man.
Yeah, look. So we had the guy named. He actually named the damn thing. Somebody looked it up. It had nothing to do with Black Americans. It had everything to do with how the federal agents were handling, or even local police were handling possible illegal immigrants in like red zone criminal areas. Like you kind of like stop and frisk, like that type of shit.
He just made up some shit.
Yeah, it's like, dude, like when he misrepresented miserably because it had nothing to do with Black Americans. It had everything to do with illegal immigrants. So it was like, dude, you just really just dropped the ball over it. But he was like really into it. And then when we start to, dispel it, then he crashed out and left. But he wasn't trolling. Like he really believed the headline. Whatever website he watched, he believed the headline.
Roland got kind of quiet now because a lot of us we start exposing the Democratic Party, and see they try to come out and fearmonger, say they cutting this and they cutting that, and the women can't get this, and they doing all this prenatal care, and they doing. I'm like, bro, first of all, he came and cut all that money the NGOs was getting, right, and was allocating it to these social service programs and all these different programs they came in. So I showed on my channel, my live stream, all this money that he was cutting and where it was going to. He can't respond to that. And then I see other people start. So we show Ed Bloom and the stuff that Ed Bloom was doing. We were saying, yo, like, no, that shit was race-based. It's not lineage-based. Race-based can go to anybody. He ain't respond. He can't respond to it because there's no comeback for it. If he was to respond to what we was doing, and in the live stream while we were responding to him, he would expose himself even more. It's impossible to respond. He went berserk on us and embarrassed himself even more. Talking about class in session. Classes in session, nigga, please.
Right. For who?
For who? Like, but when he said that class was in session and he had them books and he was up there talking, he wasn't even saying shit.
The books, the books be, we're way past that. Like the book trick, like just you holding up books. That don't mean you read that book. I know you didn't read that book.
But he never broke down. He never broke down how we swayed back and forth from the Democrat to Republican. How we went when Hayes took the troops out in 1877. How we swayed back to the other side after the New Deal in 1930. He wasn't breaking down none of that. He just kept talking about something. You need to read this book. I'm like, no, nigga, like, no, let's talk about the New Deal and what happened in the New Deal and why we start switching sides. He mentioned the Lily White Party, but he didn't mention he didn't mention why we had to have the old Black Republican Party, and he didn't break down the Lily White Party. I'm like, man, get out of here, man. You talking about class was in session.
Brave and strong.
These dudes be, man, I be laughing at these jokers. The thing is, though, Ron, I'm gonna say this because I gotta go. Ron, you know what I'm about to say is true. These Pan-Africans, all the stuff that we talk and teach, they know this stuff. The real hardcore Pan-Africans, because it was part of the doctrine. They just don't want to let Pan-African go.
Right. It became a religion to them.
Yeah, to be a hardcore Pan-African, you had to know Black American and American history. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
You had to know the history. They know the history. Listen, Polite is a wild dude in jail. Umar, them dudes know the history, bro. They're not gonna tell the truth because they on that Pan-African stuff. Umar, if he was honest, could come and sit down and have an intellectual conversation and break it down. If he was honest, they're not honest people. That's the issue. They're not honest. They wanna placate to that Pan-African thing, thinking that it's gonna be something to come to them, but the Africans ain't giving them the school.
Really scared.
Right. And giving no money for one either.
Yeah. So like all the dudes that's our age, at least 50 and over, if you come out of the Pan-Africans, you know the history. You know the history because it was mandatory that we learned the history. That's why I don't take these dudes serious. I be knowing it, like Brother Reggie, nigga, you lying, bro. You know this history, man. Why you just keep lying?
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
He know the history. I've been around him. What I'm saying is he knows American history and Black history. But you know what they'll try to make it seem like you don't know what you're talking about by mixing and matching the history. He knows the history.
Right. So what they do is that they think that this is 2000, the 2000s. They think that they know it and we don't. So he's pressing his luck to see what we know and don't know. So he's calling our bluff. So he came over a few times, lying, and I caught him out there. I caught him out there a few times, and he never came back because he tried to lie about the word African American. And then when I gave him pushback, he was so mad at me that he went to his degrees and all things. I was outside the feet of John Henry Clark, the glorious. He started to go crazy on me.
Bro, I sat in rooms with these dudes where when we had to talk Black American history, bro, they know the history, but they want to interchange it with African stuff. And I'm like, come on, man. Like around that time when Sidetta was going in on the Africans, oh man, and everybody was changing their tunes, man. Bro, they know the history. They not telling the truth. That's the issue. That's it. It's no honesty behind it. And the whole thing that I always say, to us telling the truth about our story don't mean you got to shit on Africans. It's just telling our story. Why you got to mix every damn thing? When a Nigerian come and he tells a Hausa story, he don't mix us in with that.
So that tells you, like, so if you misinform Black Americans on purpose because of your narrative, like, how are you different than the white supremacists that did the same thing? How are you different? You remember Carter G. Woodson did the whole Negro Week because he felt like Black American history was being underrepresented and just not spoken about at all. Like, we're being erased. So these guys come and do something similar. Like they just go out there and just lie and act like, listen, but this is why I say, man, look, those people who taught Pan-African stuff back in the day, bro, they were guilty. Also, these elders, they were guilty also doing the same thing. So let's say a white man was involved. No, I'm sorry. Like, let's say it was a big event, something bad happened to Black folks, and some Black people were involved. They'll tell the story and omit the Black people. Right. So it's like, dude, how? But then people say they're elders. Like, that's not an elder, man. Elders don't lie. Elders don't take away information to make it seem like that's not an elder does, man. Well, not my definition. An elder is going to be honest and be wise, and he's going to tell you the truth, and then maybe give some context behind it. But you're going to get the truth. It ain't gonna be no fake, false truth like what those elders been doing, man. Yeah. And all you gotta do is a simple thing you gotta do. Just see if they talked about certain individuals that we know were fucked up. And when you see the elders talking about those individuals, okay, he's done, because he's gonna lie. But this is why that's like somebody telling about. Oh, hold on, that's like somebody talking about Polite, and then don't talk about, like you said, all these great things he did, Hot 97, but you don't mention why he's in prison at all. You don't mention he's in prison or been in prison, like, at all. You just talk about everything else. Dude,
I ain't been over there in so long. I wouldn't even know what they talk about. I ain't peeked.
That's just an example. I'm just an example. Somebody 30 years from now, talking about Brother Polite, and then telling the new YNs about Brother Polite and all the things he done, but then don't talk about what he got arrested for.
Well, you can look at it from this perspective. Two people they never really talk about: Dr. Neely Fuller Jr. and they never talk about Dr. Claude Anderson. They don't bring him up. They might bring up Dr. Amos Wilson, but they won't bring up Claude Anderson because he wasn't a Pan-African. Amos Wilson was, right? Claude Anderson wasn't. Dr. Neely Fuller, I'd known him to be Pan-African. I never heard him talk about. He basically talked about us and the compensatory code. He was talking about us. They don't invoke them ever. They invoke the other ones. They don't invoke them.
Right.
That's just the way it goes. You know what I mean? And I love Dr. Neely Fuller. You know, Francis Quest Wilson, Dr. Neely Fuller. That Dr. Claude Anderson, stuff like that. You know, so I don't know. Let me get out of here, man. I gotta go tend to these kids.
All right, bro.
I wanted you,
appreciate it.
but I definitely wanted you to see that, man. I want Tariq to see that booty scratcher, man, telling us to marry him.
yeah. I'm definitely gonna do something with that.
All right, bro.
All three of them, Charleston White, all of them. I'm gonna do something on.
All
right. Peace. Yeah, family. Yeah. So, well, the folks who doing the real work should really come. They shouldn't use Pan-African because that has a negative connotation on it. All you think of is scammers, finessers, liars. Yeah, like they should come up with a new name. You know, we are the people of Africa. You know, something else. But the Pan-African, like once you say Pan-African, like that's gonna make people feel like, oh boy, a finesser trying to sell us to Africa. Anyway, oh my God, I gotta play. I'm gonna later play this video of Umar Johnson. He why do people come to him for advice on children? He didn't take care of none of his kids. Like I was like, yo, y'all didn't see that. I know she's seen the whole big thing with him and his daughter. That whole thing that went over and over and viral, and it kept happening over and over again. So I'm like, knowing that he went through that, you're gonna still ask him advice on like kids? Yeah. So I'm gonna play a little later. There's a super chat in there. I seen it. Let me read it before I switch over and show the videos. Okay, so we got a super chat. Chosen 1619.99. Those they are obsessed over us because of our tangibles. Yep. Chosen had another one, 199. He said, "Why are we the priority for Pan-Africanism?" He said, "Yeah." And we got FBA Chosen one, $10 super chat. Everybody claim we are nobody, but everybody's trying to become a nobody like us, right? Make that make sense. And then, so that's super chats. And then Cash Chat, we got, Back in Action. Yeah, Back in Action is there's a couple of folks that be representing in the Cash Chat. But yeah, so y'all can show the Cash App some love too. You dig? It's what time is it? Let me switch over. 9:00. I think I'm gonna eat. Getting you know what I mean, getting kind of hungry. How long I've been live? I've been live for 4:00. Anyway, I got some good videos coming up. Stick around. And I was trying to go live and get off because I know it gets really competitive on the Saturday night. A lot of your favorite content creators start to go live. So it's, so I try to get off before it get too late, but that didn't happen. So I'm gonna finish what I gotta do, and I got at least one more video. 'Cause I know when it gets late around 10, 11, I start getting sleepy. You dig? So then fall asleep on y'all. All right, so let me switch over. Let me switch over. So thank you, Back in Action, for the $5 Cash App donation. I'm gonna use that to get a cup of coffee. So, brother, don't fall asleep too fast on y'all. And right now I'm gonna switch over to my phone. Give me a second. Let me switch to my phone. Damn. Man, I thought the damn thing was gonna be there. I gotta do all this extra stuff. Okay.
Daddy, you have to say Tyreek.
Tyreek Radio.
Tyreek Radio, like it's a fly. Tyreek Radio, like it's a fly. Tyreek Radio, like it's a fly.
All right, thank you.
It's 3.
How many times you did it?
3.
3 times?
Yes.
Good job. Okay. Good job. Good job.
You had to say.
Hold on. Let me switch over. Let me switch over.
Why do you have to switch over like Daddy?
Because I'm going to the phone. Okay. There we go. Like and subscribe. 03324. And let me throw the damn. Okay. Yeah, I was he said I'm getting old. Yeah, in age. Not well, like physicality, I'm still getting I'm still in good shape. I just played some YNs earlier in basketball 1-on-1. Like they weren't that good. But they weren't that good skill wise, but they were like on defense wise, they were doing a good job staying in front of me. Cause I was hitting them with all type of crossover and everything. I was shaking them, but they didn't fall. They were still there. But man, when you can shoot, bro, when you can shoot and dribble a little bit, it's hard to guard those people, man. These little dudes, the one little dude was like, "Can you be my coach?" Like how to shoot, but he's gonna be hard to train. Hold on. But I thought I got to crack my headset and we good. 1 second. Let me connect the headset. Why it's not connecting? How did I cut it on the Bluetooth? All right, hold on. Let me connect the Bluetooth. Let's see. Gotta reset it again and we're good. One more time and we're good. One more time and we're good. All right, I got it. I got it. It's great. It's great. Yeah, so there's one young YM, it may be like 13, 14 years old. Like, yo, can you be my coach? Like to shoot the basketball. He see me making like everything. But listen, man, it's hard to coach kids that got bad discipline from the start, especially that old. It's hard because he can't shoot a lick. And I'm trying to help him. I'm trying to work with what he already got. He's trying to shoot 3-pointers, and the guy's damn near throwing the ball over the basketball hoop, like the whole backboard. So I'm like, so obviously, if you play basketball, it's like, dude, if you can't shoot, you should be shooting free throws, my guy. You dig? Why are you out there? So when he said, can I train him? And I see him out there, I'm like, I don't think that's gonna be a good look. I think you're gonna piss me off. Because they're watching Curry and other guys. One second. Yeah, so they're watching Stephen Curry, and now they think that's what they got to do. Like, dude, you got to earn your way to the 3-point line, my guy. You can't just go back there. Like, you're nowhere near. Like, he could barely make layups. That's not. I said, you got to work on layups first, but you can't just go to the 3-point line. I can't train you doing that bullshit. Like it's a discipline. Like, you got to be wanting to do 100 layups. You dig? And no jump shots at all. And he's not going to do that because he want to shoot like Curry. So he want to shoot a whole bunch of 3-pointers. Not know how to shoot a jump shot or a free throw. Like, I'm good. No. You're going to piss me off out here.
Leads to and ends with slavery, as if to say there was no history that came before then. But who were you before slavery?
All right, so yeah, I see the name Afro-Nomics. You hear the logic. Who are we before slavery? All this bullshit. Now, family, these are Africans. These are human beings with an identity, right? They come from a country in Africa, and they're part of a tribe, and they got a language, right? Why do you care what we call ourselves? Bro, we're not Africans. We're not buying that. But that's the question. You're over there, and you're worried about what we call ourselves over here. Now, they don't have a message for Jamaicans. They don't say that they're called Jamaicans. They're not called Africans. Haitians are Haitians, and St. Croix, Barbados, you dig? Barbadian, whatever they call themselves, Bohemians, all those whatever they call themselves. None of it is Africa. But they want to gaslight us and try to convince us who were you before the slave trade? Bro, who? You mean who were my ancestors? No, who was I? Always Black American, always. I was never African at any point in time in history. I was always Black American. Now, you talking about who the first people on the slave ships? That's a different talk, different argument. But if you're speaking to me, you dig? I was always Black American. Since my birth, I was always Black American, my guy. Like, you're not gonna trick me out. You're not gonna trick me out of my spot. No destiny swap over here.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode of the Afro-Nomics podcast. And as you can see, we got another virtual episode because it's something that's real urgent. There's a few things that we got to address. We got to get up off our chests. It's your boy Sita Dumbuya.
Why do you start off with your voice so deep, bro?
I don't know. I think maybe I look. So my phone died. I think it died, and then so I didn't wake up on my alarm. So they ain't been too long since I got up. Don't judge.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to another episode. Your voice ain't never been that deep.
See, grown man talking. See how folks get jealous.
That's
he ain't got no bass in his voice.
My voice is my voice. It is what it is. I got to be. People get mad when their voices sound like children. It's okay, Simba. Mufasa is talking now.
Go ahead, nigga. Introduce yourself.
You said the N-word on the podcast. I'm telling.
Who you gonna tell?
What's up, y'all? My name is Llewellyn. What's up? I messed up.
The cat got your tongue, man.
Let's
talking all that cash money. You can't.
We don't even need to edit that part out because it's okay to make mistakes.
So the guy from last night with the Supreme Court, he's whining right now, and I'm like, dude, stop, bro. You called in with the energy, my guy. We're having a great time on the channel. You called in with the energy. You did. You set the tone. And don't tell us how to react to that. No, you call, and we provided the energy. You didn't match it. You came with odd energy, my guy. Aggressive, hateful energy. No, we're not gonna tone it down after that. We're gonna turn up with you.
Because it's cool. My name is Llewellyn Dixon, one of the hosts of this dope podcast, and here we are.
Cat, stop the cat.
Because, like Sita said, we got some stuff to talk about. Y'all been in the comments, and I like that.
Like crazy.
Keep it up. So we're gonna respond to some of the comments, and we might start doing some stuff directly responding to your comments too. But right now, we got some stuff. What's up?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Kick us off.
Okay. So we have directly been noticing some discrepancy. I don't know, some issues from some of our foundational Black American brothers and sisters, and we wanted to address some of the things that have been talked about. And so we want to do it. Look, we're not doing this in any kind of conflict. We ain't coming in nobody. The whole purpose of Afro-nomics is to.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Because if you weren't, you would have invited us to your podcast, or you know what I mean, or you either came to ours or invited us over there with you. I had this phrase. They love to talk about us. They hate to talk to us. They hate to talk with us, but they hate to talk with us. They hate to talk to us, but they love to talk about us. No, talk to us, my guy.
Promote unity. So hear everything that we are saying out of love and all of that, and we ain't trying to be shady to nobody. That's not the point. If you do have a comment or a response to something that we have that we're going to say, one, please be respectful. Two, post it. Let's hear it. We want to hear it. We don't think we are right in everything. We just want truth and we want unity. So I'm gonna just level set with that. We ain't coming out the gate.
We all family, for real.
You take the gloves off. Take the gloves off, put a plate down, let's eat and let's have a conversation. Okay. And if you know of anybody who would be a good conversation partner to have on the podcast who represents foundational Black Americans, the lineage of foundational Black Americans, because we know that it is not an organization but a bloodline and lineage of people, or people consider themselves a part of the African descendants of slaves. Either.
Yeah, we don't say anything about no African descendant slaves, my guy. You gotta stop, man. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. You're trying to make us African, and like you guys are trying to come in respect, but you don't know the words you're using. You're disrespecting us, my guy. Dude, you're African, we're not. That's it. And if y'all can't respect that, yeah, we ain't gonna ever get along. So I'm letting you know right now, if you're talking to us like we're one of you, dude, Africans were born on the continent, my guy, or they got direct genealogy from the continent. We don't have that. We don't have that, bro. Okay, we're not African. We're not African descendants of slaves. We're American. We're ADOS. We're ADOS. American descendants of slavery, my guy.
One of those groups. Let us know.
American descendants of slaves. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, listen, man. That's what happens when y'all like keep up with this African bullshit.
Sorry about that.
It's kind of early for me too. But American descendants of slaves or FBA groups, please let us know in the comments or DMs, etc., etc., etc. Boom.
Yeah. All right.
Now you already know I hit them up. But I said, yo, pull up. You know, I ain't hit you up to like because the only way to have an honest, open conversation is to talk to one of us.
Let's get to comments.
All right. First one. You talking about comments on the video. Okay, so we were talking about
you can tell we practice this, right? You can tell we rehearsed. We were very prepared.
We are prepared. Okay, so one of the comments on it says it's a longer comment, but I'm going to skip through some of it. Foundational Black Americans are comfortable with being Americans. We are Black Americans, not Africans, and that should be respected. In the 1800s, formerly enslaved people made it clear that they did not want to return to Africa. Leaders like Frederick Douglass stated that the formerly enslaved were no longer Africans.
Right.
They were Americans. Our ancestors made their choice to remain in this country, and we honor that decision. FBAs are proud descendants of American slaves.
Thank
you.
you.
We embrace being Americans. Our ancestors helped build this nation.
Okay, so now they get it. So at this point, I know they get it. They got it. And I'm going to respond to them now as they got it. Because I let some of them slide to believe they didn't get it. You dig? They don't know. So I give critique like they don't know. But these guys got it. They're reading the comment. They're educated. So my reaction from here on out to these guys is that they got it. All right. So let's see.
Through their labor and sacrifice. I agree with everything that's said in that comment. Yeah, I don't disagree with anything that's said in that comment. The focus that I wanted to address with that comment is you 100% have the right to say that you are American and you have no connections to Africa. I get it.
I already know where he's going. But the DNA.
However, my problem with that, and I'll probably say this a million times because I've done some, not extensive, but I have done enough research to have this conclusion again and again, is that too much of what I see of foundational Black American thought leads to and ends with slavery, as if to say there was no history that came before then.
You see, family? So they know more about us than we know about themselves. Now, at this point, these are tethers. Okay? They know more about us. He did his research. That means we ain't doing no research. He did his research, so our beginning starts where? In Africa? Okay, cool. Hold on. Now, I already wrote them. I'm going to do it again, live. Let's see. Where's the comment section? Dang, where the comments? Did I pass it? Oh, right there. I'm trying to drive in Texas right here. Let me not be like that truck driver I played earlier. That truck driver had the phone up to his eye, yo. Fucking dumb AI. I don't even have the link. Shit. And I'm on the wrong account too. I'm on the wrong account. Okay. Give me a second, family, as I pull over. Hold on. Hold on, please. Hold on. Wait. All right. All right, so he did his research. Shit. Wait. What? I didn't want to reply to somebody. I'm gonna write this now, and then I'm gonna check back and make 15, 30 minutes, see if they replied.
Anytime I go back into it, it always says the descendants of slaves, the people who were brought here. And that is true, 100% true. But who were you before slavery? You were somebody before you.
My guy, look, I have no idea. Look, I was always a Black American. There was never a time when I was not a Black American. Okay, so you're talking about us, right? Yeah, we were always Black American. There was never a time we were not Black American. And if you got some more information on that, I'm open to hear. I'm open to hear who were we before slavery. And you, guess what? Your research is going to say no results found. That's what it's going to say. Because we already did it. We already tried. You don't know our history better than us, my guy. That's some tether shit.
You were a slave. You were from somewhere before you were a slave. Now, whether that's the shores of Africa,
family, he's gaslighting,
or the shores of South America, or the shores of what is now the U.S., you were something and somewhere before slavery. So you may not want to consider yourself to be African. That's fine. You want to be American. That's fine. But you came from.
My man said you want to be American, family, but they say, hey, we didn't do this live out of disrespect. But then they say that, and then all of their words be out of disrespect. You want to be American. What the fuck are you talking about, my guy? Do you want to be a tether? No, you're just a tether. And we're just American. We're Black Americans. We're foundational.
Somewhere. So where would you say that where is your genesis? And a lot of the stuff.
Thank you. It's called an ethnogenesis. And it was there right here in America, my guy.
When I say you, I'm talking to foundational Black American people. A lot of the stuff that comes into Black American culture is a mixture of American cultures and everything else, plus the heritage that you come from your lineage.
I mean, yeah. All right, it's gonna be one of these right here. I see. All right, let me stop playing. I mean, this is just disgusting to me. It's kind of hard to just let this thing play, man.
And that's true. Can't be ignored. Similar, like literally saying your skin color is one of those things. If you are dark, and your people came from Africa initially,
okay, get it.
Then
get
you
it.
cannot.
Really?
That's just a part of who you are. It's been and it will be a part of who you are. Your body will function better in a hot climate or area because that's who you are made to be.
Family, listen, man. The obsession to Africanize us, and now we see why they want to Africanize us, because they want to play on our reparations. Dude, we're not African, my guy. We'll never be African, and no reparations for you, my guy. No, you won't get it, bro. Never going to get it. 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 Oh, woo, woo, woo.
So nobody's taking away your American identity. Keep that. But the point is, you came from somewhere before slavery.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I think like you have
yeah. Africans sit around and try to debate with each other that we were something before FBA. They're that bored. They're so bored. They are focused on you were something else before you were American. What were we? I guess they're gonna tell us, right?
Every right. Yeah. Black people built this country, Black Americans specifically, through slavery, even outside slavery. There are Black people here before slavery. But I 100% understand like why you wouldn't and should not throw away all of the contributions that made America what it is today. And very much got to cling on to that, be proud of that. But to your point, like there's a lot of history outside of that, and that was part of the mentality of slave. Like a lot of people, when you really look at slavery, don't really understand that beyond just the physical bondage, a lot of it was like the mental bondage. It was like they had to make you disassociate from Africa and the African history. Like I can't remember which professor used to talk about it, but it's like if you have, huh?
It's called seasoning.
Well, but I'm talking.
Oh my, okay. Yeah, these some sick bastards, man. Some sick bastards.
About the name of the guy that I've seen clips, but basically one thing is like you
It was probably Dr. Ben Johannesburg or Johnny Liar. Johnny be lying. One of them. Yes. That was either Johnny be lying or
like they literally couldn't let slaves know that they were like from the Songhai Empire and stuff like that. They couldn't know where, they hailed from like the Malian Empire. They couldn't know that because how could you let somebody or you wouldn't let somebody kind of be an overseer. You wouldn't be comfortable being a slave. Like it would be a lot more, not to say the slaves are comfortable, but it would have been like a different mindset. You kind of had to break the mentality to where you only could see yourself as a slave to it helped prevent different revolts. It helped them kind of keep control because, if they only saw themselves as slaves. So it's a big part of the mental. We're seeing the remnants of that kind of control and that forcing, like the seasoning you're talking about. The hell am I going out of focus for?
Because the camera don't want to focus on you.
because you lying.
That's wild. Come on, man.
Hey.
That made it worse. All right, move that. Yeah. Yeah, Jenny gonna have a field day with this one. Yeah. But yeah, what other comments you got?
That was my main one. The next one is about jambalaya.
Oh, okay. All right, here's another one that I saw. It was like the diaspora war is all about jealousy. Black Americans are truly not concerned about events taking place in Africa. Some of us just relied on the lies told in books and false DNA conspiracy. We love our country and from now on gatekeep our culture from other immigrants. Now, a couple things with that. And, the first one, the diaspora war is all about jealousy. It's not really it. I mean, so when we made that video, the comments that we're talking about, or at least the one I'm pointing out, is from a video we made where, we had a at-length discussion about the diaspora wars, which we stated in the video, we don't think the diaspora wars are a real thing in real life. We think it's more so like online and something that's pushed to make us more divided. I think similar to the gender wars, a lot of this stuff is kind of manufactured, a lot of bots and all.
Family. They keep saying more divided. Like, dude, when were we more close? Like, yo, most of Black Americans don't even know who you are. Yeah, they don't realize it. Do they realize that most Black Americans have no experience with an immigrant?
That. But the reason we made that video was in response to the clip that we posted on TikTok with Shanasa. And we interviewed Shanasa. She's in Nigeria. We interviewed her, and she was talking about the AU6 region and how they were reaching out to try and get remittances from the diaspora, which is pretty much she was focused on, or the AU6 was focused on, like there's a lot of Africans that are African that live abroad and send money back individually. She was talking about the African Union has a region, specifically a region.
And by the way, remittance is actually bad because it makes people don't work. So turn it back on. Yeah. So what happens is it discourages people to work hard, right? They're busy because they're getting money for free. Like, why would you work? Yeah, that's like somebody collecting unemployment looking for a job. That's why unemployment got to make you look for a job. You're not really. That's not really your thing. You get money, sit on the couch. Why would I make money in the factory? That's the logic. You know what I mean? So that's what remittances is for them. But worse though, because unemployment, at least you worked and it's earned to you, it's owed to you. Remittance is people just sending money for nothing, just being a little lazy ass. You feel me? So so what remittance does, it discourages people from working hard to build their homeland. So that's the con for remittances. You could look that up.
Out to those people, Africans that live abroad, that were born in Africa, or like first, second generation, and attract and centralize that funding so that they can do more work as opposed to just send it on an individual basis. That's what she was talking about. And we had like hundreds of FBAs in the comments talking about, oh, y'all are trying to get money from Black Americans and FBAs. And I'm sitting here, I remember responding from the account to several comments saying like, dog, she's not even talking about, she's literally talking about like Africans that live abroad. Like that was the whole, and like we did the interview, so we know the context of what she was talking about. But still, hundreds of people in the comments just attacking us. So it's like you can't make these comments on these videos talking about, oh, just leave us alone, and we y'all want to get, it's like we weren't even discussing FBAs or anything. We were just talking about that, like something that was specifically for African people. But and I mean, I think it's like maybe there have been situations before where they had felt attacked, so now they're kind of defensive unnecessarily. But it's like there was no need to be hostile. We weren't even talking about anything you guys were doing. So that's another thing. It's like what sometimes we're just doing things, we're having discussions, and then you come in, but make it seem like we were talking about you or attacking you, and that's
Bro, you're doing it now, man. Your whole title is called FBA versus Africans. Stop it.
that wasn't the case at all.
Yeah. She was definitely talking about Africans supporting other African-born people supporting other African-born.
Yeah.
And even still, while you were saying that, I was thinking about who has the right to call themselves foundational Black Americans. And so that's something I would love to have somebody on the show to talk about, because if it's a lineage or a bloodline, who gets to say that that's them.
So we're gonna go through a couple of definitions. And
Family, did that make any sense? What this idiot just said?
second, that will shed some light, but of course, we definitely want to have the conversation with somebody that's FBA, because we don't want to speak for both sides.
Yes, you do.
But then another part of the comment I just mentioned is like, from now on, we gatekeep our culture and other immigrants. And that's kind of going back to your point earlier. Our culture is so mixed in between African, like so many things that we think is African American culture or African culture, like is from the same place. For instance, like
Oh my God.
pouring something out for your homies, like pouring alcohol.
Bro, if you don't stop, hey yo, family, they think we're dumb. We understand correlation doesn't always mean causation. Now, who you think you talking to, man?
For the homies, like
libations.
Yeah, libations. Literally, like
No. Stop.
my cousin that just died, like the day.
Yeah, that's the person. Yeah, y'all remember those numerologist people that be like, oh, number one is for this. Oh, yeah, this number one over here. Oh, that also represents dogs, and they do this whole bullshit with number one or letter Z. Like, stop pouring out liquor. That's libation. Stop.
Hey, he died. I'm at my auntie's house. We open a bottle. The first thing we do is go outside and pour some out for him. Like this, literally, it's an African tradition, and like people, like
Yeah, if anything, here you go with everything we do now, just African. Oh, yeah, that means you're African. No, it's called a coincidence. Stop, man.
it's all connected.
Okay, so why that just happened? Like that's a recent tradition that they do really up the people I seen do it was Californians. If that's so true, then why we don't do it in New York, New Jersey, Mississippi, other places? Why just California does it? Like, so are they the only Africans? Like, stop.
Thing, but that's just one example of several.
Yeah.
Name the other several.
We unless you are in your indigenous land, everybody in America, and this is just not just Black folks or whomever, everybody in America who's been here for however many generations, what you do in your culture is a mix of a whole lot of stuff, especially white people and Black people.
What are they talking about?
It's just that just is what it is. And there's not Black people stuff. I'm gonna talk about that a little bit later with the jambalaya conversation. But nothing Black people have here is 100% from Africa or 100% from Europe or 100%.
Bro, I have no idea what you're talking about. Our stuff is our stuff, man. That's it.
From here, nothing is. It's all a mixture of this is what we have here and this is what we do. But that's how culture in general is developed. I think the point we're trying to make here is you can't, for whatever reason, I think FBAs want to completely disconnect and disassociate from all things Africa. And you literally just cannot. It doesn't make sense to do.
Yeah, these are some disgusting people. That's crazy. That's disgusting.
Yeah, like what's the name talked about? What Brian talked about in the episode with Step Africa, like stepping, which is like very big in HBCUs and Black American culture, has roots.
What they do is Google all of what we do and ask AI, can you show us comparisons of that in Africa? And is there any comparison? They just got it from Africa. This is wildly disgusting, man. This is wildly disgusting.
In Africa, like there's so many, you could literally name several things just where it's all the same. So trying to say we're gonna gatekeep is like is I don't know, it just doesn't make any sense.
If you want to gatekeep, then you literally have to cancel out your everything that's African about you, cancel it out, and then see what you have left.
You hear these tethers? You got to cancel out everything. Like these guys are just making up shit. Like I said, like what they do, they went to AI, Google AI, and say, hey man, give us Black American tradition as a whole, and show us parallels of what we do in Africa and what's similar, and whatever have to be similar, any way, which form, they automatically assume it came from Africa. It's like, no, it's just similar. That's all. It's just similar. Like it's a coincidence. They don't mean you got it from Africa.
Yo, what up, Ron?
What up?
I don't know if you noticed what they used to say that was similar. Pouring out liquor. Basically, they used they use what gangs use.
That's crazy, right?
A custom that gangs use. Now, by the way, pouring out wine or alcohol for your dead, that's not just an African thing. They do that in Asia, they do that in India, they do that everywhere else too. So suddenly that's an African thing for some strange reason. I don't know why, but suddenly that's African. Okay. I guess just like the drums is African too.
Oh yeah. But you know what? Your first point was the greatest point. I think it's like, yo, so you go to the gangs. Yeah, you know what? So you don't.
That's Black culture. Pouring liquor out for the homies.
But most of us are not in gangs. So most of us don't do that. Like I never in my life poured out liquor because of you would.
Never.
Like that. To me, I don't make it. I'm not making it. First of all, we got buy a 40-ounce OE.
Pretty much.
Like,
the original OE.
We can't pour out wine, right? And the South can't pour out moonshine.
And then that last comment, you got to take away everything African. I'm trying to figure out what about our culture is from their culture. Everybody like to say it. They'll say the food. I'm like, our food is it's nothing like their food. It's not even
Right.
close, right? Oh well, watermelon comes from Africa. Whoopee. Okay, and I never really heard an African saying they just love watermelon, like how they
Right.
make it seem like we do. I've never heard that before. I've never even heard an African reference eating watermelon.
Me either. I didn't know they even. Hey, that was news to me. They even had it over there.
Yeah.
I ain't never heard them say anything remotely close to that.
Truth be told, I ain't never heard an African reference eating any kind of fruit.
I mean, yeah,
You know
I was
how
trying to think. I was trying to think just now as you said it. I'm like, damn, what fruit do they eat? I never seen them eat fruit.
No, never. No, you don't even hear them talking about eating fruit or what kind of fruits they like to eat or what
Right.
fruits are popular in whatever country they're from in Africa. And you hear from the Caribbean, you'll hear that. You'll hear that.
Coconut.
But coconuts, mangoes, that kind of stuff, right? But I've never heard Africans of any kind anywhere referencing fruits that they like to eat, popular fruits
Yeah,
that
I
are
never.
in Africa. So it ain't food. We ain't got nothing in common when it comes to food, right? We don't make it the same way. It don't look the same way. We don't eat it the same way. We eat meats. We got all kind of stuff popping. We got pies, breads, all kind of. They don't got none of that. They got
they don't even refrigerate their meat. Their meat sit out there in an open, flies all over their meat.
Yeah, they gotta cook it harshly so it could stay longer outside. We've had refrigerators, since the 50s, right? So 50s and 40s. So ice boxes and all of that. They haven't, they still don't have fridges. So how can our cooking be anywhere near theirs? Our food, our music. They try to say that our music is associated with Africans. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. We don't even have the same sound except for the stuff they steal from us. Our art isn't the same. Our habits aren't the same. Our cultural practices are nowhere near the same. But talk to these niggas here. Yo, you'll have to get rid of your African stuff. And what'll be left? A lot, like the stuff y'all trying to steal.
Right. Yeah. These guys, man.
And they're Africans. I do want to ask a question before they keep talking, because I know they're going to get into it. But what in God's green earth do they know about our history? And how come over there in Africa, they don't know nothing about the slave trade?
Yeah, that's why I want to get them on here. And the guy from yesterday with the court case, he might be calling in, but let me start off. Let me start off because I'll let y'all go. I think he'd have been wild regardless, but this time because I'm trying to talk to him right now. Like, all right, look, dude, are you off work? Oh, you're at work? Okay, cool. So just talk to us. I told him in the comment. I said, bro, just talk to us. You came with the negative energy, bro. So we matched you, but you were supposed to match us. You called in to our vibe. You supposed to match us. You didn't do that. You came with your shit. You fake out, what we call fake nigga outrage. You just so mad, like you're faking, bro. You're not mad. You're trying to justify to have an attitude for no reason. And we called it out. But we'll see. Matter of fact, yeah. So I'm gonna play a little bit more of this. I'm gonna put the link in the chat for if he's out there. So if you're out there, stick around. We got the link in the chat. We're gonna link in chat for you.
It's not practical to do this.
It's not practical,
and it just doesn't make sense. Like you don't benefit from that. None of us do.
Yeah, now I just sent them an invite in that comment section. These guys right here.
I'm gonna just use my actual computer camera because this shit is bugging me. All right. Now I move on to. Oh wait, did you have any other comments? You said the jambalaya one was the only other one.
Yeah.
Is there any other one that I wanted to discuss? Oh, we can discuss this one quick. This one, she mentioned something similar to what we were talking about just now is like I sometimes wonder if certain influencers are being incentivized to amplify this so-called diaspora war as an American descendant of slaves. So she's ADOS. I can honestly say I've never personally had issues with people from the Caribbean or the African continent. That's why conversations like this are important. We need more dialogue that promotes understanding rather than division.
Look, whoever that was, they claim to be Foundation Black American. They definitely either have or they got a significant other that's not. Because why would the conversation need to be led by them? Like they need to be sitting down, listening to us and raising their hand and talking and like asking us questions or giving a statement. No, you don't lead the conversation.
Actually, I don't even think she is ADOS or FBA. I think the person who made that comment is straight not us and a Tevin. There'd be no reason what do we need to talk about? What exactly do we need to clarify? They're in our country. If they don't understand us, that means they're in the wrong. They need to figure out how to understand us. There's no reason for me.
That's what I'd be saying.
Yeah, there's no reason for me to try to understand that somebody who came to my country and don't understand how it works.
Oh, you both are speaking over each other. You're miscommunicating. Wait, no, I don't got to communicate at all.
Right. This is my home. This is not your home. And I'm telling you what the rules are. And if you don't like it, what do we need to clarify? I told you what the rules are. Yeah, if you don't like the rules in my house, then maybe you should leave. It is what it is. But you got these, because a lot of them is doing this. We got to sit down and figure it out. Figure what out? And he just said it too. He said it won't benefit anyone. I'm like, well, please tell me what the benefit would be if we all got along. Because y'all Africans don't have no plans to do nothing for us here.
Zero.
Because his narrative is quickly getting out of hand. So, so not all of the comments were trying to stoke the narrative of trying to be divisive. Some people, even though she identifies as ADOS, she thinks she's kind of behaving as Pan-African and, wants us to be more together. So I just wanted to point that.
Did he say she's ADOS but behaving like Pan-African? Then she's not ADOS. Right? They don't buy into Pan-African at all. Zero. Just like us.
He's just talking. Yeah, he just talking.
Not all the net comments were like divisive.
Yeah.
But now, everything they said was divisive. But when we speak the truth and we just give them the flat out hardcore truth, we're divisive. But everything they've been saying has been divisive, and they can't see that. Okay.
And I think
the fact that they're telling us or asking us, so where were you? What were you before you were a slave? Hinting that we're African. That's divisive. That's division talk. But they think it's in love.
I want to ask them, what were they before their countries were founded? If they Nigerian, what were you before Nigeria was discovered?
Yeah, because these guys mixed and matched themselves. Like, dude, which people are you?
Yeah,
y'all can't trace y'all lineage to 1600s.
They can't even trace it to 1900s.
Each side. I hate saying side because we all one.
Right. Like
one what? Yeah, now that's the question that they got to answer me. I hate saying each side because we're all one. Dude, you're not even one with the other tribe around a corner from you, my guy. You're not even one with the tribe around a corner from you. But we have a whole different reality on life. But you're one with us.
How could you be one with us and you don't understand us?
And then look, the question I would ask them: in what sense are we one? Because that question right there, I already know what the answer is going to be. Skin color. It could be nothing else. Or
that's it.
They'll say this: we have one enemy, and I ask them, who's that enemy? No, I don't know who's the enemy. The white man. That's not my enemy. See, We not one.
Yeah, we not
we not
one.
even one in them.
That ain't my. You in there with
That's
them?
right. Right.
You
What you
in there
mean
with them?
that? And then there's a follow-up question, bro. That's my enemy. What do you mean? Let me ask you this: human trafficking. Who's your friend? You got trafficked. Who's your friend? The seller or the buyer? That's my favorite question.
Oh yeah,
Neither.
that's an awesome question.
Exactly.
That's an
Exactly.
awesome
Yeah, y'all
question.
both my enemy. Yeah, y'all equally my enemy. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Comments were like divisive.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think it's each side. I hate saying side because we all one.
Right.
Yeah. Everybody. So this okay, I'm about to be unnecessarily. I'm gonna digress for a second. This reminds me of when Malcolm, Martin,
Oh my
and the
God.
Panthers were around. And whomever, I'll even throw in Garvey because it was a little whatever, even though he wasn't around at the time. But
So how do you throw in? He just said Martin, Malcolm, Panthers. He said those names specifically because they was around the same time. Then he
Whose
throws
man
in
is this?
Garvey. Yeah.
Whose
Then he
man's
throws
is
in
this, man?
Garvey, who was not at around the same time. Like, dude, what are we doing? You just ran it. What about A. Philip
He's
Randolph?
just
He was there with Garvey. What about W. Du Bois? He was there with Garvey.
they like completely. They were like within different centuries. Like what? What do you? Jesus, man. This is why we have
we
to
had
delegate him.
Yeah.
That nigga right there.
Yeah. People like him is the reason why I don't have no intention on befriending folks from the continent. I'm good because y'all, it's like this is too this behavior, this entitlement, this benign neglect is too common amongst these folks, man.
all of these people around, and even if you want to go back to days like Du Bois and Frederick Douglass, we've had times.
Wait a minute, he just said Garvey. And he don't okay. He doesn't know that Du Bois was around the same time as Garvey to even say that. This guy. So basically, Dr. King told you, bro, just say pre-integration, right? That's what I say. Say pre-integration. Folks from pre-integration. This guy.
In history where we had amazing leaders and thought people around at the same time who couldn't get on the same page. And had they been on the same.
Okay, now he's completely lying. He's complete, bro. The page has always been the same page.
Always.
The page has always been get rights, get respect, leave us alone. That's always been our talking points from Frederick Douglass all the way to right now. Civil rights, respect our rights. We need justice. Leave us alone. You owe us. That's been a consistent talking point from Dr. King to Malcolm X to Frederick Douglass, all the way to where we are right now. We've been saying the same thing the whole time. Nothing different. Elijah Muhammad and Dr. King, they disagreed mainly on religion. And even though Malcolm X and them was more of a separatist group, but that was a minority. Like the Malcolm X and Elijah Muhammad, like their influence as far as that was like really like non-existent. Like we're talking about 20 million Black Americans. You dig? When it came to that, like we were all on one side of that. We were more towards to integrate resources and monies and that type of stuff.
Same page, we would have been much stronger as a people.
Why the hell is he saying we?
Listen, look, this is how in God's green earth will we have been stronger as a people. Africans wasn't about shit during them time frames. How could they even think about helping us? Doing what for us? They were too busy not even surviving. Like how?
Right.
Man, listen. See, this is why I understand why people be getting hyped online, and if they see niggas on the street, it's on. This is crazy.
Right.
How could Africans ever have helped them? Hell, how can they help us now? They can't.
Yeah,
They couldn't
when were
help
y'all
us
ever?
then, and they can't help us now.
Yeah, when were y'all ever in a position to help us? But I'll tell you, 1500s, and you didn't help
Oh
us.
well,
You
yeah,
sold
you
us.
didn't help us. You sold us. So I'm sorry,
Right.
you enslaved us,
Right.
and then sold us. So yeah, that's the only time, and it wasn't to help us.
Yep. That's a good point. So you know what? I might come from that angle and say, hey man, the African slave trade. How did said that was slaves, right? So who enslaved us? They gotta say Africans. Okay, cool. What measure how did they get us enslavement? Right? And that's how you get them to say the kidnapping. Okay, so did we just been born slaves? So how did they get us in slavery? And they gotta say they didn't go get us, or they kidnapped us, they captured us, right? Okay. And that's how you get them to admit their entire role in the slave trade. They did the kidnapping, they did the selling. Right, because it ain't like we knocked in it. Ain't like we knocked in the doors like, hey, you need a slave? Let me in.
What people don't understand is that kidnap. They like to put it that way because it doesn't sound as harsh.
Right.
When you were kidnapped and put in a cell, your freedom being taken away, that's exactly the point where you were made a slave. That means the Africans enslaved you. If you weren't already enslaved, they couldn't sell you. How can you sell somebody you don't have control over? So the second they took your freedom from you is the second you became enslaved by them. Now then you were sold to somebody else because you were already made a slave by the Africans. They like to say, well, it was the white man. When you sold them to the white man, you made them slaves. No, you was already a slave. The Africans enslaved you because they couldn't sell you unless you was a slave.
Right.
So guess what? You got introduced to the slave trade by Africans. They literally enslaved our ancestors. Not the white man. The white man just carried it on.
Right.
Yeah. And that's the point I tell people, and they have fits when I say that. Oh no, they just kidnapped. What do you mean kidnapped? The second you took my freedom away from me, you enslaved me.
Mm-hmm.
So guess what? You're the enslaver. It's not the white man. You. And
Right.
a lot of people
What
have a
makes it
hard time swallowing that.
like even in American law, if I go to your house and I rob y'all, but you can't leave, yeah, like that. The word slave won't be used in our today's language, but that's exactly they're gonna say captive or but that's what it is.
See that's kidnapping, that's captivity. But
Yeah.
the difference between that is you are holding somebody against their will. So that would be considered kidnapping in current law. But when you in Africa, when they took you, i.e., kidnapped you, your freedom was gone. They didn't kidnap you just so they could kidnap you. They kidnapped you with the intent to make money off of you. Basically, in that case, your labor was making them money. Now they didn't put you to your job at the time was to be sold. Right. So your job at the time, which is why it's slavery, is to be sold to make them to actually be of value, to make them some kind of financial gain. So the second they kidnap you for slavery or to sell you, you are a slave. I keep reiterating that, and people want to play around. Well, it was kidnapping. Now, if you take me to and lock me in your basement because you're gonna sell me on Friday and today's Monday, well, guess what I am?
Right.
Guess what I am this whole time? I'm your slave now because you're gonna make money off of me, and I ain't gonna get none of it, and I have no right to it because you took away my freedom. Voila, slavery.
Let me play
it. And they just couldn't get their ideologies together for unity in general, and it messed us up. It kept us from being able to really move forward and keep progress. To me, this feels like a similar version of that. It's not individual people, but it seems more like groups or ideologies who are just not seeing it together, but really could. if each side was okay, there's truth to what you have to say, there's truth to what you have to say. I don't agree with what you have to say completely, but we can figure that out along the way. That's the main point I'm trying to make here. We can't continue to make the same mistakes that our ancestors and former leaders did, because
bro, you don't have no former leaders or ancestors in America. Fool.
It didn't work, and it's not going to
He
work.
talk about his African
right, that's
side.
my digression. I'm done now.
Gotcha.
No, wait. No, he's pretending that our ancestors are Africans.
Right. Yeah, it's not a we.
Yeah,
all I want to know is which African nation was we supposed to partner up with back then? Well, which one was going to help us? The only thing I could, Ethiopia or Liberia, that was about it. Who's going to help us?
All right, so now we want to discuss some terms that kind of are relevant to this discussion. The first is tether. What is the hell is a tether? And I've been hearing it. It's something that's you.
All right, now we know this tether is lying. They always pretend they don't know what a tether is. Yeah, they called him over here about 20 times. What's a tether? You. Okay? Go look in the mirror and realize what you about. That's a tether, my guy. Click. On my damn phone. Like, you know goddamn well. You cause I always say, well, how'd you hear the word tether? Like you heard it somehow. Oh, I was over here. Yeah, okay. So what context was it said? And who was it said to?
That's when they make up the lie. They was just calling somebody names. Really? You don't know why they was calling the names?
No, that's fine. But the person they called the name, what was their national origin? We're gonna get to it. We're gonna do the process of elimination over here. Okay. And what was the nature of the and what was the nature of the topic? Okay. Right. So we have Caribbean African people and Foundation Black Americans, and the non-FBA said some wild stuff, probably disrespectful, right? Then right after that, he was called a tether, right? Okay, so that lets you know that at the very least, if you say something disrespectful, a Foundation Black American will call you something, right? Okay, and then that person happens to be non-FBA. Okay, so let's just do that plus that. So that means non-FBA saying something disrespectful. There you go. Equals tether. Is that real? Is that easy? Play more. So now he's gonna pretend that he's dumbfounded. He's got to Google it on his fly.
Used by FBAs, ADOS people a lot in reference to.
No, Adolf don't say no damn tether. Again, you can't have an honest conversation with these guys, yo. They don't say it. That's FBA. Matter of fact, everybody but Adolf.
Like Black immigrants. Yeah, pretty much. Anybody who is Black in America. A lot in.
Okay, now he just lied again. So now he pretended not to know what it was, like he had to research it. He didn't research it. He go off his memory. Now he know what it is, and then he defines it. He lies. He said black tether. This guy's a fool. There's European tethers, there's Asian tethers,
since when is tethers only black? Yeah, since when is the tether only black?
I mean, but again, this what happens when they just talk. This is why I say what makes every African a tether by having this conversation is when they don't have us on, because they lie like this. See, if we were on the call, we could say, no, that's not the tether is, bro. The tether is any foreigner who disrespects us. Okay, it's not just, and there's no such thing as a black immigrant foreigner, by the way. But I get what you're saying, so I ain't gonna fight you too much on that. But tethers is all foreigners. That's it's not just in America, because he said in America. No, you could be tethered in Africa. We call people tethers in Africa. You dig? No, you ain't gotta be in America. You just gotta be foreign. And then say some foreign born and say no foreign period, not just born foreign, and then say some disrespectful stuff towards us, undermining stuff. You're tethered.
The first is tether. What is the hell is a tether? And I've been hearing it. It's something that's used by FBAs, ADOS people a lot in reference to like black
And you see the other dude with hairline? Shit.
immigrants. Yeah, pretty
Look at that
much. So
shit.
anybody who is
God damn, dude, what you got on there? Top of your head, man.
black in America, but isn't FBA or ADOS is considered a tether. And it's
Where'd you get that from? So you don't want, I mean, yeah, he can literally look it up. He can literally type in tether and get a better answer. But nope, he rather just make it up.
That word in the hold on, before you say the definition. Every time I see that word in the comments, I feel more offended by that word than I feel by being called a nigga.
Hey, bro,
Uh-oh.
why?
Rod, don't do it. Don't do it. He just exposed himself. Why would you feel more offended of unless you're it?
Okay,
Right?
listen. Okay, watch this. When white people call Foundation Black American the N-word, I will ask the tether, which Foundation Black Americans are N-words and which ones aren't, according to white supremacists? And of course, you get the crickets. Bro, they call all of us the N-word regardless of actions. We're just born it to them. We're just born the N-word. I mean, think about the time, the slavery, and in the time when we got freed. You think we was arguing with white folks? Nah, we were the most respectful people ever, and was still called an N-word. A tether for us is a word that's earned. You got to earn being called tether. You got to do what they're doing, being disrespectful, lying, disingenuous. That's what makes you a tether, my guy. Both of you. And he try to act like he's more offended. Well, that's wild because not every foreign person a tether. So, like I said, you got to earn it, and they definitely earned it.
well, usually like if somebody outside the race calling you niggas, like all right, whatever. We not on the same side, but it's like tether. It's like we supposed to be the same people.
Yeah,
Why you over here?
But now remember, he was reading the definition of tether, and somehow he believes that all African immigrants are tethers. But he was reading the definition. Why be that lazy with the definition? Why be that lazy? Because you made a big mistake. You misrepresented. Now look, they talk about diaspora wars, bro. You're gaslighting one right now. You're pretending that we call all African immigrants tethers. So you're inflaming a fake war that's one-sided. And by lies like that is why you guys have a one-sided diaspora war. Gaslighting yourselves.
I didn't know we wasn't cool. I thought we was homies. Okay.
All right, we got beef. What's up with that? I mean, that's crazy. But yeah, so tether is a derogatory term for black immigrants from Africa or the Caribbean.
Yeah, where are you reading this from, bro? Tether.com? All right. Yo, the chat cooking them. I want to know. See, look, my comment ain't. So, huh? Okay, I get it. My robot color is yellow.
Is used to imply that these immigrants attach themselves to struggles and civil rights history of U.S.-born Black Americans while potentially undermining them. It was popularized on by social media commentators, and this is what I thought is sometimes linked to the movie Us by Jordan Peele, which is like the tethers are the doppelgangers are their equivalents, but underground versus the real people like living above ground.
The real people.
But anyway, it's like basically they saying we're attaching ourselves to the work and struggles for civil rights as
Thank you.
That the Black Americans did. And I mean I can understand kind of that sentiment where to me it doesn't break down is that a lot of the Black Americans that were fighting were also immigrants or like descendants of immigrants. Like a lot of people don't know that Malcolm X's mom is from Grenada.
No, it's okay. Eat it. It's not too sticky. Eat it. We wash your hands. Go eat the banana. Eat the banana. It's yummy. Yeah. Why do they always bring up Malcolm X, man?
It's all they got.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, but hold
nobody
on.
didn't know his mother was. Come on, man.
But hold on. Let's back up. Okay. But the way they introduced Malcolm X, it was all based on a straw man. They're basing the word tether on the false definition that is all and only African and Caribbean.
Right.
African and Caribbean immigrants, right? And then they're like, well, if you hate all African and Caribbean immigrants, then what about Malcolm X? He's half who you hate. It's like, dude, you just made up a whole definition of tether, applied it incorrectly, and then introduced Malcolm X. Like, yo, what mess are you making, man?
And by the way, they read the part that said that they undermined FBA culture.
Oh my God, they actually read that part?
He read that part, and then he still went this route. It's like, I swear, I think they got hamsters running on the wheel inside their brains, man. They don't got brain matter. They got a hamster running on the wheel. That's all they got.
That and like they're so dedicated with their narrative that the answer is right there in front of them, and they refuse to see it because they read enough, and that's called confirmation bias. They read what they need to see. Everything after, they're cool, don't care, or anything in between that. I don't see that. I just want to see what I want to see, and I seen what I wanted to see. Now I'm gonna paint this whole narrative, and then introduce Malcolm X there somehow.
It was because Malcolm's mother was an FBA, so he obviously got to be a tether, right? To hell with the rest of the description. It's just Malcolm, his mother.
Yeah.
You know, partially Caribbean. Stokely Carmichael, who changed his name to Kwame Ture, very big in the Black Panther Party and SNCC. He was born in Trinidad. W.E.B. Du Bois was.
Wait, stop. And he was a goddamn tether, man. Like he was a real tether. Yeah, he's a real thing. Like he's a dead. Now you say him, I'm like, yeah, you right about that one. Yeah, but who else he got? Yeah, I mean, like he was a tether in every sense of the damn word. He was a weird dude, man. Weird dude with his own agenda. Put socialism, capitalism. That ain't our argument was never on some capitalism versus socialism shit. That was never our thing. So that was his thing though. Capitalists and the socialists. Like, yo, that wasn't our shit, bro. Like, yo, we got nothing wrong. Yo, we don't got an issue with capitalism. We were millionaires with this capitalism system. We don't give a fuck about that, bro.
His dad was from the Bahamas. So like a lot of these civil rights leaders were actually.
This dude said a lot. He named
like people. 3. You're right.
It said a lot of these.
Yeah.
Dude. Like, yeah, dude.
And they weren't civil rights, and only like one of them and was a civil rights leader.
Bro, listen. And that's what we got. Like, how is it a lot, bro? We got to go back and ask the guy. Black Americans, right, sir? Aren't most of our parents foundation Black American on both sides?
Mm-hmm.
The average foundation Black American. Would you agree that most of our parents are foundation Black American on both sides? They're not mixed. Yes. That's the question for his. That's the question of his dumb ass.
Oh,
it's like so there's not a lot of nothing you talking about. There's some exceptions. You're naming the exceptions and trying to make it the rule. Okay, that's a big logical fallacy, man. Like, you're a fool.
He left out the other 10,000 civil rights leaders. He left all of them out.
They got both.
They didn't give a damn. They didn't look at like, oh well, we're not descendants of slaves. They saw it as we're black in America, black people in America are getting treated poorly. Let's all come together to improve situation for all of us. So that would be kind of the one thing.
And I'm telling you, this is what always happens when tethers talk about us and don't allow us on a panel. This type of discussion, this
He said
one-sided discussion.
that we were not that we were not slave. Did he just say? If you play that back, well, I guess you can't play it back. But did he just say we said we were not slave? I'm confused.
Nah,
What the hell is this
I
dude
don't
talking
think you said that. I don't think you said that.
Like, a lot of these civil rights leaders were actually kind of foreign in a sense, but they didn't give a damn. They didn't look at like, oh well, we're not descendants of slaves. They saw it as we're black in America, black people in America are getting treated poorly.
Yeah, I guess he did. Yeah.
He did
So
say,
now,
yeah.
so now Malcolm X having a mother from Grenada. Now he's not foundational. These are some weird fucking tethers, man.
Let's all come together to improve situation for all of us. So that would be kind of the one thing that, or the first thing I'll say is kind of where that definition doesn't make sense.
Dude, you didn't read the definition. That you didn't read the intended definition, like with the comprehension you spoke it out of it. You didn't get that part. You missed the undermining part. So the undermining part shows you the contingency. It's like, yo, as long as you do these actions aimed at founding these Black Americans, you're tethered. If you don't do these actions, you're not a tether. Like that part of the message, the definition, they skipped that part.
Then the other side is like a lot of the Africans kind of we respect the situation. Like I'll tell you, my mom was, of course, my mom migrated here in the 80s. And she's always had respect for like civil rights leaders. I remember like when Coretta Scott King died, I was in like 5th grade.
Of our African,
I had to fast forward that because all that was based on a straw man. So there's no need to follow that rabbit hole no more.
Culture and things like that because we are attached to it because of our parents. But we grew up here as Black people. We grew up here.
Bro, no, you didn't.
He's Caribbean. He's Caribbean.
Right. He said that because he just said we grew up as Black people. Bro, you didn't grow up as Black people. You cosplayed as Black people. You grew up here as tethers. Okay, big difference. You cosplayed as Black people, but you grew up as tethers. You didn't grow up as us. It's impossible. How you grow up Black? You can't do that. But you cosplayed as Black, and they're doing it now.
Black. So that's what we know. This is what, if we were to try to go back to Africa, we'd be just as much of a perpetrator as as somebody who grew up as well.
Wait. What?
He just killed their whole I'm African argument. These things are, I can't believe the intelligence level is this low.
Oh my God. All right, so there's no need to link up with them, right? You're a perpetrator to them.
But we grew up here as Black people. We grew up here as Black. So that's what we know. This is what, if we were to try to go back to Africa, we'd be just as much of a perpetrator as as somebody who grew up as well. And it's the same thing.
Damn. Because you grew up in America as African, if you go back, you'll be a perpetrator to the homeborn Africans. Got it.
So maybe we're not children or descendants of slaves directly. And then for you and I personally, because we come from countries that were settled by freed slaves, there's definitely mixture.
Wait, are they Liberian or something like that? Sierra Leonean?
He got his name up there. I would have thought he was Caribbean. That's why I said Caribbean based on his name and him saying we were Black because we were here kind of thing. I assume Caribbean.
Let me go back a little
based
bit.
on that name.
As somebody who grew up as well, and it's the same thing. So maybe we're not.
How you pronounce his name? My man's name is Double L Gwendolyn Dixon.
My man. I saw it.
How you pronounce that?
I can't. I don't know if that's his real
Is
name,
that like
man.
a Spanish? Like, is the double L you're
That's what I was
willing?
thinking. Yeah, but I mean, if he has descent from one of these African countries, I don't know where he get the Dixon from. The Dixon comes from. That would have to be Caribbean, right? So
or descendants
Caribbean or
of slaves
South America.
directly. And then for you and I personally, because we come from countries that were settled by freed slaves, there's definitely mixture for the two of us specifically because there's possible. I don't know about your whole bloodline, but I know for me, we came from Barbados before Africa.
There you go.
Yeah,
Barbados.
we came from Barbados
And
before Africa.
How you do that?
That's why it sounds funny. And he just 20 seconds ago he said he'd be a perpetrator if he went back to Africa. So how are you African if the Africans don't consider you African if you go back? These niggas are weird.
Yeah. And now he done messed me all up because he's trying to make us African. He's from Barbados and he's not even African.
He'll say he's
so
African,
now,
but if you go to Barbados and ask them if they're African, they're gonna tell you they're not. So
well, he just said, well, you can't be African if you say you're from Barbados, and because if you're from Barbados, that means that you have that name, Barbadian, whatever they call themselves, Bohemian. I don't know what they call themselves, but whatever you call yourself, it ain't African. So how come in your country you don't, on paper, you don't acknowledge, none of y'all acknowledge yourself as African at all? Yeah, that's the issue.
So far as I know, I don't know how far back we did go. I don't think they are slaves so far as we know, but it's Barbados. I'm sure there was a slave somewhere in the mix.
Yeah. Same for us being, from Sierra Leone and Freetown's named as.
Oh, Jesus!
I told you. I said Liberia, Sierra Leone.
How can he? Oh, wait, my man. Okay, all right. Let me just put these pieces together that we just heard in that 30-second piece. Barbados, got to be some kind of slavery down the line. He has no idea because he can't trace his ancestry back, so he don't know. But he's assuming, yeah, there is. Then the nigga from Sierra Leone speaks, and he said the way he set the second dude to come in is, hey, we both have come from countries that were settled by free slaves. Quick question: what free slaves settled Sierra Leone?
Okay, so is he talking about James? Is he talking about Freetown? I think he's talking about when
It's like one
slavery
town.
ended. Yeah, I think he's talking about that when slavery ended and those ships got caught. They let them out, and the town Sierra Leone has been called Freetown.
Right, but that's a town. That's not the country, right? So
yeah, well, I guess that town ended up being Sierra Leone. I don't know how that works.
Yeah, it ain't the whole country. That Sierra Leone is not a country made up of former slaves. It is a country made up of people who used to create slaves.
Yeah, they wait, let me go back for a second.
It's because I
don't think they are slaves so far as we know.
Okay, that part right there. The reason why he can't find slaves in his genealogy is because in the Caribbean, it wasn't like America. In America, when we was being enslaved, like we were kept up to a certain degree. Like they weren't. The intent was not to kill us or have us work us to death. So that means that we had kids, and that built a genealogy. In the islands, they worked people to death, and a lot of them didn't even have kids. So look, check this out. So they died right away. So that guy who did work, he died. He was foundational. He died, so he left no kids. So he don't have no foundational kids. So now the next man comes, build. He's built on top of what he built. He died. He died no kids. So several generations in, they didn't leave no foundational offspring. So now the next person coming is building off top of what's already built. He's not foundational. He's him. He comes from those people, and they don't have a foundational ancestry. So like they're literally living in a country from what other foundational people did. So a lot of people don't know that. A lot of these Caribbean people are not even foundational in their own country, because the people who were foundational, they died off with no offspring because they worked them to death, and they just replaced them with another slave to finish the work. He died off, finished the work. So they literally worked him to death and just replaced him with somebody else, where they didn't leave kids behind to be foundational. So a lot of Caribbean people cannot trace their lineage past like 1880. Can't do it. So it's like y'all not even foundational in your own land. The ones who were foundational, they died. They got worked to death and died.
But it's Barbados. I'm sure there was a slave somewhere in the mix.
Yeah. Yeah, same for us being, from
It was probably in the mix, but he wasn't part of your lineage, my guy. Your genealogy.
Sierra Leone, and Freetown was named as such because it was the landing spot for a lot of free slaves, and you have a whole Creole population that doesn't have a particular tribe because they were descendants of slaves, so they don't really have direct ties to their native tribes. So there is possibility in our bloodlines that we're descendants of slaves, but we don't know nothing, so we're not gonna claim that history. But it is possible.
Yeah.
But yeah, to your point, like we grew up here, and so this is all we know. And I mean, I
that don't mean shit.
They think you do.
Because guess what? For those illegals that didn't self-deport and they got their ass sent to Eswatini out there in South Africa, guess what? They got little kids, little 2-year-old, 1-year-olds out there that's being born in Eswatini, and that kid is gonna grow up there, and that's gonna be all they know. And guess what? He's still Latino. He ain't Eswatini. He ain't South African. He ain't got nothing to do with Africa. He borrowed the culture because he's around them. That's it. He's not Eswatini. He's Latino. So that all you know bullshit. That's a sad story. Sorry you got it, sorry that's your reality, but that means nothing.
do get that there is some delineation, especially when you start talking about things like reparations, and we'll get into our next definition, where it's like, all right, who has the right to reparations, especially if you
Now look at this. These guys are really disrespectful. We already got that figured out. And they want to come here. They want to come behind us, and they're gonna do their research on who deserves. I can't wait to hear that bullshit.
you're not a descendant, if reparations are repairing something. So if you're if it's reparations for chattel slavery and you're not a descendant of chattel slavery, then it makes sense to really start trying to break
That ain't reparations, my guy.
down and delineate, because you want to see who actually is part of that, which leads into the next definitions. There's going to be two.
I'll probably ask this on another episode too, an in-person episode. This is an interesting question. Would you, as being you and your identity, accept reparations?
Accept reparations?
To you, if they offered it to you as a descendant of a slave, would you accept reparations? If they just said any African person living in the U.S. or born in the U.S., immigrant, whatever, that's different.
No, they keep saying African. All right.
Yeah,
but if they're like descendants of slaves, pull up.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm a descendant of slave. Like, I don't know. We don't know.
Dude, you're not. Okay, you just stop.
You're from another country.
Right. What the hell wrong with you, man? In Africa, by the way.
If it was, yeah, I don't know, because we in our bloodlines, it's possible. If I had like proof, then it'd be one thing because like I wouldn't feel right if based on my current knowledge, not knowing whether or not I'm a descendant of the slave, like I wouldn't feel right accepting any type of reparations or funding.
Okay, so now look, I already know where it's going. He answered the question more honest than the guy thought he was going to answer. You dig? So look, because that was like an honest question. The other guy ain't expecting him to do that. So I believe the other guy is going to answer the question disrespectfully. That's my hunch.
For something that was not me. Now, our reparations could, because Sierra Leone was a British colony, if Britain was to give reparations to like Sierra Leoneans, I think that then you start having that conversation. So I don't know. I want to see. I had to think about it for a little bit. What about you?
No, I wouldn't. Based on the knowledge that I know.
Told you. No, I wouldn't. And he claims to be from Barbados, who has a legitimate claim, and he said he wouldn't. I knew he's going to do that because he's going to say. I never watched this, by the way, and he's going to say because it's begging. I think.
Now, that I have right now, I wouldn't do it. I'd be like,
yeah,
can't, because my family has done pretty extensive history back to Barbados. Like I know for sure we were in Barbados before Liberia. Like there's a whole ship, the Brig Corps, all of that. That the families gather together every year. The family that was on the Brig Corps.
Wait, is he? Okay, I'm confused now. Are they saying? I thought he was saying all the people that's deserving of reparations and the government's responsible, like some hypothetical thing like that. Like, so the Haitians, which I accepted from the French, the islands from the UK, whoever else, and Black Americans from the United States. I thought that's where he was going. Is he saying if the United States offered it? I'm starting to believe that he is asking from a FBA reparations check. Like, hey, if the United States offered y'all money to steal from FBA, would you take it? I think that's the context he's asking.
He is. That's the context he's asking.
Oh my God.
Because what he just asked, right? So has nothing to do with the current country they're living in. But he said if they give you money, which means the place you live in, because they're not their ancestry is from these other countries, but they're not from these countries anymore. So they wouldn't give them reparations. So he has to be talking about the United States. Problem, your ancestry don't go back to slavery in America. So why would you? And he's sitting here struggling, talking about, well, I got to figure out if I have an ancestor who's a slave. Even if you did identify your ancestor who's a slave, what does that have to do with the United States? And he talking about, I got to figure it out. These damn they're filthy people, man. They're filthy people.
Yeah, that hypothetical situation made no sense. Look at that nice car. That's nice.
From Barbados to Liberia gathers together, and there's a whole organization. So I know that exists. But before then, so far as I know, there were farmers. Now I don't know if the farming was voluntary or what. I know
farmer. That's a crazy way to put it. Yeah, there were farmers and blacksmiths and everything.
That's part of why my family was able to go to Liberia on the ship, because they knew how to grow certain crops. I think one was a teacher too. So, but I don't know. As I know right now, the answer would be no. But if I was to find out that farming was involuntary, then sure.
Wait, hold on. So if it was he a Barbadian guy who went when he said before
Liberia, he mentioned Liberia,
yeah. So I'm thinking he was in Barbados from the Charles transatlantic slave trade, and then they must have voluntarily went to Liberia after the ACS established it somewhere in the 1920s, 30s. He would have to went to Liberia around the 1920s and 30s.
He's all that's ridiculous. How do you listen, man? Y'all niggas can't speak on any of this anymore. You niggas flee. How do you flee that frequently, man? How does your family flee that frequently and y'all still ain't multimillionaires? Well, where was you going to these countries for? To do what exactly?
I never heard of a Caribbean person going to Liberia. Like, yeah, that sounds crazy.
I would think he's talking about ending up in Liberia some way, somehow, and then going to Barbados after that.
Nah, because he said it earlier. He said Barbados was before Africa.
Yeah, you're right. He's not making no sense. That's crazy.
So if that's the case, cause that didn't make any sense unless he's saying he's in Liberia now. He was born in Barbados, like you said, farming in Barbados. Like he said he's trying to see if that was forced. So that's around slavery time, and now I guess he's in Liberia now.
Yeah.
Well,
I think, I mean, when it comes to reparations,
Evan?
I was about to say, but he was saying that he couldn't trace back. He can only trace back to see that they were farmers. So
No,
if
but I
that
just told you that. I said a lot of Caribbean people cannot trace their lineage back
no,
so
but what
far
I'm saying,
because
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, then the certain documentation goes back, just like you were pointing out, to a certain period of time in Barbados, which is not that far back. So they were there at a certain point and then went to Liberia afterwards. And how the hell, if your people left and went to a whole different country back then, how do you tracing your ancestry in Barbados to identify them as farmers? Something's up, man. Something's up with this whole thing.
hopefully we find out. Hopefully he go further.
for one, and my brother always he brings up a few points, and I'm like, okay, I mean, I can kind of see it. Like, for one, they can't even afford it. The amount of like free labor that they got, they cannot foot that bill. When you account for inflation, like they can't afford reparations.
Oh, don't! Oh, no! See, now that's the tether shit. Now look,
Yeah,
that's what the white man says. The
that's
white
the
man says,
supremacy thing.
nah,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's the
yeah, we
supremacy
can't
thing.
pay
Yeah.
y'all because look, you're
They can't afford it.
stop. Yeah, no, it's going to cripple the country. Sorry, you can't get your just due. No. There's something called installments. You ain't gotta pay the whole thing. Just like in the lottery, you win the lottery, you get the whole thing, or you get installments. So go lay down. Okay, no, yeah, that's it. Go lay down. Yeah, so no, you can't have that thing. Can't do that.
They can't
Like the
even
U.S.
afford it.
government, they don't, the pocket's not deep enough to actually what they owe. They
They
can't
would
afford.
have to instantly. I would start with education first. They would have to instantly make it so that every school in the hood gets all of the resources that top elite private schools have. Number one,
we
and
cut
then
this
all
one?
colleges and universities.
These are tethers. Most black people don't live in the hood. So the first thing, and liberals do this a lot, the first thing they want to do is to help black people. We're going to do something in the hood. Most black people don't live in the hood. So yeah, these niggas don't know nothing about black people here, and they just talking. They are both tethers, out and out. This is why we gotta delineate. These two niggas right here.
And why are they discussing or planning how we should get our reparations? Like yeah.
The
These
education
guys.
system in the schools. What? Wait, what?
Yeah. I'm gonna need them to hop on. Yeah, I'm gonna work on them. Come over here. Come on this side. Yeah, these guys right here. I'm gonna go in there and chat. Different videos. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a different video. I'm gonna respond to different videos. Like, yo, man, what's good, brothers? You gotta, I gotta gaslight them back. Like, yeah, man, y'all had some dope content, man. Yeah, it's funny. A sister from this chat had caught me doing that on the panel. Like, hey, man, great content, yo. I want to join the next one. she put they ain't gonna join. I guess she know better. She's like, they ain't gonna do it. But she caught me like trying to fish.
For people who deserve reparations would be free.
And you shouldn't pay taxes.
And
like start there. Like no taxes. Like that's an easy way to start. Like no, like African.
So they just said no money because they can't pay it. So
Make the schools in the hood unaffordable by hood people. Because he said make them the same level as the expensive private schools. Well, nigga, you put all that money into it. Somebody got to pay for it, and guess who's gonna pay for it? The people in those areas. It ain't coming out of nobody else's pocket.
Yeah, these guys are
Like
disrespectful.
if you're entitled to reparations, you shouldn't pay taxes. College should be free. Any business that you create shouldn't pay taxes. And if people that invest in your business should be able to get a tax incentive. That way, everybody can benefit from supporting.
We need to have a whole other
Yeah, we can talk about how you could do it.
This is a whole other episode. We need to have a whole other.
They're gonna tell now. They ruled out money, so they're trying to tell us how we're gonna get it without receiving the check. So basically, so basically, ain't no cut the check. Stop talking about that. Now we got to talk about school admissions.
Wait, I don't know if you peeped that last one. The people who invest in the businesses don't pay taxes either. I guess that those won't be FBA people too, right? That'll be. He said anybody, not just FBA.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, they got to figure out a way to make everybody.
But they kind of do that now, like certain shit, like non-profits.
Yeah.
Like, dude, what do you? But these are idiots trying to like explain how we should get reparations. This is disrespectful. Like they didn't research none of our FB reparation talking points. Nothing. They just winging it like we're just dumb and waiting. Look, these guys, they think they Marcus Garvey. They think they got to come to America and teach us how to do it the right way. Like they don't know how disrespectful that is. So we're waiting for some musty people to come to our country to teach us how to get reparations the right way. So look, give me the microphone, nigga. Let me speak to Donald Trump.
Just so you can realize how condescending.
Now come over here.
How they are is, well, one, build up these schools in poor neighborhoods where the black people are. Two, they're poor already. So if you don't let them pay taxes, how much money is that going to save them? They're already poor.
You can stop, boy.
Help them stop being poor by saying you don't pay taxes, but I don't pay much taxes now because I'm poor. So basically, that's no help either.
And we're gonna what's that show called? Exhibit. We're gonna pimp the hood, right? We just gonna make the hood, which is screwed up, right? Border houses, bad water systems. We just gonna pimp the hood. We just gonna knock it the hell off, man. We're gonna do what those tethers do. We're gonna come in. We're gonna buy up a whole new development. All these tethers making these new developments and tethers there. That's what we're gonna do. We ain't gonna stand. We ain't gonna pimp no hood. We're getting up out of there and we're gonna buy a whole new development. All the houses in there.
Episode about reparations. Because that's a whole other conversation. But we need to do that and have some economists and whatnot on the line.
Yeah.
That would be a good conversation.
And yeah, they really are serious. They are gonna get us reparations. They said we gotta get economists online. Oh my God, bro. You need economists plus historians plus lawyers. You need more than just that, you fool.
No, Ron, they shouldn't be talking about it at all. They don't qualify.
At all. This is sad.
Why would they be talking about reparations for another group of people and they don't even qualify? It's not their business. That's like me talking about reparations for Africa.
But the group of people didn't never say, we need help.
Right.
Like for example, I might could know how to get Hawaii the right thing. But if they're not reaching out for no help, I'll keep it to myself. I won't be like,
I'm
You should.
inspired. That just that
Yeah.
That's a good combo. Okay.
Yeah. And then another thing, so they can't afford it. Two, also it's at some point, I mean, like you were saying with the school and the education, like I'm also I don't trust these people. I'm very aware of like.
And that's tether talk right there. Now, he's lying. These dogs, when they came to America, they trust these people to get housing. They trust these people to get welfare, SNAP. They trust these people to get jobs and training programs. But when it comes to reparations, we don't trust these people. Okay. These people made them comfortable as hell in America. Now all of a sudden they don't trust them when it comes to reparations. Man, knock that shit off.
They wanted to give you money. I'm like, what?
What's the catch? What's the hook?
Yeah.
You hear the disrespect? They want to give us money. It's not that it ain't owed to us. They're just going to give us money freely.
Like, what's the catch? Because like,
go get it, man.
Healthcare would be free.
Yeah, but shit, that should do that for everybody. But like our education system, like the fact that they fund it, I think is a non-starter. Like we shouldn't be.
Yeah, they'll never do free healthcare with a bunch of fucking illegals in the country. Okay, you would never get a doctor's appointment, man. They would be because they flood that shit now. Can you imagine if it was free? You'll never get your shit done. Be 1,000 illegals in front of you.
Educators, they've proven time and time again that they're not trustworthy to do something. That's like one of the most foundational things to actually have like have freedom and equality. Is like you need to be able to control your mind and the minds of your youth. And if somebody else is doing that is a proven enemy, then you're starting behind the 8 ball.
We're getting off on a tangent.
Yeah. All right.
Of course you are. You guys are.
We're both getting inspired by some stuff, but we need to stop.
Yeah. All right. Second definition. There's 2 parts. So actually defining FBA. Of course, we're not FBA. So I'm literally on the official FBA website.
Hey, yo, I know that chat's cooking them because the fact that they're trying to teach us how to get reparations, I know that. I'll probably read the comments. I know they cook them.
Which FBA is not an organization. It is a lineage. So foundational Black Americans are the proud descendants of the Black men and women who endured and survived one of the greatest atrocities in human history. And, we're going to talk pretty soon about how it is actually the greatest atrocity in human history officially now. But American slavery. Yeah, the greatest atrocity of human history. These resilient ancestors built the United States from the ground up, laying the foundation for the nation's economic, political, and cultural development. However, the rich history of FBA did not begin in 1619, and then it starts talking about like how there were colonizers and enslaved people prior to that, and so on and so forth. But that's what a foundational Black American is. And then as far as the ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, is a political movement, a grassroots political movement and advocacy foundation demanding lineage-based reparations for Black Americans with ancestors enslaved in the U.S. So basically it's trying to distinguish like Black Americans with ancestors from the U.S., even if it's just one person down your line that was a part of chattel slavery.
Okay, so that just debunked your Malcolm X shit, didn't it? Like these guys are just dumb.
Versus like if all of your bloodline at some point is like from people that migrated as opposed to people who were taken in the slave trade. So those are the definitions of what those people are, just so that we're clear.
Yep.
Because I think we said in the video, I might have mentioned it was an organization when it's not. It's a lineage. There is no leader of FBA, maybe ADOS since it's a political movement. I don't know, but just wanted to make sure that we clarify that for our audience.
And if somebody wants to be in the comments, again, if you know somebody who wants to come up, people who are capable of having an intelligent conversation and not just here for argument, because we're not doing that. But if somebody wants to come on and help us get some clarity, That's cool. Because again, my question is, who deserves the right to be called Foundational Black American? And if ADOS is an organization, that's a whole different thing because you decide to join the organization. But if you are Foundational Black American, how do you determine that you fit into that box, et cetera, et cetera?
Gotcha. Yeah. I think as far as the next, we should move up the UN joint.
Oh, yeah.
Because
So
that
let's,
makes it's a little more on topic than what I had in the list next.
yeah, because then also because I do got to get to work too. So
Okay. Yeah. All right. So one thing as I mentioned, so in the past like 2 weeks on March, what was this? Enslaved Africans in the system of racialized chattel enslavement as the gravest crime against humanity. This was something that was led by Ghana to have the UN
Here
pretty
we
much
go.
acknowledge that the transatlantic slave trade was the worst crime in world history. 123 countries voted in favor. 3 countries, the US, Israel, and Argentina, voted against it, and then 52 countries abstained, including the entire European Union. Surprise, surprise. So that is something that happened recently. As far as what that does, the implications, you could potentially use that as kind of the groundwork to start working towards financial reparations, which is pretty much why the European Union and America and Israel were not gonna say yeah. It was like for sure because they're the perpetrators, of course. They're the ones that are gonna have to foot the bill, which, as I mentioned, they cannot afford. But of course, they're gonna vote against it for that reason or abstain in general. But that's what you could do. There was a lot of pushback on that from the groups we mentioned, the ADOS and FBA, saying, why is
I don't know if you want to comment, but I'm gonna check the comments. I don't know if you want to say something to what they were just talking about, but they are getting kind of boring, absolute boring. Let me see if I got any notifications. That's 36. Oh, somebody did hit me up. Did they? I don't know if you. Yo, True Teller is knocked out, yo. Yeah, these guys, these guys were so boring. True Teller went straight to sleep. I went to check the comments. Somebody did hit me back. I messed that up. I was supposed to have been reached out to them. Let me check my other channel. So that person most likely gonna reach out tomorrow. Let me check FBA News and Updates. Let me see, because I wrote somebody from there too. Let me see. No, nobody hit me up from FBA News and Updates. Yeah, those guys was born like 19Zs, yo. Chutilla fell asleep, and I was getting sleepy. Hold on. I think I only have 14 more minutes. All right, so I'm gonna play the rest of it. It's only 14 more minutes, something like that. So I might as well just finish it out. But I had somebody who was interested in joining us. Let me let me see. So Rico, fuck is that? All right, let me just give him the link. That guy asked, he asked what time. All right, let me pass the link to him right now. And if he doesn't, I'm gonna give him the Zoom link. And if he doesn't click the Zoom link before this video ends, because I'm gonna finish the whole video. It's only a couple more minutes. And if he doesn't respond by then, I'm just gonna it'll be too late tonight. And, okay. So let me go back. And just play the rest of it. All right. Let me get back to it. And then, I think somebody from, it was somebody from that show who responded. All right, so it was somebody from the show we watching, and one of the two tethers. See, I said tonight, but damn, I hate when I see something like tonight, and I really don't mean tonight.
Saying, why is, they're trying to get these reparations, and why are, African countries leading that? And no, I'll let you speak on that first.
Yeah. And I'll probably have to say this again when we have this conversation with somebody else, but I can see the initial question of why are Africans leading this initiative, but there's I think two reasons why this works. It should probably be done in a different way, but I do think Africans should be at the table for it.
Why they were not enslaved?
Number one, because slavery didn't just affect the people who were brought here as slaves. It also affected the countries they were taken from, because remember, you're taking human
family. Do y'all hear the language? Slavery affected the people that was taken from. White people didn't take anybody. It was Africans that did the taking and selling. White folks did the buying. These tethers, man, they gotta stop. I told you guys, family, I said they will always say the word transatlantic slave trade. But when they talk about it, they'll skip past the buying and selling and only talk about the taking. The taking is synonymous with capturing, synonymous with kidnapping, synonymous with slave raiding. those actions were primarily done by Africans. But the way he just said it, it'll make you believe it was white folks doing the taking.
And resources, because slavery didn't just affect the people who were brought here as slaves. It also affected the countries they were taken from, because remember, you're taking human resources from a nation. A nation cannot exist without people. And then also, if you know the whole history of how slavery was even done to begin with, a lot of the stuff I think even the president who said sorry, who did the national apology, he even said when the time was happening, they based on the history, they didn't know what they were giving them into. And
okay, now they're lying. They know they were handing over a slave. That's a fact. So if you hand over a slave, he's going to do slave labor. You're handing over, and you're not handing over people in the village who are free. You're handing over captives. Okay? People who don't have the right to be free. And you deprive them of that right. And you're selling them to another people that understand that their status is enslaved, is not free.
The full depth of what was happening on the other side of
they don't need to know all that shit. But they knew they were selling slaves to do slave work. Okay?
Use Elmina, for example. They didn't know what was happening on the other side of the water when they were taken away.
But they knew they were selling slaves to do slave work. They knew that. And that's why they had the door of no return. If they didn't know what was happening, that they would have expected those people to come back. Okay.
So there's that, and the fact that taking all of those millions of Africans over the years has drained the country. It's the reason why we have drained the countries. It's the reason why we have the issues that we have right now in Africa for so many reasons.
Right. So Africans should have thought about that before they sold 15 million. Okay. Again, see, this going back to they realized they got the raw end of the deal, and now they're suing for compensation. Kind of like this, the slave masters when slavery was abolished, they sued for reparations. That's what Africa's trying to do.
Then on top of that, you have African leaders who do, because of their mindset and because of the
oh my God. Oh, that's the part I was trying to play from Tariq Nasheed. Now I remember, because the last video of Tariq Nasheed, I couldn't remember what I was looking for. I was looking for that. And everybody keeps saying, even Q Butter said it, everybody keeps saying that Africans are just brainwashed by movies and videos, but nobody can tell you about the movies and videos that they're watching.
Resources that they have they have the ability to get on a microphone and speak, versus, unfortunately, still in the US, there's not too many Black Americans who have both the desire and the ability to get up there and speak on behalf of Black people to ask for reparations, because there are people who have the the ability, but they have not done so. I'm not going to say anybody's name, so I don't make nobody mad.
Yeah, it's a stupid tether. What are you talking about? But first of all, we're not going to the UN. We don't need to. And who is the UN? Wait, so who is Ghana suing, by the way? They can never answer that question. All right, let me see. Let me see if they responded. Let me see. All right. Okay, you heard him. You see it. You see. He said, "Yeah, what up?" I said, "You free tonight?" He said, "Yeah." So that's it. Okay. Okay, so I text them. I sent them the Zoom thing, so I'll stay up a little longer for them to call in.
But there are Black Americans who wield the power and the ability.
So what we're already going pretty much do is go over this video. Yeah.
They just have not done so. So the Africans who are speaking out on behalf of them, it should be done. Now, what I think should happen is both sides should sit together in a dark room and then mind their business and have a conversation to figure out how they can go present this to the world properly to demand reparations.
Wait, but we don't need Africa. We don't. Okay. Here's the problem. We don't need Ghana to get reparations. Ghana needs us to get reparations because they're not old reparations. So they need us to cape for them. We don't need Ghana. Our claim is with our United States national government. Who is Ghana suing?
But that's why dark conversation. I just said dark home as in like secretive, covert.
Yeah, then I mean to your point, it's a UN thing, so it's like United Nations. So like at the national level, whoever your delegate is or a group of delegates needs to be able to bring something forward for the UN to vote on it.
So what's he calling? I think we're just gonna tackle this right here, this Ghana thing.
The transatlantic slave trade largely influenced, Black Americans' history. But as we can see, America voted against it. So like America was not finna send no representative to go bring this. Clearly they don't.
No, because America's okay, dude. This is the gaslight. America understands, like we understand. Ghana sold us. How are they collecting if they sold us? That's the part they can't get over. It's like, yo, how are you owed something when you sold something? I'll say it again. How are you owed? No. How are you owed something when you sold something? If you sold something, then you're owed nothing. One more time. How are you owed something when you sold something? If you sold something, you're owed nothing.
Don't even want the fact that they made it. They voted against it. So like I don't. There's no way that America would or Black Americans would have even had the chance to bring that vote forward. First and foremost. Second, like in regards to.
No, it's not. Lay down. Take your socks off.
The history of chattel slavery, like. I mean, it doesn't sound good, but like the slavery has always existed. Like every country, like across the
Oh
world, has
my
had slavery.
God, bro. We're talking about chattel slavery, my guy. Stop with stop, bro. We're talking about chattel slavery at this point, bro. We're not talking about all slaveries, all right? Come on, man. We got to do this with y'all. Stop.
Chattel slavery in the transatlantic slave trade was completely different from like before. Like slavery was like a kind of a term. Like it was usually like prisoners of war, or like one country conquers another one, kingdom conquers another one, and then they take over. But like you were still human as a slave. Like you could eventually get out of it. Like there was a lot of nuances to slavery. It wasn't You weren't seen as beast of burden. Chattel slavery was completely different. It was
That's why it has a whole different name.
Yeah, like you're literally an animal. Like the way they used to treat slave, like you were like livestock. Like it was unlike anything that ever been seen. And then like before, Africans historically, we all saw each other as different people as tribes because we were the first people and we existed in by ourselves on the planet for a very long time. We just saw all people as people. We didn't necessarily see an identity until centuries later, when the Europeans developed into who they became, that's when they really started creating this idea of race. and then that stuck. So it's like we didn't create the concept of race, but now that it is a thing, we need to really understand that is a thing and yeah, just be mindful of that.
Okay, so if it's a race, if it's a thing, then that means okay, if it's a thing, then the racial thing should help out the Caribbean and Africa. That's your moment to say, hey, I'm no longer Hausa, Igbo. Hey, we're all black. If y'all want to hijack black, that's your time to unite the tribes. You want to steal black? You want to go to this race thing? Then why not pitch it to the tribes? Hey, we're all black, nigga. You're not Igbo. You're not Hausa. You're not Fulani. You're not this. You're not that. We're all black. And now y'all can finally unite. But you're not going to do it. You're going to only use black when you come to America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm laughing because he said developed. He said.
All right. So let me go back. You know, it's funny when they first started the video, they started off really humble, acting like this really humble. They was pretending to be like humble and stuff. Then these guys became arrogant.
Developed.
Yeah.
Trying to keep it nice.
Oh yeah, keep it kosher. Oh, and then another thing, it makes sense that Ghana. So in Ghana is not, from what I've seen with the new president, Mahama, he's not perfect, but I do see him moving in line with a lot of other relatively new African leaders where they're moving away from colonial powers and being more Pan-African, which includes,
Oh my, you got word Pan-African. When y'all hear the word Pan-African family, just know it's a scam, it's finesse, it means nothing.
Black Americans and not, trying to extend the olive branch and and that historically Ghana has been like that, which is why Ghana had the year to turn, which is why Ghana has been one of the most welcoming places for the diaspora. And
Better
when I
have
went to
money.
Ghana, I met more Black Americans than I met Ghanaians, like in Dirty December. And then like that's from their history, their first president, Kwame Nkrumah, who was born in Ghana, went to the U.S., went to a HBCU in the U.S., played Sigma, went back to Ghana to be president, has always been like very Pan-African and inviting to Black Americans. So like that is not always about like them just looking out for themselves. Sometimes they do things to better the diaspora as well. So I do think that their heart was in the right place. There was some other things they did shortly after that where
Okay, so why do we gotta come with money? If the heart's in the right place, the year return, why we gotta have money?
I was like, kind of questionable. But generally speaking, I do think that gesture was more so trying to set the foundation for all Black people
Nah,
in
we're good.
diaspora
It's
to
good.
benefit,
It's
not just
good.
for Ghana to come up
Okay.
off of the
Damn, he keeps saying black. I guess I gotta let him know he ain't black either. Oh my God.
struggles of Black people.
Yeah. Yep. Agreed. What else we got to talk about?
And the last thing is just a jambalaya comment.
Oh yeah, jambalaya. Y'all know I
I'm
like
good.
food.
I don't even want to do that with him. He about to say something that's gonna piss me off. Okay, so I guess right now, fam, I'm just waiting for the guy to hit me back.
Oh, here we go. 19.
I can't wait to watch that one. Is American culture really? Oh, 10 a.m. Okay, cool.
Oh, here we go. 19
I guess I go
keys
live as soon
have.
as that one ends. All right, so this is guy right here. I'm waiting for him to respond. Look, 15 minutes ago. Sometimes you'll send stuff and they don't get it.
Oh, here we go. 19 Keys he's been receiving backlash.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him a few minutes, family. And if he doesn't respond, I'm again. I don't know, a few minutes, because a few minutes had already passed. I think he just bullshitting. Okay, so what y'all think? What y'all think, family? We got some cash apps that rolled in. Let me shout you out. We have, hold on. We have Back in Action was back in action. Okay, he sent $5 earlier and then now $15, so a total of $20. Yeah, family. Yeah, try not, if y'all got it, try not to put the burden on too many people, because we got the same supporters. I see the same names in the super chats and the cash app. I see the same names supporting, and we got way more people that come over here that's vibing with us. If you don't have it, don't worry about it. But if the burden shouldn't be on one person, dollar here, dollar there, dollar there, that all adds up, you know. So yeah. So back actually said 20. He should have said $1, and 19 others should have said $1. That could have been 20 that way, right? And still $20. But the burden for the financial support shouldn't be on a handful of people. It should be a joint effort. I send cash apps to other channels. I've been doing it for a long time. I was part of people Patreons, all type of shit. So I support other channels. I think I showed my my cash app history. And, no, I'm sorry, I showed my super chat history like a couple years ago, and where y'all seen the money I sent to different content creators for appreciating their content. And sometimes I might be watching a boxing channel, but I'm a subscriber, I'm loyal, I like what they're doing. Nothing too crazy. $5, $2. I'm over here. I like the content. $5, $2. You know what I mean? Something light, because I feel like the burden shouldn't be on me either. Send a little bit, and maybe that sparks a snowball effect. Somebody else sent 2, and somebody else is 1. You know, and they got a little bit of money for their time. Especially if you learn it. But this guy, it looks like he might not call in. Oh man, I got some funny Uber. I got some funny Umar stuff. Oh, so we got no, I'm sorry, I read that wrong. My fault. Back in Action. I need my glasses. Okay, so back in Action sent $5, and for some reason I ain't got my glasses on. It looked like 15. So Back in Action sent $5 earlier, and this time it was DJ Dimps. DJ Dimps sent 20. Make sure I give the right person their credit. So DJ Dimps sent 20. Okay, appreciate that. But same logic. DJ Dimps should have sent 1. Action should have sent 1, and then everybody else sent $1. And that could have made it the same $25. You feel me? Let's see if the guy responded. Well, he didn't call in, so I know he didn't respond that way. And once I end the live, he gonna be like, "Yo, man, what's good? You still alive?" Like, oh, dude, if you don't stop, bro. Yeah, so 19 Z's like did like a fake apology, sort of. Not like it wasn't an apology at all, but it was definitely some type of acknowledgement that his wording was wrong, you know. But then he go ahead and be victim anyway. Okay, so he admitted that his words was wrong and how he called us cults and feds and ops and agents. And then he went back and played the victim. Oh man, they got on me. Dude, man. You effed around and found out. Yeah, you effed around and found out. That's all. It's okay. Ain't nobody gonna judge you. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, what is going on? The minute I end this live, I know he's gonna click the live button and pretend that he was down. Let me buy some time and do a roll call with the family when I'm with, and I ain't got my glasses on. Oh snap! Let me try to find my glass. Oh, he right here. At least the backup one's right here. All right. Okay. What am I laying on? Okay. All right. All right. All right. Let me give a roll call while we on old boy. I'm gonna get a roll call. If he ain't respond by then, I'm getting off. Press always. We got Sizzle Capleton. We got Madman. We got the Royal Code. We got Ija Morris, FBA Mr. CJ, Taya Carter, Darlene Chestnut. We got we got Antoinette Johnson, Queen Nurse. We got Lady Black Butterfly. We got who else we got here? That been Liddy. We got Marvin Rowell, songwriter Sonny. We have FBA Chosen by God. All right. All right. So now, okay, let me just check one more time. And if he's not ready right now, then we'll just hook up with him tomorrow. All right. Well, he ain't ready. All right, family. We're gonna call it night because I'm not gonna do another video. I'm not gonna do another reaction. I'm not gonna say much more because this is the time You see, True Teller, he fell asleep. That's gonna be me if I try to do something else. That's why I was gonna stay up long enough for a boy, but I really rather him call tomorrow, not even tonight. I'm not even in the spirit to like really dance right now. So tomorrow is better. I'll be more up, fresh, and my brain won't be so fogged up. I'm going to be willing, to hold them accountable. So, all right, family, we out of here. Love you guys. Peace to the lineage. Be one.